Chapter 5, The Frankfurt School of Social Research and the Pathologization of Gentile Group Allegiances. The political agenda of the Frankfurt School of Social Research. Hatred and the spirit of sacrifice are nourished by the image of enslaved ancestors rather than that of liberated grandchildren. Illuminations, Walter Benjamin 1968. To write poetry after Auschwitz is barbaric. T. W. Adorno 1967. Chapters 2 to 4 reviewed several strands of theory and research by Jewish social scientists that appear to have been influenced by specifically Jewish political interests. This theme is continued in the present chapter with a review of the authoritarian personality. This classic work in social psychology was sponsored by the Department of Scientific Research of the American Jewish Committee, hereafter, AJ Committee, in a series entitled Studies in Prejudice. Studies in Prejudice was closely connected with the so-called Frankfurt School of predominantly Jewish intellectuals associated with the Institute for Social Research originating during the Weimar period in Germany. The first generation of the Frankfurt School were all Jews by ethnic background, and the Institute of Social Research itself was funded by a Jewish millionaire, Felix Weil, Wiggeschaus 1994, 13. Weil's efforts as a patron of the left were extraordinarily successful. By the early 1930s the University of Frankfurt had become a bastion of the academic left and the place where all the thinking of interest in the area of social theory was concentrated. Wiggeschaus 1994, 112. During this period sociology was referred to as a Jewish science, and the Nazis came to view Frankfurt itself as a New Jerusalem on the Franconian Jordan. Wiggeschaus 1994, 112-113. The Nazis perceived the Institute of Social Research as a communist organization and closed it within 6 weeks of Hitler's ascent to power because it had encouraged activities hostile to the state, in Wiggeschaus 1994, 128. Even after the emigration of the Institute to the United States, it was widely perceived as a communist front organization with a dogmatic and biased Marxist perspective, and there was a constant balancing act to attempt not to betray the left while simultaneously defending themselves against corresponding suspicions. Wiggeschaus 1994, 251, see also p. 255. Gershom Scholem, the Israeli theologian and religious historian, termed the Frankfurt School a Jewish sect, and there is good evidence for very strong Jewish identifications of many members of the school. Marcus and Tarr 1986, 344. Studies in Prejudice was under the general editorship of Max Horkheimer, a director of the institute. Horkheimer was a highly charismatic managerial scholar who constantly reminded his associates of the fact that they belonged to a chosen few in whose hands the further development of theory lay. Wiggeschaus 1994, 2. Horkheimer had a strong Jewish identity that became increasingly apparent in his later writings. Tarr 1977, 6, J 1980. However, Horkheimer's commitment to Judaism, as evidenced by the presence of specifically Jewish religious themes, was apparent even in his writings as an adolescent, and as a young adult. Meyer 1984, 51. At the end of his life Horkheimer completely accepted his Jewish identification and achieved a grand synthesis between Judaism and critical theory. Karl Barth 1978, 254-257. Critical theory is the name applied to the theoretical perspective of the Frankfurt School, as an indication of his profound sense of Jewish identity. Horkheimer, 1947, 161, stated that the goal of philosophy must to be vindicate Jewish history. The anonymous martyrs of the concentration camps are the symbols of humanity that is striving to be born. The task of philosophy is to translate what they have done into language that will be heard, even though their finite voices have been silenced by tyranny. Tarr, 1977, 60, describes Horkheimer's inspiration as deriving from his attempt to leave behind Judaism while nevertheless remaining tied to the faith of his fathers. Not surprisingly, there is an alienation and estrangement from German culture. Had I just arrived from my homeland of Palestine, and in an amazingly short time mastered the rudiments of writing in German, this essay could not have been more difficult to write. The style here does not bear the mark of a facile genius. I tried to communicate with the help of what I read and heard, subconsciously assembling fragments of a language that springs from a strange mentality. What else can a stranger do? But my strong will prevailed because my message deserves to be said regardless of its stylistic shortcomings. Horkheimer, My Political Confession, in tar 1977, 60. T.W. Adorno, first author of the famous Berkeley Studies of Authoritarian Personality reviewed here, was also a director of the Institute, and he had a very close professional relationship with Horkheimer to the point that Horkheimer wrote of their work, "It would be difficult to say which of the ideas originated in his mind and which in my own. Our philosophy is one." Horkheimer 1947, 7. Jewish themes became increasingly prominent in Adorno's writings beginning in 1940 as a reaction to Nazi antisemitism. Indeed, much of Adorno's later work may be viewed as a reaction to the Holocaust, as typified by his famous comment that to write poetry after Auschwitz is barbaric, Adorno 1967, 34, and his question whether after Auschwitz you can go on living, especially whether one who escaped by accident, one who by rights should have been killed, Adorno 1973, 363. Tar, 1977, 158, notes that the point of the former comment is that no study of sociology could be possible without reflecting on Auschwitz and without concerning oneself with preventing new Auschwitzes. The experience of Auschwitz was turned into an absolute historical and sociological category, tar 1977, 165. Clearly there was an intense Jewish consciousness and commitment to Judaism among those most responsible for these studies. In Chapter 1 it was noted that since the Enlightenment many Jewish intellectuals have participated in the radical criticism of Gentile culture. Horkheimer very self-consciously perceived an intimate link between Jewish assimilation and the criticism of Gentile society, stating on one occasion that assimilation and criticism are but two moments in the same process of emancipation, Horkheimer 1974, 108. A consistent theme of Horkheimer and Adorno's critical theory was the transformation of society according to moral principles, tar 1977. From the beginning there was a rejection of value-free social science research, the fetishism of facts in favor of the fundamental priority of a moral perspective in which present societies, including capitalist, fascist, and eventually Stalinist societies, were to be transformed into utopias of cultural pluralism. Indeed, long before studies in prejudice critical theory developed the idea that positivistic, i.e., empirically oriented, social science was an aspect of domination and oppression. Horkheimer wrote in 1937 that if science as a whole follows the lead of empiricism and the intellect renounces its insistent and confident probing of the tangled brush of observations in order to unearth more about the world than even our well-meaning daily press, it will be participating passively in the maintenance of universal injustice, in Wigishau's 1994, 184. The social scientist must therefore be a critic of culture and adopt an attitude of resistance toward contemporary societies. The unscientific nature of the enterprise can also be seen in its handling of dissent within the ranks of the Institute. Writing approvingly of Walter Benjamin's work, Adorno stated, "I have come to be convinced that his work will contain nothing which could not be defended from the point of view of dialectical materialism," in Wigishau's 1994, 161, italics in text. Erich Fromm was excised from the movement in the 1930s because his leftist humanism, which indicted the authoritarian nature of the psychoanalyst-patient relationship, was not compatible with the leftist authoritarianism that was an integral part of the current Horkheimer-Adorno line. Fromm takes the easy way out with the concept of authority, without which, after all, neither Lenin's avant-garde nor dictatorship can be conceived of. I would strongly advise him to read Lenin. I must tell you that I see a real threat in this article to the line which the journal takes, Adorno, in Wigishau's 1994, 266. Fromm was excised from the institute despite the fact that his position was among the most radically leftist to emerge from the psychoanalytic camp. Throughout his career, Fromm remained the embodiment of the psychoanalytic left and its view that bourgeois capitalist society and fascism resulted from, and reliably reproduced, gross distortions of human nature, see Chapter 4. Similarly, Herbert Marcuse was excluded when his orthodox Marxist views began to diverge from the evolving ideology of Adorno and Horkheimer, see Wigeshau's 1994, 391–392. These exclusionary trends are also apparent in the aborted plans to reinstitute the Institute's journal in the 1950s. It was decided that there were too few contributors with the Horkheimer-Adorno line to support a journal, and the plans founded, Wigeshau's 1994, 471. Throughout its history, to be a member of the Institute was to adopt a certain view and to submit to heavy editing and even censorship of one's works to ensure conformity to a clearly articulated ideological position. As might be expected from a highly authoritarian political movement, the result was a speculative, philosophical body of work that ultimately had no influence on empirically oriented sociology, although, as indicated below, it has had a profound influence on theory in the humanities. The authoritarian personality is not included in this statement. It was very influential but had an empirical basis of sorts. This body of work does not qualify as science because of its rejection of experimentation, quantification, and verification, and because of the priority of moral and political concerns over the investigation of the nature of human social psychology. The priority of the moral and political agenda of critical theory is essential to understanding the Frankfurt School and its influence. Horkheimer and Adorno eventually rejected the classical Marxist perspective on the importance of class struggle for the development of fascism in favor of a perspective in which both fascism and capitalism were fundamentally conceptualized as involving domination and authoritarianism. Further, they developed the theory that disturbed parent-child relations involving the suppression of human nature were a necessary condition for domination and authoritarianism. Obviously, this is a perspective that is highly compatible with psychoanalytic theory, and indeed psychoanalysis was a basic influence on their thinking. Virtually from the beginning, psychoanalysis had a respected position within the Institute for Social Research, particularly under the influence of Erich Fromm. Fromm held positions at the Frankfurt Psychoanalytic Institute as well as at the Institute for Social Research, and along with other left Freudians such as Wilhelm Reich and eventually Marcuse, he developed theories that incorporated both Marxism and psychoanalysis, essentially by developing a theoretical link between the repression of instincts in the context of family relationships, or, as in the case of Fromm, the development of sadomasochistic and anal personality traits within the family, and the development of oppressive social and economic structures. It is interesting that although the Horkheimer group developed a very strong hostility to empirical science and the positivistic philosophy of science, they felt no need to abandon psychoanalysis. Indeed, psychoanalysis was a central factor in giving Horkheimer and the most important of his fellow theoreticians the sense that important insights could also be achieved, or even better achieved, by skipping over the specialized disciplines, Wigeshau's 1994, 186. We shall see that psychoanalysis as a non-empirically based hermeneutic structure, which nevertheless masqueraded as a science, turned out to be an infinitely plastic tool in the hands of those constructing a theory aimed at achieving purely political objectives. For Horkheimer and Adorno, the fundamental shift from the sociological to the psychological level that occurred during the 1940s was motivated by the fact that in Germany the proletariat had succumbed to fascism and in the Soviet Union socialism had not prevented the development of an authoritarian government that failed to guarantee individual autonomy or Jewish group interests. Tar 1977, 80, Wigeshau's 1994, 137 ff, 391 ff. Within the new perspective, authoritarianism was viewed as the fundamental problem, its origin traceable to family interactions and ultimately to the suppression of human nature. Tar 1977, 87–88. Nevertheless, The formal outline of the theory can be seen in philosophical form in the earlier work Studies on Authority and the Family of 1936, a work that presented Fromm's psychoanalytic theory of authoritarian sadomasochistic family relationships and their putative linkages with bourgeois capitalism and fascism. This philosophical speculative approach to antisemitism was refined in the chapter on antisemitism in Horkheimer and Adorno's 1944-1990 Dialectic of Enlightenment. In addition to being highly abstract and written in what might be termed a Hegelian manner, the style of writing is assertional. Statements about antisemitism are simply asserted with no attempt to provide any empirical justification. As Jacob Katz, 1983-40, notes, the Frankfurt School has not been notable for the accuracy of its evaluation of the Jewish situation either before the advent of Nazism or afterward. However, many of the ideas simply asserted there in a philosophical, speculative manner are identical to the theories of antisemitism contained in the authoritarian personality. Indeed, the authors viewed the chapter on antisemitism as a theoretical study for their anticipated empirical study of antisemitism, Wigeshau's 1994, 324. The authoritarian personality may thus be viewed as an attempt to provide these philosophical theories of antisemitism with empirical support, but the theory itself was fundamentally an a priori philosophical theory and was not viewed by its authors as subject to either verification or falsification. Horkheimer seems to consider the dialectics project and the antisemitism project as two distinct items relating to one another in the way that an abstract theory relates to its application to a concrete topic, or in the way that Hegel's logic relates to the Hegelian philosophies of history, law or aesthetics. Was this not turning a distinction within the theoretical and empirical research process into a distinction which silently gave the theory the dignity of speculation and made it independent of the empiricism appropriate to science? And was empirical research not thus being denied its status as a dimension of reflected experience, and degraded into a means of illustrating the theory? A further open question was whether their enthusiasm for the theory, and their contemptuous remarks about research in specific scientific disciplines, in fact represented more than mere evidence of personal values and moods, whether these did not have an influence on the way in which their scholarly work was carried out and on its results, particularly when external influences were forcing them to take both dimensions seriously. Wigeshau's 1994, 320, see also J. 1973, 240, 251. The non-empirical nature of the theory of antisemitism was quite clear to Adorno as well. W.E. never regarded the theory simply as a set of hypotheses but as in some sense standing on its own feet, and therefore did not intend to prove or disprove the theory through our findings but only to derive from it concrete questions for investigation, which must then be judged on their own merit and demonstrate certain prevalent socio-psychological structures. Adorno 1969a, 363. The findings do indeed have to be judged on their own merit, and as indicated below, there is reason to suppose that the procedures used to verify the theory went well beyond the bounds of normal scientific practice. Fundamentally, the authoritarian personality studies resulted from a felt need to develop an empirical program of research that would support a politically and intellectually satisfying a priori theory of antisemitism in order to influence an American academic audience. As Horkheimer stated in 1943, when we became aware that a few of our American friends expected of an Institute of Social Sciences that it engage in studies on pertinent social problems, fieldwork, and other empirical investigations, we tried to satisfy these demands as well as we could, but our heart was set on individual studies in the sense of Geistwissenschaften, i.e., the humanities, and the philosophical analysis of culture, in Wigeshau's 1994, 252. Indeed, the goal of producing political propaganda by using the methods of social science was self-consciously articulated by Horkheimer. Thus Horkheimer reacted with enthusiasm to the idea of including criminals in the study. Research would be able here to transform itself directly into propaganda, i.e., if it could be reliably established that a particularly high percentage of criminals were extreme anti-Semites, the result would as such already be propaganda. I would also like to try to examine psychopaths in mental hospitals, in Wigashau's 1994, 375, italics in text. Both groups were eventually included in the study. A general theme in dialectic of enlightenment is that antisemitism is the result of the will to destroy born of a false social order, p. 168. The ideology that Jews possess a variety of negative traits is simply a projection resulting in a self-portrait of the anti-Semite. Anti-Semites accuse the Jews of wanting power, but in reality the anti-Semites long for total possession, and unlimited power, at any price. They transfer their guilt for this to the Jews, p. 169. There is a recognition that antisemitism is associated with Gentile movements for national cohesiveness, pages 169 to 170. The antisemitism arising along with such movements is interpreted as resulting from the urge to destroy carried out by covetous mobs that are ultimately manipulated by ruling Gentile elites to conceal their own economic domination. Anti-Semitism is without function except to serve as a means of discharging the anger of those who are frustrated economically and sexually, p. 171. Horkheimer and Adorno propose that modern fascism is basically the same as traditional Christianity because both involve opposition to and subjugation of nature. While Judaism remained a natural religion concerned with national life and self-preservation, Christianity turned toward domination, and a rejection of all that is natural. In an argument reminiscent of Freud's argument in Moses and Monotheism, see Chapter 4, religious antisemitism then arises because of hatred of those who did not make the dull sacrifice of reason. The adherents of the religion of the Father are hated by those who support the religion of the Son, hated as those who know better, p. 179. This tendency to interpret antisemitism as fundamentally deriving from suppressing nature is central to studies in prejudice, and particularly the authoritarian personality. Suppression of nature results in projection of qualities of self onto the environment and particularly onto the Jews. Impulses which the subject will not admit as his own even though they are most assuredly so, are attributed to the object, the prospective victim, p. 187. Particularly important for this projection process are sexual impulses. The same sexual impulses which the human species suppressed have survived and prevailed, in individuals and in nations, by way of the mental conversion of the ambient world into a diabolical system, p. 187. Christian self-denial and, in particular, the suppression of sex result in evil, and antisemitism via projection. Psychoanalytic theory is invoked as an explanation of this process in a manner that, in its emphasis on suppressed hatred for the Father, also anticipates the theory utilized in the authoritarian personality. Aggressive urges originating in the ID are projected onto the external world by actions of the superego. The forbidden action which is converted into aggression is generally homosexual in nature. Through fear of castration, obedience to the Father is taken to the extreme of an anticipation of castration in conscious emotional approximation to the nature of a small girl, and actual hatred to the Father is suppressed, p. 192. Forbidden actions underlain by powerful instincts are thus turned into aggression, which is then projected onto victims in the external world, with the result that he attacks other individuals in envy or persecution just as the repressed bestialist hunts or torments an animal, p. 192. A later passage decries the suppression of animal nature into scientific methods of controlling nature, p. 193. Domination of nature, viewed as central to Christianity and fascism, thus derives ultimately from suppressing our animal nature. Horkheimer and Adorno then attempt to explain the role of conformity in fascism. They argue that cohesive Gentile group strategies are fundamentally based on a distortion of human nature, a central theme of the authoritarian personality. They posit a natural, non-conforming, reflective self in opposition to society that has been corrupted by capitalism or fascism. The development of large industrial interests and the culture industry of late capitalism have destroyed in most people the inner directed, reflective power that can produce self-comprehending guilt, p. 198, which could oppose the forces leading to anti-Semitism. This inner directed reflection was emancipated from society and even directed against society, p. 198, but under the above-mentioned forces, it conforms blindly to the values of the external society. Thus humans are portrayed as naturally opposed to the conformity demanded by a highly cohesive society. As indicated below, a consistent theme of the authoritarian personality is the idea that Gentile participation in cohesive groups with high levels of social conformity is pathological, whereas similar behavior of Jews with respect to the group cohesiveness characteristic of Judaism is ignored. Indeed, we have seen that Judaism is portrayed in the dialectic of enlightenment as morally superior to Christianity. The Gentile elite is then said to take advantage of the situation by directing the projected hostility of the masses into anti-Semitism. Jews are an ideal target for this projected hostility because they represent all that is antithetical to totalitarianism: happiness without power, wages without work, a home without frontiers, religion without myth. These characteristics are hated by the rulers because the ruled secretly long to possess them. The rulers are only safe as long as the people they rule turn their longed-for goals into hated forms of evil, p. 199. The conclusion is that if the rulers in fact allowed the ruled to be like the Jews, there would be a fundamental turning point of history. By overcoming that sickness of the mind which thrives on the ground of self-assertion untainted by reflective thought, mankind would develop from a set of opposing races to the species which, even in nature, is more than mere nature. Individual and social emancipation from domination is the counter-movement to false projection, and no Jew would then resemble the senseless evil visited upon him as upon all persecuted beings, be they animals or men. p. 200. The end of antisemitism is thus viewed as a precondition for the development of a utopian society and the liberation of humanity, perhaps the closest that the Frankfurt School ever came to defining utopia. The envisioned utopian society is one in which Judaism can continue as a cohesive group, but in which cohesive, nationalistic, corporate Gentile groups based on conformity to group norms have been abolished as manifestations of psychopathology. Horkheimer and Adorno developed the view that the unique role of Judaism in world history was to vindicate the concept of difference against the homogenizing forces thought to represent the essence of Western civilization. The Jews became the metaphoric equivalent of that remnant of society-preserving negation and the non-identical, J. 1980, 148. Judaism thus represents the antithesis of Western universalism. The continuation and acceptance of Jewish particularism becomes a precondition for the development of a utopian society of the future. Within this perspective, the roots of antisemitism are therefore to be sought in individual psychopathology, not in the behavior of Jews. Nevertheless, there is some acknowledgement that the actual characteristics of Jews may be involved in historical antisemitism, but Horkheimer and Adorno theorize that the Jewish characteristics that have led to antisemitism were forced on Jews. Jews are said to have incurred the wrath of the lower classes because Jews were the originators of capitalism. For the sake of economic progress which is now proving their downfall, the Jews were always a thorn in the side of the craftsmen and peasants who were declassed by capitalism. They are now experiencing to their own cost the exclusive, particularist character of capitalism, p. 175. However, this Jewish role is viewed as forced on the Jews who were completely dependent on Gentile elites for their rights even into the 19th century. Under these circumstances, commerce is not their vocation, it is their fate, p. 175. The success of the Jews then constituted a trauma to the Gentile bourgeoisie, who had to pretend to be creative, p. 175. Their antisemitism is thus self-hatred, the bad conscience of the parasite, p. 176. There are indications that the original antisemitism project envisioned a more elaborate discussion of Jewish character traits that led to antisemitism along with suggested methods for overcoming them. However, the topic never became part of the Institute's program, perhaps partly out of consideration for the sensitivity of most Jews towards this topic, and partly to avoid exposing the Institute to the accusation that it was turning the problem of antisemitism into a Jewish problem. Wigeshau's 1994, 366. Indeed, the Institute was well aware of a 1945 Jewish Labor Committee survey of working-class Americans in which the latter complained of Jewish behaviors related to the types of actual dealings working-class individuals would be likely to have with Jews. See Separation and Its Discontents, p. 50. Adorno appears to have believed that these attitudes were less irrational than the antisemitism of other classes. See Wigeshau's 1994, 369. I have noted that a powerful tendency in both radical politics and psychoanalysis has been a thoroughgoing critique of Gentile society. An important theme here is that studies in prejudice and, especially, the authoritarian personality attempt to show that Gentile group affiliations, and particularly membership in Christian religious sects, Gentile nationalism, and close family relationships, are an indication of psychiatric disorder. At a deep level, the work of the Frankfurt School is addressed to altering Western societies in an attempt to make them resistant to antisemitism by pathologizing Gentile group affiliations. And because this effort ultimately eschews the leftist solutions that have attracted so many 20th-century Jewish intellectuals, it is an effort that remains highly relevant to the current post-communist intellectual and political context. The opposition of Jewish intellectuals to cohesive Gentile groups and a homogeneous Gentile culture has perhaps not been sufficiently emphasized. I have noted in Chapter 1 that the conversos were vastly overrepresented among the humanist thinkers in 15th and 16th century Spain who opposed the corporate nature of Spanish society centered around the Christian religion. I have also noted that a central thrust of Freud's work was to continue to strongly identify as a Jew while at the same time developing a theory of Christian religious affiliation in which the latter is conceptualized as fulfilling infantile needs. Similarly, another way of conceptualizing the Jewish advocacy of radical political movements consistent with the material in Chapter 3 is that these political movements may be understood as simultaneously undermining Gentile intrasocietal group affiliations, such as Christianity and nationalism, at the same time allowing for the continuation of Jewish identification. For example, Jewish communists consistently opposed Polish nationalist aspirations, and after they came to power in the post-World War II era they liquidated Polish nationalists and undermined the role of the Catholic Church while simultaneously establishing secular Jewish economic and social structures. It is of some historical interest to note that an important feature of the rhetoric of German antisemites, for example, Paul Lagarde, see Stern 1961, 60, 65, throughout the 19th century into the Weimar period was that Jews advocated political forms such as liberalism, which opposed structuring society as a highly cohesive group. At the same time they themselves retained an extraordinary group cohesiveness that enabled them to dominate Germans. During the Weimar period the Nazi propagandist Alfred Rosenberg complained that Jews advocated a completely atomized society while at the same time exempting themselves from this process. Whereas the rest of society was to be prevented from participating in highly cohesive groups, the Jews would retain their international cohesiveness, blood ties, and spiritual unity. Askheim 1985, 239. In Mein Kampf, Hitler clearly believed that Jewish advocacy of liberal attitudes was a deception overlaying a commitment to racialism and a highly cohesive group strategy, while he, the Jew, seems to overflow with enlightenment, progress, freedom, humanity, etc. He himself practices the severest segregation of his race, p. 315. The conflict between Jewish advocacy of Enlightenment ideals and actual Jewish behavior was noted by Klein, 1981, 146, annoyed by the parochial attachments of other people, and unreceptive to the idea of a pluralistic state. Many non-Jews interpreted the Jewish assertion of pride as a subversion of the enlightened or egalitarian state. The Jewish stress on national or racial pride reinforced the non-Jewish perception of the Jew as a disruptive social force. Ringer, 1983, 7, also notes that a common component of antisemitism among academics during the Weimar period was a perception that Jews attempted to undermine patriotic commitment and social cohesion of society. Indeed, the perception that Jewish critical analysis of Gentile society was aimed at dissolving the bonds of cohesiveness within the society was common among educated Gentile Germans, including university professors. Ringer, 1983, 7. One academic referred to the Jews as the classic party of national decomposition, in Ringer, 1983, 7. In the event, National Socialism developed as a cohesive Gentile group strategy in opposition to Judaism, a strategy that completely rejected the Enlightenment ideal of an atomized society based on individual rights in opposition to the state. As I have argued in Separation and Its Discontents, Chapter 5, in this regard National Socialism was very much like Judaism, which has been throughout its history fundamentally a group phenomenon in which the rights of the individual have been submerged in the interests of the group. As evident in the material reviewed here and in the previous chapters, at least some influential Jewish social scientists and intellectuals have attempted to undermine Gentile group strategies while leaving open the possibility that Judaism continue as a highly cohesive group strategy. This theme is highly compatible with the Frankfurt School's consistent rejection of all forms of nationalism, Tar 1977, 20. The result is that in the end the ideology of the Frankfurt School may be described as a form of radical individualism that nevertheless despised capitalism and individualism, in which all forms of Gentile collectivism are condemned as an indication of social or individual pathology. Thus in Horkheimer's essay on German Jews, see Horkheimer 1974, the true enemy of the Jews is Gentile collectivities of any kind, and especially nationalism. Although no mention is made of the collectivist nature of Judaism, Zionism, or Israeli nationalism, the collectivist tendencies of modern Gentile society are deplored, especially fascism and communism. The prescription for Gentile society is radical individualism and the acceptance of pluralism. People have an inherent right to be different from others and to be accepted by others as different. Indeed, to become differentiated from others is to achieve the highest level of humanity. The result is that no party and no movement, neither the old left nor the new, indeed no collectivity of any sort, was on the side of truth. The residue of the forces of true change was located in the critical individual alone, Meyer 1984, 45. As a corollary of this thesis, Adorno adopted the idea that the basic role of philosophy is the negative role of resisting attempts to endow the world with any universality, objectivity, or totality, that is, with a single organizing principle for society that would homogenize society because it applied to all humans. See especially Adorno's Negative Dialectics, Adorno 1973, see also the review of Adorno's ideas on this concept in J. 1984, 241-275. In Negative Dialectics the main example attacked by Adorno is Hegel's idea of a universal history, also a stalking horse for Jacques Derrida, see below, but a similar argument applies to any ideology, such as nationalism, that results in a sense of national or pan-human universality. For example, the principle of exchange characteristic of capitalism is rejected because through it all humans become commensurable and thus lose their unique particularity. Science too is condemned because of its tendency to seek universal principles of reality, including human nature, and its tendency to look for quantitative, commensurable differences between humans rather than qualitative differences. Each object should be respected in its ungeneralized historical uniqueness, Landman 1984, 123. Or, as Adorno, 1974, 17, himself noted in Minima Moralia, in the face of the totalitarian unison with which the eradication of difference is proclaimed as a purpose in itself, even part of the social force of liberation may have temporarily withdrawn to the individual sphere. In the end, the only criterion for a better society was that it be one in which one can be different without fear. P. 131. The former communist had become an advocate of radical individualism, at least for the Gentiles. As discussed in Chapter 4, Erich Fromm, 1941, another member of the Frankfurt School until he was excluded, also recognized the utility of individualism as a prescription for Gentile society while nevertheless remaining strongly identified as a Jew. Congruent with this stress on individualism and the glorification of difference, Adorno embraced a radical form of philosophical skepticism which is completely incompatible with the entire social science enterprise of the authoritarian personality. Indeed, Adorno rejected even the possibility of ontology, reification, because he viewed the contrary positions as ultimately supporting totalitarianism. Given Adorno's preoccupation with Jewish issues and strong Jewish identity, it is reasonable to suppose that these ideological structures are intended to serve as a justification of Jewish particularism. In this view, Judaism, like any other historically particular entity, must remain beyond the reach of science, forever incomprehensible in its uniqueness and ever in opposition to all attempts to develop homogeneous social structures in the society as a whole. However, its continued existence is guaranteed as an a priori moral imperative. The prescription that Gentile society adopt a social organization based on radical individualism would indeed be an excellent strategy for the continuation of Judaism as a cohesive, collectivist group strategy. Research summarized by Triandis, 1990-1991, on cross-cultural differences in individualism and collectivism indicates that antisemitism would be lowest in individualist societies rather than societies that are collectivist and homogeneous apart from Jews. A theme of A People That Shall Dwell Alone, Chapter 8, is that European societies, with the notable exceptions of the National Socialist era in Germany and the medieval period of Christian religious hegemony, both periods of intense antisemitism, have been unique among the economically advanced traditional and modern cultures of the world in their commitment to individualism. As I have argued in Separation and Its Discontents, chapters 3 to 5, the presence of Judaism as a highly successful and salient group strategy provokes anti-individualist responses from Gentile societies. Collectivist Cultures, and Triandis, 1990, 57, explicitly includes Judaism in this category, place a much greater emphasis on the goals and needs of the in-group rather than on individual rights and interests. Collectivist cultures develop an unquestioned attachment to the in-group, including the perception that in-group norms are universally valid, a form of ethnocentrism, automatic obedience to in-group authorities, and willingness to fight and die for the in-group. These characteristics are usually associated with distrust of and unwillingness to cooperate with outgroups, p. 55. In collectivist cultures, morality is conceptualized as that which benefits the group, and aggression and exploitation of outgroups are acceptable. Triandis 1990-90. People in individualist cultures, in contrast, show little emotional attachment to in-groups. Personal goals are paramount, and socialization emphasizes the importance of self-reliance, independence, individual responsibility, and finding yourself. Triandis 1991-82. Individualists have more positive attitudes toward strangers and outgroup members and are more likely to behave in a prosocial, altruistic manner to strangers. Because they are less aware of in-group-outgroup boundaries, people in individualist cultures are less likely to have negative attitudes toward outgroup members. 1991-80. They often disagree with in-group policy, show little emotional commitment or loyalty to in-groups, and do not have a sense of common fate with other in-group members. Opposition to outgroups occurs in individualist societies, but the opposition is more rational in the sense that there is less of a tendency to suppose that all of the outgroup members are culpable for the misdeeds of a few. Individualists form mild attachments to many groups, whereas collectivists have an intense attachment and identification to a few in-groups. 1990-61. The expectation is that individualists will tend to be less predisposed to antisemitism and more likely to blame any offensive Jewish behavior as resulting from transgressions by individual Jews rather than stereotypically true of all Jews. However, Jews, as members of a collectivist subculture living in an individualistic society, are themselves more likely to view the Jewish-Gentile distinction as extremely salient, and to develop stereotypically negative views about Gentiles. In Triandis's terms, then, the fundamental intellectual difficulty presented by the authoritarian personality is that Judaism itself is a highly collectivist subculture in which authoritarianism, an obedience to in-group norms and the suppression of individual interests for the common good have been of vital importance throughout its history. A people that shall dwell alone, chapters 6 and 8. Such attributes in Gentiles tend to result in anti-Semitism, because of social identity processes. Jews may, as a result, perceive themselves to have a vital interest in advocating a highly individualist, atomized Gentile culture while simultaneously maintaining their own highly elaborated collectivist subculture. This is the perspective developed by the Frankfurt School and apparent throughout studies in prejudice. However, we shall see that the authoritarian personality extends beyond the attempt to pathologize cohesive Gentile groups to pathologize adaptive Gentile behavior in general. The principal intellectual difficulty is that behavior that is critical to Judaism as a successful group evolutionary strategy is conceptualized as pathological in Gentiles. Review of the authoritarian personality. The authoritarian personality, Adorno, Frenkel Brunswick, Levinson and Sanford 1950, is a true classic of research in social psychology. It has generated thousands of studies, and references continue to appear in textbooks, although in recent years there has been increasing criticism and rejection of the personality approach to intergroup, prejudice and hostility. Nathan Glaser, 1954, 290, noted, "No volume published since the war in the field of social psychology has had a greater impact on the direction of the actual empirical work being carried on in the universities today." Despite its influence, from the beginning it has been common to point out technical problems with the construction of the scales and the conduct and interpretation of the interviews. See Altemeyer 1981, 33-51, 1988, 52-54, Billings, Guastello and Rica 1993, R. Brown 1965, 509 ff, Collier. Minton and Reynolds 1991, 196, Hyman and Sheetsley 1954. The result is that the authoritarian personality has become something of a textbook on how not to do social science research. Nevertheless, despite technical problems with the original scale construction, there is no question that there is such a thing as psychological authoritarianism, in the sense that it is possible to construct a reliable psychometric scale that measures such a construct. Whereas the F-scale from the original authoritarian personality studies is plagued with an acquiescent response set bias, more recent versions of the scale have managed to avoid this difficulty while retaining substantially the same correlates with other scales. However, the validity of the scale in measuring actual authoritarian behavior, as opposed to having a high score on an authoritarianism scale, continues to be controversial. See Billings et al. 1993. In any case, my treatment will emphasize two aspects of the authoritarian personality that are central to the political program of the Frankfurt School. 1. I will emphasize the double standard in which Gentile behavior inferred from high scores on the F-scale or the ethnocentrism scales is viewed as an indication of psychopathology, whereas precisely the same behavior is central to Judaism as a group evolutionary strategy. 2. I will also criticize the psychodynamic mechanisms involving disturbed parent-child relationships proposed to underlie authoritarianism. These proposed psychodynamic mechanisms are responsible for the highly subversive nature of the book considered as political propaganda. Not coincidentally, it is this strand of the project that has often struck commentators as highly questionable. Thus Altemeyer, 1988, 53, notes that despite the unconvincing nature of the scientific evidence supporting it, the basic idea that antisemitism is the result of disturbed parent-child relationships has spread so widely through our culture that it has become a stereotype. Moreover, much of the incredible success of the authoritarian personality studies occurred because of the book's widespread acceptance among Jewish social scientists, who by the 1950s had assumed a prominent role in the American academic community and were very concerned with antisemitism. Hayam 1984, 154, see also below. The politicized nature of the authoritarian personality has long been apparent to mainstream psychologists. Roger Brown noted, "The study called the authoritarian personality has affected American life. The theory of prejudice it propounded has become a part of popular culture and a force against racial discrimination." Is it also true? You must be the judge. The Berkeley study of authoritarian personality does not leave many people indifferent. Cool objectivity has not been the hallmark of this tradition. Most of those who have participated have cared deeply about the social issues involved. Brown 1965, 479, 544. The last part of Brown's comment reflects the feeling one has in reading the book, namely, that the beliefs of the authors were important in conceptualizing and interpreting the research. A good example of such a reader is Christopher Lasch, 1991, 445 ff., who noted the purpose and design of studies in prejudice dictated the conclusion that prejudice, a psychological disorder rooted in authoritarian personality structure, could be eradicated only by subjecting the American people to what amounted to collective psychotherapy, by treating them as inmates of an insane asylum. From the beginning, this was social science with a political agenda. By identifying the liberal personality as the antithesis of the authoritarian personality, they equated mental health with an approved political position. They defended liberalism, on the grounds that other positions had their roots in personal pathology. Lasch 1991, 453. The authoritarian personality begins by acknowledging Freud as a general influence, and especially his role in making the intellectual world more aware of the suppression of children, both within the home and outside, and society's usually naive ignorance of the psychological dynamics of the life of the child and the adult alike. P.X. In congruence with this general perspective, Adorno and his colleagues, in common with most social scientists, hold the view that antisemitism is based more largely upon factors in the subject and in his total situation than upon actual characteristics of Jews. p. 2. The roots of antisemitism are therefore to be sought in individual psychopathology, the deep-lying needs of the personality, p. 9, and not in the behavior of Jews. Chapter 2, by Arnevit Sanford, consists of interview material from two individuals, one high on antisemitism, Mac, the other low on antisemitism, Larry. Mac is quite ethnocentric and tends to see people in terms of in-group-out-group relationships in which the outgroup is characterized in a stereotypically negative manner. As predicted for such a person on the basis of social identity theory, Hogg and Abrams 1987, his own group, the Irish, has approved traits, and outgroups are seen as homogeneous and threatening. Whereas Mac is strongly conscious of groups as a unit of social categorization, Larry does not think in terms of groups at all. Although Mac's ethnocentrism is clearly viewed as pathological, there is no thought given to the possibility that Jews also have analogously ethnocentric thought processes as a result of the extreme salience of in-group-out-group relationships as an aspect of Jewish socialization. Indeed, in Separation and Its Discontents, Chapter 1, I noted that Jews would be more likely than Gentiles to have negative stereotypes about outgroups and to view the world as composed fundamentally of homogeneous, competing, threatening, and negatively stereotyped outgroups. Moreover, there is excellent evidence, summarized throughout this volume, that Jews have often held negative views of Gentile, i.e., outgroup, culture. Nevertheless, as we shall see, the agenda of the authoritarian personality is that similar ethnocentric attitudes among Gentiles are traceable to pathological early influences on personality. Further, a consistent theme in chapters 2 to 4 is that a major thrust of Jewish intellectual movements since the 19th century has been to devise theories that minimize the importance of the social category Jew-Gentile while allowing for the continuation of a very strong sense of Jewish identity. Larry's tendency not to see the social environment in terms of groups is linked with an absence of antisemitism, whereas Mac's antisemitism, is necessarily linked to the importance of groups as a social category. These themes and their influence on scale construction can be seen in chapters 3 and 4, by Daniel J. Levinson. Levinson notes that anti-Semites tend to see Jews as members of groups rather than as individuals, and he suggests that the effectiveness of individual experience with Jews would seem to depend in large part on the individual's capacity for individuated experiences, p. 95, italics in text. Levinson also notes that individuals who themselves belong to groups with a strong in-group ideology, such as sororities, are more likely to be anti-Semitic, p. 104. Again, the implication is that strong in-group ideologies should be reserved for Jews and are dangerous in others. These findings fit well with the discussion of individualist versus collectivist societies at the beginning of this chapter. Jews, as a highly cohesive group, have an interest in advocating a completely atomistic, individualistic society in which in-group-out-group distinctions are not salient to Gentiles. The ethnocentrism scale has three subscales, one involving attitudes toward African Americans, one involving attitudes toward minorities in general, and one involving patriotism. Although the presentation of the ethnocentrism scale leads one to believe that the researchers are studying ethnocentrism in general, in fact the scale items are exclusively concerned with ethnocentrism among the Caucasian Christian population. Those high in ethnocentrism according to this scale have negative attitudes toward African Americans and Jews and positive attitudes toward white, Christian dominance. For example, one item on the ethnocentrism scale is in view of the present national emergency, World War II, it is highly important to limit responsible government jobs to native, white, Christian Americans. The result of including such items is that a strongly identified Jew, for whom the in-group-out-group distinction is salient, would have a low score on Levinson's ethnocentrism scale. Items on the antisemitism scale appear to imply that an aspect of antisemitism is the Gentile view that Jews constitute a distinctive group. For example, one of the items is the trouble with letting Jews into a nice neighborhood is that they gradually give it a typical Jewish atmosphere. Brown, 1965, 483, comments, how could it be otherwise? Surely Jews will produce a Jewish atmosphere. They will at any rate do so if one thinks of Jews as categorically different from non-Jews. However, it is just this saliency of Jewishness which the authors consider the beginning of antisemitism. Here the implicit assumption is that the salience of the Jewish-Gentile social categorization signals antisemitism in Gentiles and therefore indicates disturbed parent-child relations. Nevertheless, among Jews, such a social categorization process is critical for the continuation of Judaism as a group evolutionary strategy. Similarly ironic as an aspect of the antisemitism scale is the inclusion of the items I can hardly imagine myself marrying a Jew and it is wrong for Jews and Gentiles to intermarry. Such attitudes apparently result from disturbed parent-child relationships among Gentiles and the suppression of human nature, yet the rejection of intermarriage has been common among Jews. Indeed, the threat of intermarriage has recently produced a crisis within the Jewish community and has resulted in intensive efforts to persuade Jews to marry other Jews. See Separation and its Discontents, Chapter 8. Other items reflecting aspects of Judaism as a group evolutionary strategy in fact have substantial empirical support. For example, several items are concerned with perceptions of Jewish clannishness and its effect on residential patterns and business practices. Other items are concerned with perceptions that Jews engage in cultural separatism, and with perceptions that Jews have power, money and influence out of proportion to their numbers in the population. There is an item that reflects the overrepresentation of Jews in leftist and radical political causes. There seems to be some revolutionary streak in the Jewish makeup as shown by the fact that there are so many Jewish communists and agitators. However, data reviewed in this volume, Separation and its Discontents, and A People That Shall Dwell Alone indicate that in fact there is considerable truth in all these generalizations. Being high on the antisemitism scale may therefore simply mean that one has access to more information rather than a sign of a disturbed childhood. Particularly interesting is the patriotism scale, designed to tap attitudes involving blind attachment to certain national cultural values, uncritical conformity with the prevailing group ways, and rejection of other nations as outgroups, p. 107. Again, strong attachment to group interests among the majority group is considered pathology, whereas no mention is made of analogous group attachments among Jews. An advocacy of strong discipline and conformity within the majority group is an important indicator of this pathology. One scale item reads, minor forms of military training, obedience, and discipline, such as drill, marching, and simple commands, should be made a part of the elementary school educational program. However, no mention is made of discipline, conformity, and the socialization of group cohesiveness as important ideals within minority group strategies. As indicated in A People That Shall Dwell Alone, Chapter 7, traditional Jewish socialization practices have placed strong emphasis on discipline within the group and psychological acceptance of group goals, i.e., conformity. These results are of interest because an important aspect of this entire effort is to pathologize positive attitudes toward creating a highly cohesive, well-disciplined group strategy among Gentiles, but nevertheless failing to censure such attitudes among Jews. Individuals high on the ethnocentrism scale as well as the antisemitism scale are undoubtedly people who are very group conscious. They see themselves as members of cohesive groups, including, in some cases, their own ethnic group and, at the highest level, the nation, and they view negatively outgroup individuals and individuals who deviate from group goals and group norms. In Chapter 3 Levinson states that anti-Semites want power for their own groups and value clannishness in their own groups while condemning similar Jewish behavior, p. 97. Conversely, the data reviewed in this volume are highly compatible with the proposition that many Jews want power for their own group and value clannishness in their own group, but condemn such behavior in Gentiles. Indeed, the discussion at the beginning of this chapter indicates that this is precisely the ideology of the Frankfurt School responsible for these studies. From the standpoint of the authors of the authoritarian personality, group consciousness in the majority is viewed as pathological because it tends necessarily to be opposed to Jews as a cohesive, unassimilated, and unassimilable minority group. Viewed from this perspective, the central agenda of the authoritarian personality is to pathologize Gentile group strategies while nevertheless leaving open the possibility of Judaism as a minority group strategy. In his discussion, Levinson views ethnocentrism as fundamentally concerned with in-group-out-group perceptions, a perspective that is congruent with social identity theory that I have proposed as the best candidate for developing a theory of antisemitism. Levinson concludes, ethnocentrism is based on a pervasive and rigid in-group-out-group distinction. It involves stereotyped negative imagery and hostile attitudes regarding outgroups, stereotyped positive imagery and submissive attitudes regarding in-groups, and a hierarchical, authoritarian view of group interaction in which in-groups are rightly dominant, out-groups subordinate, p. 150, italics in text. Further, Levinson notes the ethnocentric need for an outgroup prevents that identification with humanity as a whole which is found in anti-ethnocentrism, p. 148. Levinson clearly believes that ethnocentrism is a sign of psychiatric disorder and that identification with humanity is the epitome of mental health, but he never draws the obvious inference that Jews themselves are unlikely to identify with humanity, given the importance of in-group-out-group distinctions, so central to Judaism. Moreover, Levinson describes the anti-Semite Max demand that Jews assimilate as a demand that Jews liquidate themselves, that they lose entirely their cultural identity and adhere instead to the prevailing cultural ways, p. 97. Levinson sees the demand that Jews assimilate, and thus abandon rigid in-group-out-group social categorization processes, as an aspect Max anti-Semitic psychopathology. At the same time Levinson is perfectly willing to advocate that the anti-Semite identify with humanity and abandon in-group-out-group social categorization processes. Clearly ethnocentrism, and its concomitant salience of in-group-out-group social categorization is to be reserved for Jews and pathologized as an aspect of Gentile behavior. The material reviewed throughout this volume indicates that a major thrust of Jewish intellectual activity has been to promote liberal radical political beliefs in Gentiles. Here Levinson links ethnocentrism with conservative economic and political views, with the implication that these attitudes are part of a pervasive social pathology stemming ultimately from disturbed parent-child relationships. Levinson finds an association among political conservatism, economic conservatism, support of prevailing politico-economic ideology and authority, and ethnocentrism, stigmatization of outgroups. However, the further development of liberal radical views is ordinarily based on imagery and attitudes identical to those underlying anti-ethnocentric ideology, opposition to hierarchy and to dominance submission, removal of class and group barriers, emphasis on equalitarian interaction, and so on, p. 181. Here the ethical superiority of the removal of group barriers is advocated in an official publication of the AJ Committee, an organization dedicated to a way of life in which de facto group barriers and the discouraging of intermarriage have been and continue to be critical and the subject of intense feelings among Jewish activists. Given the overwhelming evidence that Jews support leftist liberal political programs and continue to have a strong Jewish identification, see Chapter 3, one can only conclude that the results are another confirmation of the analysis presented there. Leftism among Jews has functioned as a means of de-emphasizing the importance of the Jewish-Gentile distinction among Gentiles while nevertheless allowing for its continuation among Jews. Levinson then proceeds to a section of the analysis with large repercussions. Levinson provides data showing that individuals with different political party preferences than their fathers have lower ethnocentrism scores. He then proposes that rebelling against the father is an important predictor of lack of ethnocentrism. Ethnocentrists tend to be submissive to in-group authority, anti-ethnocentrists to be critical and rebellious, and the family is the first and prototypic in-group, p. 192. Levinson asks the reader to consider a two-generation situation in which the first generation tends to be relatively high on ethnocentrism and political conservatism, that is, they identify with their ethnic group and its perceived economic and political interests. Prediction of whether children will similarly identify with their ethnic group and its perceived interests depends on whether children rebel against their fathers. The conclusion of this syllogism, given the values implicit in the study, is that rebelling against parental values is psychologically healthy because it results in lower ethnocentrism scores. Conversely, lack of rebellion against the parent is implicitly viewed as pathological. These ideas are expanded in later sections of the authoritarian personality, and indeed constitute a central aspect of the entire project. One wonders if these social scientists would similarly advocate that Jewish children should reject their families as the prototypical in-group. The transmission of Judaism over the generations has required that children accept parental values. In Chapter 3 it was noted that during the 1960s radical Jewish students, but not radical Gentile students, identified strongly with their parents and with Judaism. I have also discussed extensive socialization practices whereby Jewish children were socialized to accept community interests over individual interests. These practices function to produce strong in-group loyalty among Jews, see A People That Shall Dwell Alone, Chapters 7 and 8. Again, there is an implicit double standard, rebellion against parents and the complete abandonment of all in-group designations is the epitome of mental health for Gentiles, whereas Jews are implicitly allowed to continue with a strong sense of in-group identity and follow in their parents' footsteps. Similarly with regard to religious affiliation, Arnevit Sanford, Chapter 6, finds that affiliation with various Christian religious sects is associated with ethnocentrism, and that individuals who have rebelled against their parents and adopted another religion or no religion are lower on ethnocentrism. These relationships are explained as due to the fact that acceptance of a Christian religion is associated with conformity, conventionalism, authoritarian submission, determination by external pressures, thinking in in-group out-group terms and the like versus non-conformity, independence, internalization of values, and so forth, p. 220. Again, individuals identifying strongly with the ideology of a majority group are viewed as suffering from psychopathology, yet Judaism as a viable religion would necessarily be associated with these same psychological processes. Indeed, Sirkin and Grelong, 1988, found that rebellion and negative parent-child relationships during adolescence were associated with Jewish young people's abandoning Judaism to join religious cults. Negative parent-child relationships predict lack of acceptance of parents' religious group membership, whatever the religion involved. Part 2 of The Authoritarian Personality consists of 5 chapters by Else Frenkel Brunswick presenting interview data from a subset of the subjects studied in Part 1. Although there are pervasive methodological difficulties with these data, they provide a fairly consistent, theoretically intelligible contrast in the family relationships between high scorers and low scorers on the ethnocentrism scale. However, the picture presented is quite different from that which the authors of The Authoritarian Personality intend to convey. In conjunction with the material from the projective questions in Chapter 15, the data strongly suggest that high scorers on the ethnocentrism scale tend to come from very functional, adaptive, competent, and concerned families. These individuals identify with their families as a prototypical in-group and appear intent on replicating that family structure in their own lives. Low scorers appear to have ambivalent, rebellious relationships with their families and identify minimally with their family as an in-group. Frenkel Brunswick first discusses differences in attitudes toward parents and conceptions of the family. Prejudiced individuals glorify their parents, and view their family as an in-group. Low-scoring individuals, in contrast, are said to have an objective view of their parents combined with genuine affection. To make these claims plausible, Frenkel Brunswick must show that the very positive attitudes shown by high scorers are not genuine affection but are simply masks for repressed hostility. However, as Altemeyer, 1981, 43, notes, it is at least possible that the parents of the high scorers really were a little better than most, and that the small relationships found have a perfectly factual, non-psychodynamic explanation. I would go further than Altemeyer and claim that the parents and families of the high scorers were almost certainly quite a bit better than the parents and families of the low scorers. Frenkel Brunswick's only example of genuine affection on the part of a low scorer involves a female subject who recounted her despair at being abandoned by her father. It would appear from data discussed below that abandonment and ambivalence are generally more common among the low scorers. This subject, F63, makes the following comment: "But I remember when my father left, my mother came to my room and said, 'You'll never see your daddy again.' Those were her exact words. I was crazy with grief and felt it was her fault. I threw things, emptied drawers out of the window, pulled the spreads off the bed, then threw things at the wall." p. 346. The example does indeed show a strong attachment between father and daughter, but the point clearly is that the relationship is one of abandonment, not affection. Moreover, Frenkel Brunswick mentions that some of the low scorers appear to have blocked affect regarding their parents, that is, the low scorers have no emotional response at all toward them. One wonders, then, in what sense the low scorers can be said to have genuinely positive emotional relationships with their parents. As we shall see, the data as a whole indicate very high levels of hostility and ambivalence among the low scorers. In contrast, high-scoring women are said to perceive themselves as victimized by their parents. The word victimized has negative connotations, and my own reading of the published interview material suggests that the subjects are expressing negative feelings toward parental discipline, or unfairness within the context of an overall positive relationship. Parent-child relationships, like any relationship, may be viewed as consisting of positive and negative attributes from the standpoint of the child, much like an account ledger. Relationships in general are not likely to be perfect from the standpoint of all parties because people's interests conflict. The result is that a perfect relationship from one person's standpoint may seem like exploitation to the other person in the relationship. So it is in parent-child relationships, Macdonald 1988a, 166 to 169. A perfect relationship from the standpoint of the child would be unbalanced and would undoubtedly be highly unbalanced against the parent, what is usually termed a permissive or indulgent parent-child relationship. My interpretation of the research on parent-child interaction, and this is a mainstream point of view, is that children will accept high levels of parental control if the relationship with the parents is positive overall. Macdonald 1988a, 1992a, 1997. Developmental psychologists use the term authoritative parenting to refer to parenting in which the child accepts parental control within the context of a generally positive relationship. Bornrind 1971, Maccabee and Martin 1983. Although children of authoritative parents undoubtedly may not always enjoy parental discipline and restrictions, this style of parenting is associated with well-adjusted children. A child may therefore resent some activities of the parent within the context of an overall positive relationship, and there is no psychological difficulty with supposing that the child could accept having to perform unpleasant work or even being discriminated against as a female while nevertheless having a very positive overall view of the parent-child relationship. Frankel-Brunswick's examples of girls who have very positive views of their parents but also complain about situations in which they were made to do housework or were treated less well than their brothers need not be interpreted as indicating suppressed hostility. Frankel-Brunswick states that these resentments are not ego-accepted by the girls, a comment I interpret as indicating that the girls did not view the resentment as completely compromising the relationship. Her example of such non-ego-accepted resentment is as follows: F39, mother was terribly strict with me about learning to keep house. I am glad now, but I resented it then. It is only by accepting a psychodynamic interpretation in which normal resentments about being required to work are a sign of powerful suppressed hostilities and rigid defense mechanisms that we can view these women, as in any sense pathological. It is ultimately the proposed repressed hostility engendered by parental discipline that results in anti-Semitism. The displacement of a repressed antagonism toward authority may be one of the sources, and perhaps the principal source, of antagonism toward outgroups, p. 482. Whereas the negative feelings high scorers had toward their parents tend to derive from parental efforts to discipline the child or get the child to do household chores, the negative feelings of the low scorers are the result of feelings of desertion and loss of affection, p. 349. However, in the case of the low scorers, Frankel-Brunswick emphasizes that the desertions and loss of love are frankly accepted, and this acceptance, in her view, precludes psychopathology. I have already discussed F63, whose father abandoned her. Another low-scoring subject, M55, states, for example, he would take a delicacy like candy, pretend to offer us some and then eat it himself and laugh uproariously. Makes him seem sort of a monster, though he's not really, p. 350. It is not surprising that such egregious examples of parental insensitivity are vividly recalled by the subject. However, in the upside-down world of the authoritarian personality, their being recalled is viewed as a sign of mental health in the subjects, whereas the overtly positive relationships of the high scorers are a sign of deep, unconscious layers of psychopathology. Contemporary developmental research on authoritative parenting and parent-child warmth also indicates that authoritative parents are more successful in transmitting cultural values to their children. For example, Macdonald 1988a, 1992, 1997a. In reading the interview material, one is struck by the fact that low scorers have rather negative views of their parents, whereas high scorers have quite positive views. It is reasonable to suppose that the low scorers would be more rebelliousness against parental values, and this indeed occurs. Part of the deception of the authoritarian personality, however, is that low scorers' resentment directed toward their parents is interpreted as a sign that parental discipline is not overpowering. Since typical low scorers do not really see their parents as any too overpowering or frightening, they can afford to express their feelings of resentment more readily. p. 346. The meager signs of affection in the children of low scorers and the obvious signs of resentment are thus interpreted by Frenkel-Brunswick as genuine affection, whereas the very positive perceptions of their parents held by the high scorers are viewed as the result of extreme parental authoritarianism, resulting in repressions and denial of parental faults. These results are an excellent example of the ideological biases characteristic of this entire project. A developmental psychologist looking at these data is impressed by the fact that the parents of the high scorers manage to inculcate a very positive perception of family life in their children while managing to discipline them nonetheless. As indicated above, contemporary researchers label this type of parent as authoritative, and the research supports the general proposal that children of such parents will accept adult values. Children from such families have close relationships with their parents, and they accept parental values and group identifications. Thus, if the parents accept religious identifications, the child from such a family is more likely to accept them as well. And if parents hold up education as a value, the children are also likely to accept the importance of doing well in school. These authoritative parents set standards for their children's behavior and monitor compliance with these standards. The warmth of the parent-child relationship motivates the child to conform to these standards and to monitor his or her behavior in a manner that avoids violating in-group, i.e., family, norms of behavior. The deeply subversive agenda of the authoritarian personality is to pathologize this type of family among Gentiles. However, since parental affection is viewed positively according to the theory, evidence for parental affection among the high scorers must be interpreted as a mask for parental hostility, and the low scorers had to be interpreted as having affectionate parents despite surface appearances to the contrary. Rebellion against parents by the low scorers is then conceptualized as the normal outcome of affectionate child rearing, a ridiculous view at best. Fundamentally, then, the political agenda of the authoritarian personality is to undercut Gentile family structure, but the ultimate aim is to subvert the entire social categorization scheme underlying Gentile society. The authors of the authoritarian personality are studying a society in which variation in families can be seen as ranging from families that essentially replicate current social structure to families that produce rebellion and change in social structure. The former families are highly cohesive, and children within these families have a strong sense of in-group feeling toward their families. The children also fundamentally accept the social categorization structure of their parents as the social categories expand to include church, community, and nation. This relatively strong sense of in-group thinking then tends, as expected by social identity research, to result in negative attitudes to individuals from different religions, communities, and nations. From the standpoint of the authors of the authoritarian personality, this type of family must be established as pathological, despite the fact that this is exactly the type of family necessary for the continuation of a strong sense of Jewish identity. Jewish children must accept the social categorization system of their parents. They must view their families as in-groups and ultimately accept the in-group represented by Judaism. Again, the fundamental intellectual difficulty that runs throughout the entire book is that its agenda must inevitably pathologize in Gentiles what is critical to the maintenance of Judaism. The success of the families of high scorers in transmitting parental values is illustrated by the fact that children of the high scorers feel a sense of obligation and duty toward their parents. Note particularly the response of F78, about whom it was said, "Her parents definitely approve of the engagement. Subject wouldn't even go with anyone if they didn't like him." p. 351. Here a woman who intends to marry someone approved by her parents and who takes account of the views of her parents in dating is viewed as having a psychiatric disorder. One wonders if Frankel-Brunswick would similarly analyze such a response in a Jewish subject. Another indication of the overwhelmingly positive family experiences of the high scorers is that they often comment that their parents were very solicitous toward them. Within Frankel-Brunswick's worldview, this is another sign of pathology among the high scorers that is variously labeled ego-alien dependence, p. 353, and blatant opportunism, p. 354. Consider, for example, the following response from a high scorer, F79, I always say my mother is still taking care of me. You should see my closets, stacked with fruits, jams, pickles. She just loves to do things for people, p. 354. To categorize such an expression of parental solicitude as part of a pathological syndrome is truly astonishing. Similarly, Frankel-Brunswick terms the following comment by a high-scoring woman as illustrative of the blatant opportunism characteristic of high scorers: father was extremely devoted to family, will work his fingers to the bone for them, never has done any drinking, p. 365. Another high scorer, F24, in describing how wonderful her father is, says, he is always willing to do anything for you, p. 365. An evolutionist would interpret these comments as indicating that the parents of high scorers invest greatly in their families and make the welfare of their families their first priority. They insist on appropriate behavior from their children and are not reticent about using physical punishment to control children's behavior. Data summarized in A People That Shall Dwell Alone, Chapter 7, indicate that this is exactly the type of parenting characteristic of Jews in traditional Eastern European shtetl societies. In these societies, high investment parenting and conformity to parental practices, especially religious belief, were very important. Jewish mothers in these communities are said to be characterized by an unremitting solicitude regarding their children, Zborowski and Herzog 1952, 193. They engage in boundless suffering and sacrifice. Parents kill themselves for the sake of their children, p. 294. At the same time, there is a strong sense of parental control over children, including anger directed at the child and considerable use of physical punishment performed in anger, pages 336 to 337. Patterns of highly intrusive, solicitous, dependency-producing, and authoritarian parenting continue among contemporary Hasidic Jews, Mintz 1992, 176 ff. This style of high-investment parenting, in which high levels of solicitude are combined with powerful controls over children's behavior, is effective in getting children to identify with parental values in traditional Jewish societies. Supreme among these values is accepting parents' religion, and the necessity of choosing a marriage partner suitable to the parents and especially to avoid marrying a Gentile. To have a child marry a Gentile is a horrifying, catastrophic event that indicates that something must be wrong with the parents. Zborowski and Herzog 1952, 231. For Frankel-Brunswick, however, parental solicitude, accepting parental values, and parental influence on marriage decisions are a sign of pathology, a forerunner of fascism. For Gentiles, but apparently not for Jews, rebellion against parental values is the epitome of mental health. The interview data on the family as an in-group are particularly interesting in this regard. High-scoring subjects are proud of their families, their accomplishments, and their traditions. With typical rhetorical chutzpah, Frankel-Brunswick calls these expressions of family pride a setting off of a homogeneous totalitarian family against the rest of the world, p. 356. For example, a high scorer, F68, states of her father, his folks were pioneers, gold settlers and quite wealthy. Everyone knows the dashs of dash, county up that way, p. 357. Pride in oneself and one's family is an indicator of psychiatric disorder. Further evidence that the family relationships of high scorers are more positive comes from the data on parental conflict. The following comment is described as typical by the high-scoring men as a response to being asked how their parents got along together. M41, fine, never did hear no quarreling. In contrast, rather severe parental conflict is quite apparent in the records of the low scorers. M59, well, just the usual family quarrels. Maybe raise her voice a bit. What bones of contention? Well, the fact that in the first 10 years of my mother's married life, my dad used to get drunk quite often and he would beat her physically, and later on, as the children were growing up, she resented my father's influence, though he contributed to our support. He used to come about twice a week, sometimes oftener, p. 369. This picture of conflict in the families of low scorers receives the following interpretation by Frankel Brunswick. The foregoing records illustrate the frankness and the greater insight into the marital conflicts of the parents, p. 369. The assumption seems to be that all families are characterized by alcoholism, desertion, physical abuse, quarreling, and narcissistic preoccupation with one's own pleasures rather than family needs. Mental health in the low scorers is indicated by their being aware of familial psychopathology, whereas the pathological high scorers simply fail to recognize these phenomena in their families and persist in their delusions that their parents are self-sacrificing, loving disciplinarians. This is a good example of the usefulness of psychodynamic theory in creating a politically effective reality. Behavior that conflicts with one's theory can be ascribed to repression of deep conflicts, and truly pathological behavior becomes the essence of sanity because the subject recognizes it as such. Frankel Brunswick invents the term denial of conflict as a description of the pathology of the high-scoring families, p. 369, a term that is reminiscent of ego-alien dependence and victimization mentioned earlier. My reading of these protocols would lead me to label the relationships as lack of conflict, but in the upside-down world of the authoritarian personality, lack of apparent conflict is a sure sign of the denial of extremely severe conflict. The same picture is presented in sibling relationships. Sibling relationships described in very positive terms by high-scoring subjects are pathologized as conventional idealization or glorification, whereas the very negative relationships of low scorers are described as objective appraisal. The following description of a brother from a high scorer illustrates how Frankel Brunswick manages to pathologize highly cohesive, self-sacrificing family life among Gentiles. M52, well, he's a wonderful kid. Has been wonderful to my parents. Now 21. Always lived at home. Gives most of his earnings to my parents, p. 378. The assumption seems to be that this description could not conceivably be accurate and is therefore an example of pathological glorification of siblings. Frankel Brunswick also attempts to pathologize Gentile concern with social class and upward social mobility. High scorers are portrayed as status concerned and therefore pathological for such statements as the following. M57, on being asked why his parents disciplined him, replies, well, they didn't want me to run with some kind of people, slummy women, always wanted me to associate with the higher class of people, p. 383. A concern with social status is thus viewed as pathological. An evolutionary perspective, in contrast to Frankel Brunswick's view, emphasizes the adaptive significance of social class status. An evolutionist would find the behavior of the parents to be quite adaptive, since they want their son to be concerned about upward social mobility and want a respectable woman for a daughter-in-law. The parents are concerned about social status, and an evolutionist would note that such a concern has been of critical evolutionary importance in stratified societies over historical time. See A People That Shall Dwell Alone, Chapter 7. The other example of concern with social status presented by Frankel Brunswick is an individual, who is concerned with having biological heirs. A high scorer says, I want a home and I want to get married, not because I want a wife, but because I want a child. I want the child because I want someone to pass my things on to. I suddenly have become very conscious of my background that I forget about. How do you mean? Family background, p. 383. Again, biologically adaptive gentile behavior is pathologized, and one wonders if the authors would consider the official, religiously based concern with reproductive success, biological relatedness, and control of resources among Jews as similarly pathological. In her summary and discussion of the family interview data, Frankel Brunswick, pages 384 to 389, then chooses to ignore the obvious signs of conflict, hostility, and ambivalence in the families of low scorers and characterizes them as nurturant loving, p. 388, and as exhibiting free-flowing affection, p. 386. These families produce children with a greater richness and liberation of emotional life, p. 388, and the children exhibit a successful sublimation of instinctual tendencies, p. 388. Obvious signs of cohesiveness, affection, harmony, discipline, and successful transmission of family values in the families of high scorers are interpreted as an orientation of power and contempt for the allegedly inferior, p. 387. These families are characterized by fearful subservience to the demands of the parents and by an early suppression of impulses, p. 385. This inversion of reality continues in the chapter entitled Sex, People, and Self as Seen Through Interviews. High-scoring males appear as more sexually successful and as having high self-conceptions of masculinity. High-scoring females are described as popular with boys. Low-scoring males appear as sexually inadequate and low-scoring females as uninterested in men or unable to attract men. The low-scoring pattern is then interpreted as open admission of sexual inadequacy and therefore a sign of psychological health, and the high-scoring pattern is labeled as concerned with social status and therefore pathological. The assumption is that psychopathology is indicated by overt social adjustment and feelings of self-esteem, while mental health is indicated by feelings of inadequacy and admissions of insufficiency, p. 389. Frankel Brunswick then attempts to show that high scorers are characterized by anti-id moralism. The protocols indicate that the men are attracted to women and fall in love with women who are not particularly interested in sex. For example, M45, we didn't get on too good sexually because she was kind of on the frigid line, but still in all I was in love with her and I still am. I'd like nothing more than to go back to her, p. 396. High-scoring males appear to value sexual decorum in females they intend to marry, M20, yes, I went through high school with one girl. Very religious. She was more or less what I was looking for. Very religious. An evolutionist looking at these protocols is impressed by the fact that the high-scoring males appear as individuals who wish to enter a marriage in which they have a high degree of paternity confidence. They want a woman with high moral standards who is unlikely to be sexually attracted to other males, and they seek women with conventional moral values. High-scoring females seem intent on being exactly this sort of woman. They project the image of having very high standards of sexual decorum and wish to maintain a reputation as non-promiscuous. Further, the high-scoring females want males who are hard-working, go-getting and energetic, a good personality, conventionally, moral, clean-cut, deferent toward women, p. 401. An evolutionist would expect that this type of sexual behavior and discrimination of marriage partners to be characteristic of those entering high-investment marriages characterized by sexual fidelity by the female and by high levels of paternal involvement. This highly adaptive tendency of high-scoring females to seek investment from males Frankel Brunswick labels opportunistic, p. 401. Conventional attitudes toward marriage are also an aspect of the pathological attitudes of high scorers. High scorers tend to place a great deal of emphasis on socioeconomic status, church membership, and conformity with conventional values, p. 402. For example, F74, desirable traits. Boyfriend should be about the same socio-economic status. They should enjoy doing the same things and get along without too many quarrels. This woman is highly discriminating in her choice of mate. She is very concerned to marry someone who is responsible, reliable, and will invest in a long-term relationship. For Frankel-Brunswick, however, these attitudes are a sign of opportunistic behavior. Despite obvious signs of strong affection in F78, see Note 24, and the clear indication that F74 desires a relationship characterized by harmony and mutual attraction and interests, Frankel-Brunswick summarizes the results as indicating a lack of individuation and of real object relationship, p. 404, and a paucity of affection, p. 404. Again, psychodynamic theory allows the author to ascribe surface admiration and affection to underlying hostility, whereas the surface problems of the low scorers are a sign of mental health. Some of the records of low-scoring subjects refer rather frankly to their inadequacies, inhibitions and failures in sex adjustment. There also is evidence of ambivalence toward one's own sex role and toward the opposite sex, although this ambivalence is of a different, more internalized kind from the combination of overt admiration and underlying disrespect characteristic of high scorers, p. 405. We may not see this underlying disrespect and thus have no evidence for its existence. But psychodynamic theory allows Frankel-Brunswick to infer its existence nonetheless. The tendency to pathologize behaviors related to adaptive functioning can also be seen in the discussion of self-concept. High scorers are found to have a very positive self-image, whereas low scorers are filled with insecurity, self-condemnation, and even morbid self-accusations, p. 423 ff, results interpreted as due to the repressions of the high scorers and the objectivity of the low scorers. In a later section, Conformity of Self and Ideal, Frankel-Brunswick finds that for high scorers there is little gap between present self and ideal self. Thus high-scoring men describe themselves in a pseudo-masculine manner, and idealize this type of behavior. Part of their supposed pathology is to have famous American heroes whom they admire and wish to emulate, such as Douglas MacArthur, Andrew Carnegie, and George Patton. Low scorers, however, perceive a gap between their present and ideal selves, a gap Frankel-Brunswick interprets thus, being basically more secure, it seems, they can more easily afford to see a discrepancy between ego-ideal and actual reality, p. 431. As adults, low scorers often continue to manifest open anxieties and feelings of depression, due perhaps at least in part to their greater capacity of facing insecurity and conflict, p. 441. Again, psychodynamic theory comes to the rescue. Low-scoring subjects appear on the surface as deeply insecure and self-abnegating, and they are unsatisfied with their present selves. But this behavior is interpreted as a sign of greater security than that of the high scorers, who on the surface appear to be self-confident and proud of themselves. In another inversion of reality, Frankel-Brunswick summarizes her data on self-concept as indicating that unprejudiced individuals seem to be on better terms with themselves, due perhaps to the fact that they have been more loved and accepted by their parents. Thus they are more ready to admit falling short of their ideals and of the roles they are expected to play by our culture, p. 441. Gentiles striving after success is also pathologized. In addition to being more likely to seek higher social status and have highly successful American heroes as role models, high scorers appear to want material resources, p. 433 ff. Whereas low scorers describe themselves as isolates as children, high scorers are socially popular, hold offices in schools and social organizations, and have many friends. The latter attributes are termed gang sociability by Frankel-Brunswick, p. 439, another rhetorical flourish intended to pathologize the behavior of socially successful Gentiles. In fact, one might infer that a prominent aspect of this material is the attempt to pathologize adaptive Gentile behavior in general. Gentiles who value high investment marital relationships and cohesive families, who are upwardly mobile and seek material resources, who are proud of their families and identify with their parents, who have high self-concepts, who believe that Christianity is a positive moral force, p. 408, and a spiritual consolation, p. 450, who strongly identify as males or females, but not both, and who are socially successful and wish to emulate paragons of social success, for example, American heroes, are viewed as having a psychiatric disorder. It is highly ironic that a publication of a major Jewish organization would include a concern with social status and material resources, high investment parenting, identifying with parents, and having pride in one's family among the signs of psychiatric disorder in Gentiles, given the extent to which all these attributes characterize Jews. Indeed, the authors make the remarkable conclusion, we are led to suspect, on the basis of results in numerous areas, that upward class mobility and identification with the status quo correlate positively with ethnocentrism, and that downward class mobility and identification go with anti-ethnocentrism, p. 204. Again, the proposed indicators of Gentile pathology have been and continue to be critical to the success of Judaism as a group evolutionary strategy. There has always been intense social pressure for upward mobility and resource acquisition in the Jewish community, emanating partly from parents, and Jews have in fact been extraordinarily upwardly mobile. Indeed, Herz and Rosen, 1982, 368, note, success is so vitally important to the Jewish family ethos that we can hardly overemphasize it. We cannot hope to understand the Jewish family without understanding the place that success for men, and recently women, plays in the system. And in A People That Shall Dwell Alone, Chapter 7, it was noted that social class status has been strongly linked with reproductive success in Jewish communities in traditional societies. Yet, Gentiles who are socially isolated, who have negative and rebellious attitudes toward their families, who are ambivalent and insecure in their sexual identities, who have low self-esteem and are filled with debilitating insecurities and conflicts, including insecurities regarding parental affection, who are moving downward in social status, and who have negative attitudes toward high social status and acquisition of material resources, are viewed as the epitome of psychological health. In all this material, much is made of the fact that low scorers often seem to seek affection in their relationships. A reasonable interpretation of the findings on affection striving is that the low scorers have had much more rejecting, ambivalent parent-child relationships compared to the high scorers, with the result that they seek such warm, affectionate relationships in others. There is much evidence in the interview material that the actual parent-child relationships of the low scorers were ambivalent and hostile, and often characterized by desertion and even abuse, see above. The expected consequence of such a situation is that the child will be rebellious against the parents, not identify with the family or larger social categories accepted by the family, and be preoccupied with seeking affection. Macdonald 1992a, 1997a. The positive family experiences of the high scorers, in contrast, provide them with a powerful sense of emotional security in their personal relationships, with the result that in the projective testing they are externally oriented, pages 563, 565, and concentrate to a much greater extent on instrumental values important in attaining social status and accomplishing other socially approved tasks, such as accumulating resources, work, ambition, activity, p. 575. Levinson pathologizes this external orientation by saying that individuals giving these responses seem afraid to look inward at all, for fear of what they will find, p. 565. Their worries center around failing and letting down the group, especially the family. They seem intensely motivated to succeed and to make their families proud. However, this does not mean that the high scorers are unable to develop affectional relationships or that love and affection are unimportant to them. We have already seen that high scorers are attracted to high investment relationships in which sex is a relatively minor concern, and these individuals appear to accept the primacy of other qualities, including love and common interests, as the basis of marriage. For the high scorers, the achievement of emotional security does not become a holy grail quest, they do not look for it everywhere. The low scorers, though, seem to be engaged in a rather pathetic search for love that was presumably missing from their early relationships. As Frankel Brunswick comments in summarizing the interview data on sexual orientation, ambivalence toward the other sex seems in low scorers often to be the consequence of an overly intense search for love that is not easily satisfied, p. 405. Like securely attached children in the presence of an attachment object, high scorers are free to explore the world and engage in adaptive, externally directed behavior without constantly worrying about the status of their attachment with their mothers. Ainsworth, Bleha, Waters and S. Wall 1978. Low scorers, in contrast, like insecurely attached children, seem preoccupied with security and affection needs. Since these needs have not been met within their families, they seek affection in all their relationships. At the same time they are preoccupied with their own failures, have diffuse hostility toward others, and are rebellious against anything their parents valued. Discussion. The perspective developed here thus inverts the psychodynamic perspective of the authoritarian personality because it essentially accepts the data at their face value. Because of their fundamentally political program of indicting Gentile culture and especially Gentiles who represent the most successful and culturally approved members of their society, the authors of the authoritarian personality were forced to adopt a psychodynamic perspective in which all of the relationships were inverted. Surface insecurity becomes a sign of deep-felt security and a realistic perspective on life. Surface security and self-confidence become signs of deep insecurities and unresolved hostilities symptomatic of a fear of looking inside. Another fundamental mistake is to suppose that any inhibition of children's desires produces hostility and submerged aggression toward the parent. That the parents of the high scorers discipline their children but their children still admire them and, indeed, glorify them is thus, from the intellectual perspective of the authoritarian personality, ipso facto evidence that there is suppressed hostility and aggression toward the parents, see especially p. 357. It should be apparent from the above discussion, however, that the victimization and the underlying hostility are entirely inferred. They are theoretical constructs for which there is not a shred of evidence. There is no reason whatever to suppose that disciplining children leads to suppressed hostility when it is done in the context of a generally positive relationship. Psychoanalysis was obviously an ideal vehicle for creating this upside-down world. Both Brown, 1965, and especially Altmaier, 1988, note the arbitrariness of the psychodynamic explanations found in the authoritarian personality. Thus Altmaier, 1988, 54, notes that statements of praise for one's parents in high scorers are a sign of overglorification and repression of aggression, whereas statements of hostility are taken at face value. Statements alluding to both praise and hostility are taken as a combination of overglorification and accurate recollection. Psychoanalysis essentially allowed the authors to make up any story they wanted. If the family relationships of high scorers were very positive on the surface, one could propose that the surface happiness and affection masked deep, unconscious hostilities. Any shred of negative feelings high scorers felt toward their parents then became a lever to be used to create an imaginary world of suppressed hostility masked by surface affection. Yet when, in another volume of Studies in Prejudice, Bettelheim and Janowitz, 1950, found that anti-Semites described poor relationships with their parents, the results were taken at face value. The result was not science, but it was effective in achieving its political goals. It is noteworthy that all 5 volumes of the Studies in Prejudice utilize psychoanalysis to produce theories in which antisemitism is attributed to intrapsychic conflict, sexual repressions, and troubled parent-child relationships, while also denying the importance of cultural separatism and the reality of group-based competition for resources. Other examples, including the theory of Freud in Moses and monotheism, are reviewed in Chapter 4. Psychoanalytic interpretations of antisemitism continue to appear, for example, Osto 1995. There is a sort of family resemblance to the theories in that much use is made of projections and the development of complicated psychodynamic formulations, although the actual dynamics are not at all identical. At times, as in another volume in the Studies in Prejudice series, Antisemitism and Emotional Disorder, Ackerman and Jehoda 1950, there seems to be no comprehensible general theory of antisemitism but, rather, a set of ad hoc psychodynamic proposals whose only similarity is that antisemitism involves the projection of some sort of intrapsychic conflict. So far as I know, there has been no attempt to subject these different psychodynamic theories to empirical tests that would distinguish among them. It may appear disturbing to accept the alternative picture developed here. I am essentially saying that the families of the high scorers were adaptive. They combined warmth and affection with a sense of responsibility and discipline, and the children appear to have been ambitious and interested in upholding the values of family and country. The family functioned as an in-group, as Frenkel, Brunswick and Levinson propose, and the successful transmission of cultural values may well have included negative attributions toward individuals from other groups of which the family was not a member. The high scorers then accepted the in-group out-group biases of their parents, just as they accepted many other parental values. High scorers are thus socially connected and feel a responsibility to in-group, family, norms. In Triandices, 1990, 55, terms, these individuals are allocentric people living in an individualist society, that is, they are people who are socially integrated and receive high levels of social support. They identify strongly with in-group, family, norms. The perspective developed here emphasizes identificatory processes as underlying the transmission of family attitudes, Macdonald 1992a, 1997a. As Aronson, 1992, 320-321, notes, all of the studies connecting prejudice with parent-child relationships inspired by the authoritarian personality are correlational, and the results can equally well be explained as due to identificatory processes. Similarly, Billig, 1976, 116-117, argues that competent families may be prejudiced, and that prejudices may be transmitted within families in the same manner as any number of other beliefs are transmitted. Thus Pettigrew, 1958, found high levels of anti-black prejudice among South African whites, but their personalities were rather normal, and they were not high on the F scale measuring authoritarianism. The high scorers studied in the authoritarian personality accept the in-group out-group biases of their parents and other parental values, but this does not explain the origins of parental values themselves. The data provided here show how competent families can be instrumental in transmitting such values between generations. Contemporary developmental psychology provides no reason to suppose that competent, affectionate families would necessarily produce children with no negative attributions regarding outgroups. Another major theme here is that whereas allegiance to in-groups indicates psychopathology in Gentiles, the epitome of psychological health for the authors of the authoritarian personality is the individualist who is completely detached from all in-groups, including his or her family. As indicated above, research on individualism collectivism indicates that such individualists would be less prone to anti-Semitism. It is interesting that for Adorno the most laudable type of low scorer is the genuine liberal, whose views regarding minorities are guided by the idea of the individual, p. 782. The exemplar of a genuine liberal discussed in the text, f. 515, believes that antisemitism is due to jealousy because Jews are smarter. This person is quite willing to allow completely free competition between Jews and Gentiles. We don't want any competition. If they, Jews, want it, they should have it. I don't know if they are more intelligent, but if they are, they should have it, p. 782. According to Adorno, then, psychologically healthy Gentiles are unconcerned about being outcompeted by Jews and declining in social status. They are complete individualists with a strong sense of personal autonomy and independence, and they conceptualize Jews as individuals completely independent of their group affiliation. While Gentiles are censured for not being individualists, Adorno does not censure Jews who identify strongly with a group that historically has functioned to facilitate resource competition with Gentiles, a people that shall dwell alone, chapters 5 and 6, and remains a powerful influence in several highly contentious areas of public policy, including immigration, church-state separation, abortion rights, and civil liberties, Goldberg 1996, 5. Indeed, social identity theory predicts that Jews would be more likely to have stereotyped, negative conceptualizations of Gentiles than the reverse, Separation and its Discontents, Chapter 1. The personality approach to outgroup prejudice has been criticized in the years since the publication of The Authoritarian Personality. Social identity research suggests that variation in outgroup hostility is independent of variation in personality or in parent-child relationships. This research indicates that although there are individual differences in attraction to in-groups, and, indeed, Jews are very high on ethnocentrism, attitudes toward outgroups reflect universal adaptations, see Separation and its Discontents, Chapter 1. Within the social identity perspective, much of the variation in outgroup hostility can be explained by situational variables, such as the perceived permeability of the outgroup and whether the in-group and outgroup are engaged in resource competition. Consistent with this perspective, Billig, 1976, 119-120, notes that the exclusive focus on personality, i.e., the unchanging traits of individuals, fails to take into account the role of self-interest in ethnic conflict. Moreover, studies such as that of Pettigrew, 1958, indicate that one can easily be a racist without having an authoritarian personality. These studies also suggest a role for local norms which may themselves be influenced by perceived resource competition between groups. Conversely, Altmaier, 1981, 28, notes that fascist, authoritarian governments are not necessarily hostile toward minorities, as in the case of fascist Italy. Indeed, the role of traditional norms is well illustrated by this example. Jews were prominent members of early Italian fascist governments and active thereafter, Johnson 1988, 501. Italian society during the period was, however, highly authoritarian, and there was a corporate, highly cohesive group structure to the society as a whole. The government was highly popular, but antisemitism was not important until Hitler forced the issue. Because antisemitism was not an official component of the Italian fascist group strategy, authoritarianism occurred without antisemitism. Altmaier, 1981, 238-239, also reports finding much lower correlations between authoritarianism and ethnic prejudice in his studies than were found by Adorno et al. Moreover, Altmaier notes that the data are consistent with the proposal that authoritarian individuals are ethnocentric only to the extent that other ethnic groups are conventional targets of discrimination by groups with which the authoritarian individual identifies. Similarly, intrinsically religious people tend to be hostile toward outgroups only where the religion itself does not prescribe such hostility, Batson and Burris 1994. The defining feature of authoritarian individuals in this view is simply their adoption of the social conventions and norms of the group, some of which may involve negative attitudes toward outgroups. This proposal is highly compatible with the present approach to group identification and group conflict. In addition, Billig, 1976, found that many fascists failed to conform to the rigid, inhibited stereotype portrayed by the authors of The Authoritarian Personality. Such a portrayal is implicit in the psychoanalytic theory that liberation of sexual urges would lead to an end to antisemitism, but these fascists were uninhibited, violent, and anti-authoritarian. Personality trait theory also fails to explain short-term changes in hatred toward Jews, such as found by Massing, 1949, which could not possibly have been caused by changes in parent-child relationships or patterns of sexual repression. One might also mention the very rapid changes in American attitudes toward the Japanese before, during, and after World War II, or the rapid decline in antisemitism in the United States following World War II. A prominent aspect of the authoritarian personality program of research was the conflation of two rather separate concepts: hostility toward other ethnic groups and authoritarianism. It is interesting in this regard that authoritarianism in personality would appear to involve susceptibility to engaging in group strategies, and that engaging in group strategies may be only tangentially related to hostility toward other ethnic groups. Altmaier, 1988, 2, defines right-wing authoritarianism as involving three central attributes: submission to legitimate social authority, aggression toward individuals that is sanctioned by the authorities, adherence to social conventions. Clearly, individuals high on these traits would be ideal members of cohesive human group evolutionary strategies. Indeed, such attributes would define the ideal Jew in traditional societies: submissive to the key hilo authorities, strongly adherent to within-group social conventions such as the observance of Jewish religious law, and characterized by negative attitudes toward Gentile society and culture seen as manifestations of an outgroup. Consistent with this formulation, high scorers on the right-wing authoritarianism scale, RWA, tend to be highly religious. They tend to be the most orthodox and committed members of their denomination. They believe in group cohesiveness, group loyalty, and identify strongly within groups. Altmaier, 1994, 134, 1996, 84. Without question, traditional Jewish society and contemporary Jewish Orthodox and fundamentalist groups are highly authoritarian by any measure. Indeed, Rubenstein, 1996, found that Orthodox Jews were higher on RWA than traditional Jews, and both of these groups were higher than secular Jews. A primary motivation of the Berkeley Group can then be seen as an attempt to pathologize this powerful sense of group orientation among Gentiles, partly by forging a largely illusory, or at least highly contingent, link between these group cohesiveness promoting traits and antisemitism. The Berkeley Group succeeded in disseminating the ideology that there was a deep, structural connection between antisemitism and this powerful sense of group orientation. By providing a unitary account of authoritarianism and hostility toward outgroups, and by locating the origins of this syndrome in disturbed parent-child relations, the Berkeley Group had effectively developed a powerful weapon in the war against antisemitism. The present theoretical perspective is compatible with the research results indicating that ethnic hostility and antisemitism are only tangentially related to authoritarianism. It has been noted that authoritarianism refers to a set of traits that predispose individuals to strongly identify with highly cohesive groups that impose uniform standards of behavior on group members. Since authoritarian individuals are highly prone to submerging themselves within the group, conforming to group conventions, and accepting group goals, there will indeed be a tendency toward antisemitism when the in-group itself is anti-Semitic. There will also be a tendency toward ethnocentrism, when the group membership itself is based on ethnicity. This is essentially the position of Altmaier, 1981, 238, since he proposes that the fairly weak associations usually found between authoritarianism and hostility toward outgroups reflect conventional hostility toward outgroups. From this perspective, these concepts may be empirically associated in particular samples, but there is no structural connection between them. The association simply reflects the authoritarian tendency to adopt social conventions and norms of the group, including the negative attitudes toward particular outgroups. This perspective would account for the significant but modest correlations, 0.30. 50, Altmaier, 1994, finds between authoritarianism and ethnocentrism. Moreover, from the standpoint of social identity research, there is no empirical or logical requirement that powerful, cohesive groups need necessarily be based on ethnicity as an organizing principle. As argued in Separation and its Discontents, whether the group itself is anti-Semitic seems to depend crucially on whether Jews are perceived as a highly salient, impermeable group within the larger society and whether they are perceived as having conflicts of interest with Gentiles. There is a great deal of evidence that perceptions of group competition with Jews have often not been illusory. Social identity theory proposes that as between-group competition becomes more salient, there will be an increasing tendency for people to join cohesive, authoritarian groups arrayed against perceived outgroups. In conclusion, I have no doubt that the results of studies on authoritarianism, including the authoritarian personality, can be integrated with contemporary psychological data. However, I would suggest that developing a body of scientific knowledge was never an important consideration in these studies. The agenda is to develop an ideology of antisemitism that rallies in-group loyalties to Judaism, and attempts to alter Gentile culture in a manner that benefits Judaism by portraying Gentile group loyalties, including nationalism, Christian religious affiliation, close family relationships, high-investment parenting, and concern with social and material success, as indicators of psychiatric disorder. Within these writings, the nature of Judaism is completely irrelevant to antisemitism. Judaism is conceptualized, as Ackerman and Jehoda, 1950, 74, suggest in another volume of Studies in Prejudice, as a Rorschach inkblot in which the pathology of antisemites is revealed. These theories serve the same functions that Jewish religious ideology has always served, the rationalization of the continuation of Judaism both to in-group members and to Gentiles, combined with very negative views of Gentile culture. As in the case of psychoanalysis generally, the results of scientific investigation appear to be largely unrelated to the dissemination and persistence of the idea that authoritarianism or certain types of parent-child relationships are linked to hostility toward other groups. A consistent thread of Altemeyer's, 1981, review of the authoritarian personality literature is that these ideas persist within the wider culture and even within textbooks in college psychology courses in the absence of scientific support. The reader familiar with the matter knows that most these criticisms are over 25 years old, and now they might be considered little more than flaying a dead horse. Unfortunately, the flaying is necessary, for the horse is not dead, but still trotting around, in various introductory psychology and developmental psychology textbooks, for example. Methodological criticisms seem to travel a shorter circuit and die a much quicker death than scientific breakthroughs. In conclusion then, no matter how often it is stated that the Berkeley investigators, i.e., Adorno et al., discovered the childhood origins of authoritarianism, the facts of the matter are anything but convincing. Altemeyer, 1988, 38. In this regard, it is interesting that in addition to the failure to replicate the Berkeley Group's central empirical finding of a strong association between authoritarianism and hostility toward other ethnic groups, the authoritarian personality also suffers from severe methodological shortcomings, some of which suggest conscious attempts at deception. Besides the response set difficulty pervading the construction of all the scales, perhaps simply reflecting naivete in scale construction, Altemeyer, 1981, 27-28, notes that the F-scale measuring authoritarianism was constructed by retaining items that correlated well with antisemitism. Altemeyer notes, for example, that the item books and movies ought not to deal so much with the sordid and seamy side of life, they ought to concentrate on themes that are entertaining and uplifting. Appeared on earlier versions of the F-scale, and was highly discriminating. However, it did not correlate highly with the antisemitism scale and was dropped from later versions. Altemeyer notes, despite the statement that the most discriminating items on the initial form were carried over to the next model in the same or slightly revised form, the books and movies item simply disappeared, forever. It is not hard to construct a scale which will correlate highly with another if you eliminate items that are insufficiently related with the target, pages 27-28. The suggestion is that highly discriminating items were dropped if they did not correlate with antisemitism, despite assurances to the contrary. In fact, Wigashau's, 1994, 372 ff, shows quite clearly that Adorno placed a high priority on developing the F-scale as an indirect means of measuring antisemitism, that he was little concerned about following normal scientific procedures in achieving this goal, and that his procedure was exactly as Altemeyer describes. In Berkeley, We then developed the F scale with a freedom which differed considerably from the idea of a pedantic science which has to justify each of its steps. The reason for this was probably what, over there, might have been termed the psychoanalytic background of the four of us who were leading the project, particularly our familiarity with the method of free association. I emphasize this because a work like The Authoritarian Personality was produced in a manner which does not correspond at all to the usual image of positivism in social science. We spent hours waiting for ideas to occur to us, not just for entire dimensions, variables and syndromes, but also for individual items for the questionnaire. The less their relation to the main topic was visible, the prouder we were of them, while we expected for theoretical reasons to find correlations between ethnocentrism, antisemitism and reactionary views in the political and economic sphere. We then checked these items in constant pre-tests, using these both to restrict the questionnaire to a reasonable size, which was technically necessary, and to exclude those items which proved not to be sufficiently selective. Adorno, in Wigeshau's 1994, 373. It is not difficult to suppose that the entire program of research of the authoritarian personality involved deception from beginning to end. This is suggested by the author's clear political agenda and the pervasive double standard in which Gentile ethnocentrism and Gentile adherence to cohesive groups are seen as symptoms of psychopathology, whereas Jews are simply viewed as victims of irrational Gentile pathologies, and no mention is made of Jewish ethnocentrism or allegiance to cohesive groups. There was also a double standard in which left-wing authoritarianism was completely ignored, whereas right-wing authoritarianism was found to be a psychiatric disorder. As indicated above, deception is also suggested by the fact that the basic theory of the role of parent-child relations in producing ethnocentrism and hostility toward outgroups was developed as a philosophical theory conceptualized by the authors as not subject to empirical verification or falsification. Indeed, the entire thrust of the Frankfurt School's view of science rejects the idea that science should attempt to understand reality in favor of the ideology that science ought to serve moral, i.e., political, interests. Further, it is suggested by the fact that the anti-democratic leanings of Adorno and Horkheimer and their radical critique of the mass culture of capitalism were not apparent in this work intended for an American audience, J. 1973, 248. Similarly, Horkheimer tended to portray critical theory as a form of radicalism to his Marxist friends while representing it as a form of faithfulness to the European tradition in the humanities and philosophy when discussing it with official university people, Wigeshau's 1994, 252. Finally, there were a host of well-recognized methodological difficulties, including the use of unrepresentative subjects in the interview data, the very incomplete and misleading information on the reliability of the measures, and the discussion of insignificant relationships as if they were significant, Altemeyer 1981. I have also pointed out the extremely strained, ad hoc, and counterintuitive interpretations that characterize the study, see also Lash 1991, 453. Particularly egregious is the consistent use of psychodynamic thinking to produce any desired interpretive outcome. Of course, deception may not be as important here as self-deception, a common enough feature of Jewish intellectual history, see Separation and its Discontents, chapters 7 and 8. In any case, the result was excellent political propaganda, and a potent weapon in the war on anti-Semitism. The influence of the Frankfurt School. Although it is difficult to assess the effect of works like The Authoritarian Personality on Gentile culture, there can be little question that the thrust of the radical critique of Gentile culture in this work, as well as other works inspired by psychoanalysis and its derivatives, was to pathologize high-investment parenting and upward social mobility, as well as pride in family, religion, and country, among Gentiles. Certainly many of the central attitudes of the largely successful 1960s countercultural revolution find expression in the authoritarian personality, including idealizing rebellion against parents, low-investment sexual relationships, and scorn for upward social mobility, social status, family pride, the Christian religion, and patriotism. We have seen that despite this antagonistic perspective on Gentile culture, Jewish 1960s radicals continued to identify with their parents and with Judaism. The countercultural revolution was in a very deep sense a mission to the Gentiles in which adaptive behavior and group identifications of Gentiles were pathologized while Jewish group identification, in-group pride, family pride, upward social mobility, and group continuity retained their psychological importance and positive moral evaluation. In this regard, the behavior of these radicals was exactly analogous to that of the authors of The Authoritarian Personality and Jewish Involvement in Psychoanalysis and Radical Politics generally. Gentile culture and Gentile group strategies are fundamentally pathological and are to be anathemized in the interests of making the world safe of Judaism as a group evolutionary strategy. As with political radicalism, only a rarefied cultural elite could attain the extremely high level of mental health epitomized by the true liberal. The replacement of moral and political argument by reckless psychologizing not only enabled Adorno and his collaborators to dismiss unacceptable political opinions on medical grounds, it led them to set up an impossible standard of political health, one that only members of a self-constituted cultural vanguard could consistently meet. In order to establish their emotional autonomy, the subjects of their research had to hold the right opinions and also to hold them deeply and spontaneously. Lash 1991, 453–455. In the post-World War II era the authoritarian personality became an ideological weapon against historical American populist movements, especially McCarthyism. Gottfried 1998, Lash 1991, 455 ff. TE people as a whole had little understanding of liberal democracy and, important questions of public policy would be decided by educated elites, not submitted to popular vote. Lash 1991, 455. These trends are exemplified in The Politics of Unreason, a volume in the Patterns of American Prejudice series funded by the ADL and written by Seymour Martin Lipset and Earl Raab, 1970. Raab and Lipset also wrote Prejudice and Society, published by the ADL in 1959. Again, as in the Studies in Prejudice series, funded by the AJ Committee, there is a link between academic research on ethnic relations and Jewish activist organizations. Raab's career has combined academic scholarship with deep involvement as a Jewish ethnic activist. See Chapter 7, Note 1, as indicated by the title. The Politics of Unreason analyzes political and ideological expressions of ethnocentrism by European-derived peoples as irrational and as being unrelated to legitimate ethnic interests in retaining political power. Right-wing extremist movements aim at retaining or restoring the power of the European-derived majority of the United States, but extremist politics is the politics of despair. Lipset and Raab 1970, 3. For Lipset and Raab, tolerance of cultural and ethnic pluralism is a defining feature of democracy, so that groups that oppose cultural and ethnic pluralism are by definition extremist and anti-democratic. Indeed, citing Edward A. Shills, 1956, 154, they conceptualize pluralism as implying multiple centers of power without domination by any one group, a view in which the self-interest of ethnic groups in retaining and expanding their power is conceptualized as fundamentally anti-democratic. Attempts by majorities to resist the increase in the power and influence of other groups are therefore contrary to the fixed spiritual center of the democratic political process. p. 5. Extremism is anti-pluralism. And the operational heart of extremism is the repression of difference and dissent. p. 6, italics in text. Right-wing extremism is condemned for its moralism, an ironic move given the centrality of a sense of moral superiority that pervades the Jewish-dominated intellectual movements reviewed here, not to mention Lipset and Raab's own analysis in which right-wing extremism is labeled an absolute political evil. p. 4, because of its links with authoritarianism and totalitarianism. Right-wing extremism is also condemned for its tendency to advocate simple solutions to complex problems, which, as noted by Lash, 1991, is a plea that solutions to social problems should be formulated by an intellectual elite. And finally, right-wing extremism is condemned because of its tendency to distrust institutions that intervene between the people and their direct exercise of power. Another plea for the power of elites, populism identifies the will of the people with justice and morality, p. 13. The conclusion of this analysis is that democracy is identified not with the power of the people to pursue their perceived interests. Rather, democracy is conceptualized as guaranteeing that majorities will not resist the expansion of power of minorities even if that means a decline in their own power. Viewed at its most abstract level, a fundamental agenda is thus to influence the European-derived peoples of the United States to view concern about their own demographic and cultural eclipse as irrational and as an indication of psychopathology. Adorno's concept of the pseudo-conservative was used by influential intellectuals, such as Harvard historian Richard Hofstadter, to condemn departures from liberal orthodoxy in terms of the psychopathology of status anxiety. Hofstadter developed the consensus approach to history, characterized by Nugent, 1963, 22, as having a querulous view of popular movements, which seem to threaten the leadership of an urbanized, often academic, intelligentsia or elite, and the use of concepts that originated in the behavioral sciences. In terms derived entirely from the authoritarian personality studies, pseudo-conservatism is diagnosed as, among other things, a disorder in relation to authority, characterized by an inability to find other modes for human relationship than those of more or less complete domination or submission. Hofstadter, 1965, 58. As Nugent, 1963, 26, points out, this perspective largely ignored the concrete economic and political reality involved in populism and therefore left it to be viewed fundamentally in terms of the psychopathological and irrational. This is precisely the method of the authoritarian personality. Real conflicts of interest between ethnic groups are conceptualized as nothing more than the irrational projections of the inadequate personalities of majority group members. Lasch also focuses on the work of Leslie Friedman, Daniel Bell, and Seymour Martin Lipset as representing similar tendencies. In a collection of essays edited by Daniel Bell, 1955, entitled The New American Right, both Hofstadter and Lipset refer approvingly to the authoritarian personality as a way of understanding right-wing political attitudes and behavior. Nugent, 1963, 7ff, mentions an overlapping set of individuals who were not historians and whose views were based mostly on impressions without any attempt at detailed study, including Victor Fekis, David Reisman, Nathan Glazer, Lipset, Edward A. Shills, and Peter Vierek. However, this group also included historians who were among the luminaries of the historical profession. Nugent, 1963, 13, including Hofstadter, Oscar Handlin, and Max Lerner, all of whom were involved in intellectual activity in opposition to restrictionist immigration policies, see Chapter 7. A common theme was what Nugent, 1963, 15, terms undue stress on the image of the populist as an anti-Semite, an image that exaggerated and oversimplified the populist movement but was sufficient to render the movement as morally repugnant. Novick, 1988, 341, is more explicit in finding that Jewish identification was an important ingredient in this analysis, attributing the negative view of American populism held by some American Jewish historians, Hofstadter, Bell, and Lipset, to the fact that they were one generation removed from the Eastern European shtetl, small Jewish town, where insurgent Gentile peasants meant pogrom. There may be some truth in the latter comment, but I rather doubt that the interpretations of these Jewish historians were simply an irrational legacy left over from European antisemitism. There were also real conflicts of interest involved. On one side were Jewish intellectuals advancing their interests as an urbanized intellectual elite bent on ending Protestant, Anglo-Saxon demographic and cultural predominance. On the other side were what Hayam, 1984, 49, terms the common people of the South and West who were battling to maintain their own cultural and demographic dominance. The struggle between these groups is the theme of the discussion of Jewish involvement in shaping U.S. immigration policy in Chapter 7 as well as the discussion of the New York intellectuals in Chapter 6. Several of the intellectuals mentioned here are regarded as members of the New York intellectuals: Bell, Glaser, Lipset, Reisman, and Schills, while others, Hofstadter and Handlin, may be regarded as peripheral members, see Chapter 7, Note 26. As the vanguard of an urbanized Jewish intellectual elite, this group of intellectuals was also contemptuous of the lower middle class generally. From the perspective of these intellectuals, this class clung to outworn folkways, conventional religiosity, hearth and home, the sentimental cult of motherhood, and obsolete modes of production. It looked back to a mythical golden age in the past. It resented social classes more highly placed but internalized their standards, lording it over the poor instead of joining them in a common struggle against oppression. It was haunted by the fear of slipping farther down the social scale and clutched the shreds of respectability that distinguished it from the class of manual workers. Fiercely committed to a work ethic, it believed that anyone who wanted a job could find one and that those who refused to work should starve. Lacking liberal culture, it fell easy prey to all sorts of nostrums and political fads. Lasch 1991, 458. Recall also Nicholas von Hoffmann's, 1996, comment on the attitude of cultural superiority to the lower middle class held by the liberal defenders of communism during this period, such as Hofstadter and the editors of the New Republic. In the ongoing Kulturkampf dividing the society, the elites of Hollywood, Cambridge and liberal think-tankery had little sympathy for bow-legged men with their American Legion caps and their fat wives, their yapping about Yalta, and the cut-in forest. Catholic and kitsch, looking out of their picture windows at their flock of pink plastic flamingos, the lower middles and their foreign policy anguish were too infradig to be taken seriously, von Hoffmann 1996, c2. Another good example of this intellectual onslaught on the lower middle class associated with the Frankfurt School is Erich Fromm's, 1941, Escape from Freedom, in which the lower middle class is regarded as highly prone to developing sadomasochistic reaction formations, as indicated by participating in authoritarian groups, as a response to their economic and social status frustrations. It is not surprising that the lower middle class target of this intellectual onslaught, including, one might add, the Mittelstand of Wilhelminian German politics, has historically been prone to anti-Semitism, as an explanation of their downward social mobility and their frustrated attempts to achieve upward social mobility. This group has also been prone to joining cohesive authoritarian groups as a means of attaining their political goals. But within the context of the authoritarian personality, the desire for upward social mobility and the concern with downward social mobility characteristic of many supporters of populist movements are signs of a specific psychiatric disorder, pathetic results of inappropriate socialization that would disappear in the liberalized utopian society of the future. Although critical theory ceased to be a guide for protest movements by the early 1970s, Wiggershau's 1994, 656, it has retained a very large influence in the intellectual world generally. In the 1970s, the Frankfurt School intellectuals continued to draw the fire of German conservatives who characterized them as the intellectual foster parents of terrorists and as fomenters of cultural revolution to destroy the Christian West, Wiggershau's 1994, 657. The inseparability of concepts such as Frankfurt School, critical theory, and neo-Marxism indicates that, from the 1930s onwards, theoretically productive left-wing ideas in German-speaking countries had focused on Horkheimer, Adorno and the Institute of Social Research, Wiggershau's 1994, 658. However, the influence of the Frankfurt School has gone well beyond the German-speaking world, and not only with the authoritarian personality studies, the writings of Erich Fromm, and the enormously influential work of Herbert Marcuse as a countercultural guru to the New Left. In the contemporary intellectual world, there are several journals devoted to this legacy, including New German Critique, Cultural Critique, and Theory, Culture, and Society, Explorations in Critical Social Science. The influence of the Frankfurt School increased greatly following the success of the New Left countercultural movement of the 1960s, Picconi 1993, 12. Reflecting its current influence in the humanities, The Frankfurt School retains pride of place as a major inspiration at the meetings of the notoriously postmodern Modern Language Association held in December 1994. Kramer and Kimball, 1995, describe the large number of laudatory references to Adorno, Horkheimer, and especially Walter Benjamin, who had the honor of being the most referred to scholar at the convention. Marxism and psychoanalysis were also major influences at the conference. One bright spot occurred when the radical Marxist Richard Oman acknowledged that the humanities had been revolutionized by the critical legacy of the 60s, p. 12, a point of view, Kramer and Kimball note, often denied by the academic left but commonplace in conservative publications like The New Criterion and central to the perspective developed here. Reflecting the congruence between the Frankfurt School and contemporary postmodernism, the enormously influential postmodernist Michel Foucault stated, "If I had known about the Frankfurt School in time, I would have been saved a great deal of work. I would not have said a certain amount of nonsense and would not have taken so many false trails trying not to get lost, when the Frankfurt School had already cleared the way," in Wiedischau's 1994, 4. Whereas the strategy of the Frankfurt School was to deconstruct universalist, scientific thinking by the use of critical reason, postmodernism has opted for complete relativism, and the lack of objective standards of any kind in the interests of preventing any general theories of society or universally valid philosophical or moral systems. Norris 1993, 287 ff. Contemporary postmodernism and multiculturalist ideology, see, for example, Bless and Herrnstein Smith 1992, have adopted several central pillars of the Frankfurt School: the fundamental priority of ethics and values in approaching education and the social sciences, empirical science as oppressive and an aspect of social domination, a rejection of the possibility of shared values or any sense of universalism or national culture, see also Jacobi's, 1995, 35. Discussion of postcolonial theory. Another intellectual descendant of the Frankfurt School, a hermeneutics of suspicion in which any attempt to construct such universals or a national culture is energetically resisted and deconstructed, essentially the same activity termed by Adorno negative dialectics. There is an implicit acceptance of a balkanized model of society in which certain groups and their interests have a priori moral value, and there is no possibility of developing a scientific, rational theory of any particular group, much less a theory of pan-human universals. Both the Frankfurt School and postmodernism implicitly accept a model in which there is competition among antagonistic groups and no rational way of reaching consensus, although there is also an implicit double standard in which cohesive groups formed by majorities are viewed as pathological and subject to radical criticism. Jacques Derrida as a Jewish intellectual activist. It is immensely ironic that this onslaught against Western universalism effectively rationalizes minority group ethnocentrism, while undercutting the intellectual basis of ethnocentrism. Intellectually, one wonders how one could be a postmodernist and a committed Jew at the same time. Intellectual consistency would seem to require that all personal identifications be subjected to the same deconstructing logic, unless, of course, personal identity itself involves deep ambiguities, deception, and self-deception. This in fact appears to be the case for Jacques Derrida, the premier philosopher of deconstruction, whose philosophy shows the deep connections between the intellectual agendas of postmodernism and the Frankfurt School. Derrida has a complex and ambiguous Jewish identity despite being a leftist Parisian intellectual, a secularist and an atheist. Caputo 1997, 23. Derrida was born into a Sephardic Jewish family that immigrated to Algeria from Spain in the 19th century. His family were thus crypto-Jews who retained their religious ethnic identity for 400 years in Spain during the period of the Inquisition. Derrida identifies himself as a crypto-Jew, Marranos that we are, Marranos in any case whether we want to be or not, whether we know it or not. Derrida 1993a, 81a. Confession perhaps of the complexity, ambivalence, and self-deception often involved in post-Enlightenment forms of Jewish identity. In his notebooks, Derrida, 1993b, 70, writes of the centrality that Jewish issues have held in his writing: circumcision, that's all I've ever talked about. In the same passage he writes that he has always taken the most careful account, in anamnesis, of the fact that in my family and among the Algerian Jews, one scarcely ever said circumcision but baptism, not bar mitzvah but communion, with the consequences of softening, dulling, through fearful acculturation, that I've always suffered from more or less consciously. 1993b. 72-73 an allusion to the continuation of crypto-Jewish practices among the Algerian Jews and a clear indication that Jewish identification and the need to hide it have remained psychologically salient to Derrida. Significantly, he identifies his mother as Esther, 1993b. 73, the biblical heroine, who had not made known her people nor her kindred, Est. 2:10, and who was an inspiration to generations of crypto-Jews. Derrida was deeply attached to his mother and states as she nears death, "I can be sure that you will not understand much of what you will nonetheless have dictated to me, inspired me with, asked of me, ordered from me." Like his mother, who spoke of baptism and communion rather than circumcision and bar mitzvah, Derrida thus has an inward Jewish identity while outwardly assimilating to the French Catholic culture of Algeria. For Derrida, however, there are indications of ambivalence for both identities. Caputo 1997, 304, "I am one of those Marraines who no longer say they are Jews even in the secret of their own hearts." Derrida 1993b, 170. Derrida's experience with antisemitism during World War II in Algeria was traumatic and inevitably resulted in a deep consciousness of his own Jewishness. Derrida was expelled from school at age 13 under the Vichy government because of the numerous clauses, a self-described little black and very Arab Jew who understood nothing about it, to whom no one ever gave the slightest reason, neither his parents nor his friends. Derrida 1993b, 58. The persecutions, which were unlike those of Europe, were all the same unleashed in the absence of any German occupier. It is an experience that leaves nothing intact, an atmosphere that one goes on breathing forever. Jewish children expulsed from school. The principal's office, "You are going to go home, your parents will explain." Then the Allies landed. It was the period of the so-called two-headed government, de Gaulle-Giraud, racial laws maintained for almost 6 months, under a free French government. Friends who no longer knew you, insults, the Jewish high school with its expulsed teachers and never a whisper of protest from their colleagues. From that moment, I felt, how to put it, just as out of place in a closed Jewish community as I did on the other side. We called them the Catholics. In France, the suffering subsided. I naively thought that antisemitism had disappeared. But during adolescence, it was the tragedy, it was present in everything else. Paradoxical effect, perhaps, of this brutalization, a desire for integration in the non-Jewish community, a fascinated but painful and suspicious desire, nervously vigilant, an exhausting aptitude to detect signs of racism, in its most discreet configurations or its noisiest disavowals. Derrida 1995a, 120-121, italics in text. Bennington, 1993, 326, proposes that the expulsion from school and its aftermath were no doubt the years during which the singular character of J.D.'s belonging to Judaism is imprinted on him, wound, certainly, painful and practiced sensitivity to antisemitism, and any racism, raw response to xenophobia, but also impatience with gregarious identification, with the militancy of belonging in general, even if it is Jewish. I believe that this difficulty with belonging, one would almost say of identification, affects the whole of J.D.'s oeuvre, and it seems to me that the deconstruction of the proper is the very thought of this, its thinking affection. Indeed, Derrida says as much. He recalls that just before his bar mitzvah, which he again notes was termed communion by the Algerian Jewish community, when the Vichy government expelled him from school and withdrew his citizenship, I became the outside, try as they might to come close to me they'll never touch me again. I did my communion by fleeing the prison of all languages, the sacred one they tried to lock me up in without opening me to it, i.e., Hebrew, the secular, i.e., French, they made clear would never be mine. Derrida 1993b, 289. As with many Jews seeking a semi-cryptic pose in a largely non-Jewish environment, Derrida altered his name to Jacques. By choosing what was in some way, to be sure, a semi-pseudonym but also very French, Christian, simple, I must have erased more things than I could say in a few words. One would have to analyze the conditions in which a certain community, the Jewish community in Algeria, in the 30s sometimes chose American names. Derrida 1995a, 344. Changing his name is thus a form of crypsis as practiced by the Algerian Jewish community, a way of outwardly conforming to the French, Christian culture while secretly remaining Jewish. Derrida's Jewish political agenda is identical to that of the Frankfurt School. The idea behind deconstruction is to deconstruct the workings of strong nation-states with powerful immigration policies, to deconstruct the rhetoric of nationalism, the politics of place, the metaphysics of native land and native tongue. The idea is to disarm the bombs of identity that nation-states build to defend themselves against the stranger, against Jews and Arabs and immigrants, all of whom are wholly other. Contrary to the claims of Derrida's more careless critics, the passion of deconstruction is deeply political, for deconstruction is a relentless, if sometimes indirect, discourse on democracy, on a democracy to come. Derrida's democracy is a radically pluralistic polity that resists the terror of an organic, ethnic, spiritual unity, of the natural, native bonds of the nation, natus, natio, which grind to dust everything that is not akin of the ruling kind and genus, Geschlecht. He dreams of a nation without nationalist or nativist closure, of a community without identity, of a non-identical community that cannot say I or we, for, after all, the very idea of a community is to fortify, munus, muneris, ourselves in common against the other. His work is driven by a sense of the consummate danger of an identitarian community, of the spirit of the we of Christian Europe, or of a Christian politics, lethal compounds that spell death of Arabs and Jews, for Africans and Asians, for anything other. The heaving and sighing of this Christian European spirit is a lethal air for Jews and Arabs, for all les Juifs, i.e., Jews as prototypical others, even if they go back to Father Abraham, a way of gassing them according to both the letter and the spirit. Caputo 1997, 231-232. Derrida has recently published a pamphlet advocating immigration of non-Europeans into France, see Lilla 1998. As with the Frankfurt School, the radical skepticism of the deconstructionist movement is in the service of preventing the development of hegemonic, universalist ideologies and other foundations of Gentile group allegiance in the name of the tout autre, i.e., the wholly other. Caputo ascribes Derrida's motivation for his deconstruction of Hegel to the latter's conceptualization of Judaism as morally and spiritually inferior to Christianity because of its legalism and tribalistic exclusivism, whereas Christianity is the religion of love and assimilation, a product of the Greek, not the Jewish spirit. These Hegelian interpretations are remarkably congruent with Christian self-conceptualizations and Christian conceptions of Judaism originating in antiquity. See Separation and its Discontents, Chapter 3, and such a conceptualization fits well with the evolutionary analysis developed in A People That Shall Dwell Alone. Reinterpretations and refutations of Hegel were common among 19th-century Jewish intellectuals, see Separation and its Discontents, Chapter 6, and we have seen that in negative dialectics Adorno was concerned to refute the Hegelian idea of universal history for similar reasons. Hegel's searing, hateful portrait of the Jew, seems to haunt all of Derrida's work, by presenting in the most loyal and literal way just what Hegel says. Derrida shows that Hegel's denunciations of the Jew's castrated heart is a heartless, hateful castration of the other. Caputo 1994, 234, 243. As with the Frankfurt School, Derrida posits that the messianic future is unknown because to say otherwise would lead to the possibility of imposed uniformity, a systematic whole with infinite warrant, Caputo 1994, 246, a triumphal and dangerous truth in which Jews as exemplars of the Tautotra would necessarily suffer. The human condition is conceptualized as a blindness that cannot be remedied, a radical, structural condition in virtue of which everyone is blind from birth, Caputo 1994, 313. As with the Frankfurt School, the exemplars of otherness have a priori moral value. In deconstruction, love is extricated from the polemic against the Jews by being rethought in terms of the other, of les Juifs. If this organic Hegelian Christian European community is defined as making a common, defense, munis, against the other, Derrida advances the idea of laying down his arms, render les armes, surrendering to the other, p. 248. From this perspective, acknowledging the possibility of truth is dangerous because of the possibility that truth could be used against the other. The best strategy, therefore, is to open up a salutary competition among interpretations, a certain salutary radical hermeneuticizing, in which we dream with passion of something unforeseeable and impossible, Caputo 1994, 277. To the conflicting views of differing religions and ideologies, Derrida opposes a community, if it is one, of the blind leading the blind. Blindness makes for good communities, provided we all admit that we do not see, that in the crucial matters we are all stone blind and without privileged access, adrift in the same boat without a lighthouse to show the other shore, Caputo 1997, 313-314. Such a world is safe for Judaism, the prototypical other, and provides no warrant for the universalizing tendencies of Western civilization, Caputo 1997, 335. What one might term deconstruction as de-Hellenization or de-Westernization. Minority group ethnic consciousness is thus validated not in the sense that it is known to be based on some sort of psychological truth, but in the sense that it can't be proved untrue. On the other hand, the cultural and ethnic interests of majorities are hermeneuticized and thus rendered impotent because they cannot serve as the basis for a mass ethnic movement that would conflict with the interests of other groups. Ironically, from the standpoint of the theory of Judaism developed here, Derrida, who has thought a great deal about his own circumcision in his Circonfession, Derrida 1993b, realizes that circumcision, which he likens to a shibboleth because of its usefulness as a mechanism of in-group demarcation, i.e., as a mark of Jewish exclusiveness and otherness, is a two-edged sword. Commenting on the work of Holocaust poet Paul Celan, Derrida, 1994, 67, states, "The mark of a covenant or alliance, it also intervenes, it interdicts, it signifies the sentence of exclusion, of discrimination, indeed of extermination. One may, thanks to the shibboleth, recognize and be recognized by one's own, for better and for worse, in the cleaving of partaking, on the one hand, for the sake of the partaking and the ring of the covenant, but also, on the other hand, for the purpose of denying the other, of denying him passage or life. Because of the shibboleth and exactly to the extent that one may make use of it, one may see it turned against oneself, then it is the circumcised who are proscribed or held at the border, excluded from the community, put to death, or reduced to ashes." Derrida 1994, 67-68, italics in text. Despite the dangers of circumcision as a two-edged sword, Derrida, 1994, 68, concludes that there must be circumcision, a conclusion that Caputo, 1997, 252, interprets as an assertion of an irreducible and undeniable human demand for a differentiating mark, for a mark of difference. Derrida thus subscribes to the inevitability, innateness, of group demarcations, but, amazingly and apologetically, he manages to conceptualize circumcision not as a sign of tribal exclusivism, but as the cut that opens the space for the incoming of the Tautotra, Caputo 1994, 250. A remarkable move because, as we have seen, Derrida seems quite aware that circumcision results in separatism, the erection of in-group out-group barriers, and the possibility of between-group conflict and even extermination. But in Derrida's gloss, spiritually we are all Jews, all called and chosen to welcome the other, Caputo 1994, 262, so that Judaism turns out to be a universalist ideology where marks of separatism are interpreted as openness to the other. In Derrida's view, if circumcision is Jewish, it is only in the sense that all poets are Jews. Everyone ought to have a circumcised heart, this ought to form a universal religion, Caputo 1994, 262. Similarly, in a discussion of James Joyce, Derrida contrasts Joyce and Hegel, as prototypical Western thinkers, who close the circle of the same with Abrahamic, i.e., Jewish, circumcision, which cuts the cord of the same in order to be open to the other, circumcision as saying yes, to the other, Caputo 1997, 257. Thus in the end, Derrida develops yet another in the age-old conceptualizations of Judaism as a morally superior group, while ideologies of sameness and universality that might underlie ideologies of social homogeneity and group consciousness among European Gentiles are deconstructed and rendered as morally inferior. Appendix to Chapter 5, Neoconservatism as a Jewish Movement. In recent years, there has been a torrent of articles on neoconservatism raising, usually implicitly, some difficult issues. Are neoconservatives different from other conservatives? Is neoconservatism a Jewish movement? Is it anti-Semitic to say so? The thesis presented here is that neoconservatism is indeed a Jewish intellectual and political movement. The neoconservatives exemplify the characteristic background traits of Jewish activism, ethnocentrism, intelligence, psychological intensity, and aggressiveness. The ethnocentrism of the neocons has enabled them to create highly organized, cohesive, and effective ethnic networks. Neoconservatives have also exhibited the high intelligence necessary for attaining eminence in the academic world, in the elite media and think tanks, and at the highest levels of government. They have aggressively pursued their goals, not only in purging more traditional conservatives from positions of power and influence, but also in reorienting U.S. foreign policy in the direction of hegemony and empire. In alliance with virtually the entire organized American Jewish community, neoconservatism is a vanguard Jewish movement with close ties to the most extreme nationalistic, aggressive, racialist, and religiously fanatical elements within Israel. Neoconservatism also reflects many of the characteristics of Jewish intellectual movements studied in the culture of critique. See Table 2. Table 2, Characteristics of Jewish Intellectual Movements. 1. A deep concern with furthering specific Jewish interests, such as helping Israel or promoting immigration. 2. Issues are framed in a rhetoric of universalism rather than Jewish particularism. 3. Issues are framed in moral terms, and an attitude of moral superiority pervades the movement. 4. Centered around charismatic leaders, Boas, Trotsky, Freud. 5. Jews form a cohesive, mutually reinforcing core. 6. Non-Jews appear in highly visible roles, often as spokespersons for the movement. 7. A pronounced in-group/out-group atmosphere within the movement. Dissenters are portrayed as the personification of evil, and are expunged from the movement. 8. The movement is irrational in the sense that it is fundamentally concerned with using available intellectual resources to advance a political cause. 9. The movement is associated with the most prestigious academic institutions in the society. 10. Access to prestigious and mainstream media sources, partly as a result of Jewish influence on the media. 11. Active involvement of the wider Jewish community in supporting the movement. However, neoconservatism also presents several problems to any analysis, the main one being that the history of neoconservatism is relatively convoluted and complex compared to other Jewish intellectual and political movements. To an unusual extent, the history of neoconservatism presents a zigzag of positions and alliances, and a multiplicity of influences. This is perhaps inevitable in a fundamentally political movement needing to adjust to changing circumstances, and attempting to influence the very large, complex political culture of the United States. The main changes neoconservatives have been forced to confront have been their loss of influence in the Democratic Party, and the fall of the Soviet Union. Although there is a remarkable continuity in Jewish neoconservatives' interests as Jews, the prime one being the safety and prosperity of Israel, these upheavals required new political alliances and produced a need for new work designed to reinvent the intellectual foundation of American foreign policy. Neoconservatism also raises difficult problems of labeling. As described in the following, neoconservatism as a movement derives from the long association of Jews with the left. But contemporary neoconservatism is not simply a term for ex-liberals or leftists. Indeed, in its present incarnation, many second-generation neoconservatives, such as David Frum, Jonah Goldberg, and Max Boot, have never had affiliations with the American left. Rather, neoconservatism represents a fundamentally new version of American conservatism, if it can be properly termed conservative at all. By displacing traditional forms of conservatism, neoconservatism has actually solidified the hold of the left on political and cultural discourse in the United States. The deep and continuing chasm between neocons and more traditional American conservatives, a topic of this paper, indicates that this problem is far from being resolved. The multiplicity of influences among neoconservatives requires some comment. The current crop of neoconservatives has at times been described as Trotskyists. As will be seen, in some cases the intellectual influences of neoconservatives can be traced to Trotsky, but Trotskyism cannot be seen as a current influence within the movement. And although the political philosopher Leo Strauss is indeed a guru for some neoconservatives, his influence is by no means pervasive, and in any case provides only a very broad guide to what the neoconservatives advocate in the area of public policy. Indeed, by far the best predictor of neoconservative attitudes, on foreign policy at least, is what the political right in Israel deems in Israel's best interests. Neoconservatism does not fit the pattern of the Jewish intellectual movements described in the culture of critique, characterized by gurus, rabbis, and their disciples centered around a tightly focused intellectual perspective in the manner of Freud, Boas, or Marcuse. Neoconservatism is better described in general as a complex interlocking professional and family network centered around Jewish publicists and organizers flexibly deployed to recruit the sympathies of both Jews and non-Jews in harnessing the wealth and power of the United States in the service of Israel. As such, neoconservatism should be considered a semi-covert branch of the massive and highly effective pro-Israel lobby, which includes organizations like the America-Israel Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC, the most powerful lobbying group in Washington, and the Zionist Organization of America, ZOA. Indeed, as discussed below and in the following chapter, prominent neoconservatives have been associated with such overtly pro-Israel organizations as the Jewish Institute for National Security Affairs, JINSA, the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, WINEP, and ZOA. Acronyms of the main neoconservative and pro-Israel activist organizations used in this paper are provided in Table 2. Table 3, Acronyms of neoconservative and pro-Israel activist organizations used in this appendix. AI, American Enterprise Institute, a neoconservative think tank, produces and disseminates books and articles on foreign and domestic policy, www.a.org. AIPAC, American Israel Public Affairs Committee, the main pro-Israel lobbying organization in the U.S., specializing in influencing the U.S. Congress, www.aipac.org. CSP, Center for Security Policy, neoconservative think tank specializing in defense policy, formerly headed by Douglas Faith. CSP is now headed by Frank Gaffney. The CSP is strongly pro-Israel and favors a strong U.S. military, www.centerforsecuritypolicy.org. JINSA, Jewish Institute for National Security Affairs, pro-Israel think tank specializing in promoting military cooperation, between the US and Israel, www.jinsa.org. MEF, Middle East Forum, headed by Daniel Pipes. The MEF is a pro-Israel advocacy organization overlapping with the WINEP but generally more strident, www.mforum.org. PNAC, Project for the New American Century, headed by Bill Kristol. The PNAC issues letters and statements, signed mainly by prominent neocons and designed to influence public policy, www.newamericancentury.org. SDUSA, Social Democrats USA, left neoconservative political organization advocating pro-labor social policy and pro-Israel, anti-communist foreign policy, www.socialdemocrats.org. WINEP, Washington Institute for Near East Policy, pro-Israel think tank specializing in producing and disseminating pro-Israel media material, www.washingtoninstitute.org. ZOA, Zionist Organization of America, pro-Israel lobbying organization associated with the more fanatical end of the pro-Israel spectrum in America, www.zoa.org. Compared with their deep and emotionally intense commitment to Israel, neoconservative attitudes on domestic policy seem more or less an afterthought, and they will not be the main focus here. In general, neoconservatives advocate maintaining the social welfare, immigration, and civil rights policies typical of liberalism, and the wider Jewish community, up to about 1970. Some of these policies represent clear examples of Jewish ethnic strategizing, in particular, the role of the entire Jewish political spectrum and the entire organized, Jewish community as the moving force behind the immigration law of 1965, which opened the floodgates to non-white immigration. Jewish organizations still favor liberal immigration policies. In 2004, virtually all American Jewish public affairs agencies belong to the National Immigration Forum, the premier open borders immigration lobbying group. Since the neocons have developed a decisive influence in the mainstream conservative movement, their support for non-restrictive immigration policies has perhaps more significance for the future of the United States than their support for Israel. As always when discussing Jewish involvement in intellectual movements, there is no implication that all or even most Jews are involved in these movements. As discussed below, the organized Jewish community shares the neocon commitment to the Likud Party in Israel. However, neoconservatism has never been a majority viewpoint in the American Jewish community, at least if being a neoconservative implies voting for the Republican Party. In the 2000 election, 80% of Jews voted for Al Gore. This was little changed in the 2004 election. 76% of Jews voted for John Kerry despite the fact that it was well known by 2004 that the top advisors of George W. Bush had very powerful Jewish connections, pro-Likud sympathies and positive attitudes toward regime change in Arab countries in the Middle East. Jews also voted for Kerry despite the enthusiasm of Jewish pro-Israel activists for President Bush. For example, Bush's May 18, 2004, speech to the National Convention of AIPAC received a wild and sustained standing ovation in response to an audience member's call for 4 more years. The majority of some 4,500 delegates at the National Conference of the American Israel Public Affairs Committee leapt to their feet in support of the president. Anecdotal evidence points to a sea change among Jewish voters, who historically have trended toward the Democratic Party, but may be heading to Bush's camp due to his stance on a single issue, his staunch support of Israel. Quite possibly, Democrats did not lose a substantial number of Jewish voters in 2004 because John Kerry, the likely Democratic candidate, claimed to have a 100% record for Israel and promised to increase troop strength and retain the commitment to Iraq. The critical issue is not to determine what percentage of Jews support neoconservatism, but to determine the extent to which Jews dominate the movement and are a critical component of its success. One must then document the fact that the Jews involved in the movement have a Jewish identity and are motivated by it, that is, that they see their participation as aimed at achieving specific Jewish goals. In the case of neoconservatives, An important line of evidence is to show their deep connections to Israel, their passionate attachment to a nation not their own, as Patrick Buchanan terms it, and especially to the Likud party. As indicated above, I will argue that the main motivation for Jewish neoconservatives has been to further the cause of Israel. However, even if that statement is true, it does not imply that all Jews are neoconservatives. I therefore reject the sort of arguments made by Richard Pearl, who responded to charges that neoconservatives were predominantly Jews by noting that Jews always tend to be disproportionately involved in intellectual undertakings, and that many Jews oppose the neoconservatives. This is indeed the case, but leaves open the question of whether neoconservative Jews perceive their ideas as advancing Jewish interests and whether the movement itself is influential. An important point of the following, however, is that the broader organized Jewish community has played a critical role in the success of neoconservatism, and in preventing public discussion of its Jewish roots and Jewish agendas. Non-Jewish participation in neoconservatism. As with the other Jewish intellectual and political movements, non-Jews have been welcomed into the movement and often given highly visible roles as the public face of the movement. This of course lessens the perception that the movement is indeed a Jewish movement, and it makes excellent psychological sense to have the spokespersons for any movement resemble the people they are trying to convince. That's why Ahmed Chalabi, a Shiite Iraqi, a student of early neocon theorist Albert Wohlstetter, and a close personal associate of prominent neocons, including Richard Pearl, was the neocons' choice to lead post-war Iraq. There are many examples, including Freud's famous comments on needing a non-Jew to represent psychoanalysis, Carl Jung for a time until Jung balked at the role, and then Ernest Jones. Margaret Mead and Ruth Benedict were the most publicly recognized Bojan anthropologists, and there were a great many non-Jewish leftists and pro-immigration advocates who were promoted to visible positions in Jewish-dominated movements, and sometimes resented their role, see Chapter 3 and Chapter 7. Albert Lindemann describes non-Jews among the leaders of the Bolshevik Revolution as Jewified non-Jews, a term, freed of its ugly connotations, that might be used to underline an often overlooked point. Even in Russia there were some non-Jews, whether Bolsheviks or not, who respected Jews, praised them abundantly, imitated them, cared about their welfare, and established intimate friendships or romantic liaisons with them. There was a smattering of non-Jews among the New York intellectuals, who, as members of the anti-Stalinist left in the 1940s, were forerunners of the neoconservatives. Prominent examples were Dwight Macdonald, labeled by Michael Rezin a distinguished goy among the Partizanskis I.E., the largely Jewish Partisan Review crowd, James T. Farrell, and Mary McCarthy. John Dewey also had close links to the New York intellectuals and was lavishly promoted by them. Dewey was also allied closely with his former student Sidney Hook, another major figure on the anti-Stalinist left. Dewey was a philo-Semite, stating, after all, it was the Christians who made them it, i.e., victims. Living in New York where the Jews set the standard of living from department stores to apartment houses, I often think that the Jews are the finest product of historical Christianity. Anyway, the finest living man, so far as I know, is a Jew, humanitarian founder of the International Institute of Agriculture. David Lubin. This need for the involvement of non-Jews is especially acute for neoconservatism as a political movement, because neoconservative Jews constitute a tiny percentage of the electorate. They need to make alliances with non-Jews whose perceived interests dovetail with theirs. Non-Jews have a variety of reasons for being associated with Jewish interests, including career advancement, close personal relationships or admiration for individual Jews, and deeply held personal convictions. For example, as described below, Senator Henry Jackson, whose political ambitions were intimately bound up with the neoconservatives, was a strong philo-Semite due partly to his experiences in childhood. His alliance with neoconservatives also stemmed from his, entirely reasonable, belief that the United States and the Soviet Union were engaged in a deadly conflict and his belief that Israel was a valuable ally in that struggle. Because neoconservatives command a large and lucrative presence in the media, think tankdom, and political culture generally, it is hardly surprising that complex blends of opportunism and personal conviction characterize participating non-Jews. University and media involvement. An important feature of the Jewish intellectual and political movements I have studied has been their association with prestigious universities and media sources. The university most closely associated with the current crop of neoconservatives is the University of Chicago, the academic home not only of Leo Strauss, but also of Albert Wohlstetter, a mathematician turned foreign policy strategist, who was mentor to Richard Perle and Paul Wolfowitz, both of whom achieved power and influence in the administration of George W. Bush. The University of Chicago was also home to Strauss disciple Alan Bloom, sociologist Edward Shills, and novelist Saul Bellow among the earlier generation of neoconservatives. Another important academic home for the neocons has been the School of Advanced International Studies at Johns Hopkins University. Wolfowitz spent most of the Clinton years as a professor at SAIS. The director of the Strategic Studies program at SAIS is Elliot Cohen, who has been a signatory to a number of the Project for a New American Century's statements and letters, including the April 2002 letter to President Bush on Israel and Iraq. See below. He is also an advisor for Frank Gaffney's Center for Security Policy, an important neocon think tank. Cohen is famous for labeling the war against terrorism World War IV. His book, Supreme Command, argues that civilian leaders should make the important decisions and not defer to military leaders. This message was understood by Cheney and Wolfowitz as underscoring the need to prevent the military from having too much influence, as in the aftermath of the 1991 Gulf War when Colin Powell as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, had been influential in opposing the removal of Saddam Hussein. Unlike other Jewish intellectual movements, the neoconservatives have been forced to deal with major opposition from within the academy, especially from Arabs and leftists in academic departments of Middle East studies. As a result, neoconservative activist groups, especially the WINEP, and the MEF's Campus Watch, have monitored academic discourse and course content and organized protests against professors, and were behind congressional legislation mandating U.S. government monitoring of programs in Middle East studies. See below. Jewish intellectual and political movements also have typically had ready access to prestigious mainstream media outlets, and this is certainly true for the neocons. Most notable are the Wall Street Journal, Commentary, The Public Interest, Basic Books, Book Publishing, and the media empires of Conrad Black and Rupert Murdoch. Murdoch owns the Fox News Channel and the New York Post, and is the main source of funding for Bill Kristol's Weekly Standard, all major neocon outlets. A good example illustrating these connections is Richard Perle. Perle is listed as a resident fellow of the AEI, and he is on the boards of directors of the Jerusalem Post and the Hollinger Corporation, a media company controlled by Conrad Black. Hollinger owns major media properties in the U.S., Chicago Sun Times, England, the Daily Telegraph, Israel, Jerusalem Post, and Canada, the National Post, 50% ownership with CanWest Global Communications, which is controlled by Israel Asper and his family. CanWest has aggressively clamped down on its journalists for any deviation from its strong pro-Israel editorial policies. Hollinger also owns dozens of smaller publications in the US, Canada, and England. All of these media outlets reflect the vigorously pro-Israel stance espoused by Perle. Perle has written op-ed columns for Hollinger newspapers as well as for the New York Times. Neoconservatives such as Jonah Goldberg and David Fromm also have a very large influence on National Review, formerly a bastion of traditional conservative thought in the U.S. Neocon think tanks such as the AEI have a great deal of cross-membership with Jewish activist organizations such as AIPAC, the main pro-Israel lobbying organization in Washington, and the WINEP. When President George W. Bush addressed the AEI on Iraq policy, the event was fittingly held in the Albert Wohlstetter Conference Center. A major goal of the AEI is to maintain a high profile as pundits in the mainstream media. A short list would include AEI fellow Michael Ledeen, who is extreme even among the neocons in his lust for war against all Muslim countries in the Middle East, is resident scholar in the Freedom Chair at the AEI, writes op-ed articles for the Scripps Howard News Service and the Wall Street Journal, and appears on the Fox News Channel. Michael Rubin, visiting scholar at AEI, writes for the New Republic, controlled by staunchly pro-Israel Martin Peretz, the New York Times, and the Daily Telegraph. Rule Mark Garect, a resident fellow at the AEI, and director of the Middle East Initiative at PNAC, writes for the Weekly Standard and the New York Times. Another prominent AEI member is David Wormser, who formerly headed the Middle East Studies program at the AEI until assuming a major role in providing intelligence disinformation in the lead-up to the war in Iraq, see below. His position at the AEI was funded by Irving Moskowitz, a wealthy supporter of the settler movement in Israel and neocon activism in the U.S. At the AEI, Wormser wrote op-ed pieces for The Washington Times, The Weekly Standard, and The Wall Street Journal. His book, Tyranny's Ally, America's Failure to Defeat Saddam Hussein, advocated that the United States should use military force to achieve regime change in Iraq. The book was published by the AEI in 1999 with a foreword by Richard Pearl. Prior to the invasion of Iraq, the New York Times was deeply involved in spreading deception about Iraqi weapons of mass destruction and ties to terrorist organizations. Judith Miller's front-page articles were based on information from Iraqi defectors well known to be untrustworthy because of their own interest in toppling Saddam. Many of these sources, including the notorious Ahmed Chalabi, were also touted by the Office of Special Plans of the Department of Defense, which is associated with many of the most prominent Bush administration neocons, see below. Miller's indiscretions might be chalked up to incompetence were it not for her close connections to prominent neocon organizations, in particular Daniel Pipes's Middle East Forum, MEF, which avidly sought the war in Iraq. The MEF lists Miller as an expert speaker on Middle East issues, and she has published articles in MEF media, including the Middle East Quarterly and the MEF Wire. The MEF also threw a launch party for her book on Islamic fundamentalism, God Has 99 Names. Miller, whose father is ethnically Jewish, has a strong Jewish consciousness. Her book One by One, Facing the Holocaust tried to show how each European country that I lived and worked in was suppressing or distorting or politically manipulating the memory of the Holocaust. The New York Times has apologized for coverage that was not as rigorous as it should have been, but has thus far refused to single out Miller's stories as worthy of special censure. Indeed, the Times's failure goes well beyond Miller. Some of the Times's coverage in the months leading up to the invasion of Iraq was credulous. Much of it was inappropriately italicized by lavish front-page display and heavy-breathing headlines, and several fine articles by David Johnston, James Risen and others that provided perspective or challenged information in the faulty stories were played as quietly as a lullaby. Especially notable among these was Risen's CIA aides' heel pressure in preparing Iraqi reports, which was completed several days before the invasion and unaccountably held for a week. It didn't appear until 3 days after the war's start, and even then was interred on page B10. As is well known, the New York Times is Jewish-owned and has often been accused of slanting its coverage on issues of importance to Jews. See preface to the paperback edition of The Culture of Critique. It is perhaps another example of the legacy of Jacob Schiff, the Jewish activist/philanthropist who backed Adolph Oakes's purchase of the New York Times in 1896 because he believed he could be of great service to the Jews generally. Involvement of the wider Jewish community. Another common theme of Jewish intellectual and political movements has been the involvement and clout of the wider Jewish community. While the prominent neoconservatives represent a small fraction of the American Jewish community, there is little doubt that the organized Jewish community shares their commitment to the Likud Party in Israel and, one might reasonably infer, Likud's desire to see the United States conquer and effectively control virtually all of Israel's enemies. For example, representatives of all the major Jewish organizations serve on the executive committee of AIPAC, the most powerful lobby in Washington. Since the 1980s, AIPAC has leaned toward Likud and only reluctantly went along with the Labour government of the 1990s. In October 2002, the Conference of Presidents of Major American Jewish Organizations issued a declaration of support for disarming the Iraqi regime. Jack Rosen, the president of the American Jewish Congress, noted that the final statement ought to be crystal clear in backing the president having to take unilateral action if necessary against Iraq to eliminate weapons of mass destruction. The organized Jewish community also plays the role of credential validator, especially for non-Jews. For example, the neocon choice for the leader of Iran following regime change is Reza Pahlavi, son of the former Shah. As is the case with Ahmed Chalabi, who was promoted by the neocons as the leader of post-Saddam Iraq, Pahlavi has proven his commitment to Jewish causes and the wider Jewish community. He has addressed the board of JINSA, given a public speech at the Simon Wiesenthal Center's Museum of Tolerance in Los Angeles, met with American Jewish communal leaders, and is on friendly terms with Likud Party officials in Israel. Most important, the main Jewish activist organizations have been quick to condemn those who have noted the Jewish commitments of the neoconservative activists in the Bush administration or seen the hand of the Jewish community in pushing for war against Iraq and other Arab countries. For example, the ADL's Abraham Foxman singled out Pat Buchanan, Joe Sobran, Representative James Moran, Chris Matthews of MSNBC, James O. Goldsborough, a columnist for the San Diego Union Tribune, columnist Robert Novak, and writer Ian Boehmer as subscribers to a canard that America's going to war has little to do with disarming Saddam, but everything to do with Jews, the Jewish lobby and the hawkish Jewish members of the Bush administration who, according to this chorus, will favor any war that benefits Israel. Similarly, when Senator Ernest F. Hollings, DSC, made a speech in the U.S. Senate and wrote a newspaper op-ed piece which claimed the war in Iraq was motivated by President Bush's policy to secure Israel and advanced by a handful of Jewish officials and opinion leaders, Abe Foxman of the ADL stated, "When the debate veers into anti-Jewish stereotyping, it is tantamount to scapegoating and an appeal to ethnic hatred. This is reminiscent of age-old, anti-Semitic canards about a Jewish conspiracy to control and manipulate government." Despite negative comments from Jewish activist organizations, and a great deal of coverage in the American Jewish press, there were no articles on this story in any of the major U.S. national newspapers. These mainstream media and political figures stand accused of antisemitism, the most deadly charge that can be imagined in the contemporary world, by the most powerful Jewish activist organization in the U.S. The Simon Wiesenthal Center has also charged Buchanan and Moran with antisemitism for their comments on this issue. While Foxman feels no need to provide any argument at all, the SWC feels it is sufficient to note that Jews have varying opinions on the war. This of course is a non-issue. The real issue is whether it is legitimate to open up to debate the question of the degree to which the neocon activists in the Bush administration are motivated by their long ties to the Likud Party in Israel and whether the organized Jewish community in the U.S. similarly supports the Likud Party, and its desire to enmesh the United States in wars that are in Israel's interest. There's not much doubt about how the SWC viewed the war with Iraq. Defense Secretary Rumsfeld invited Rabbi Marvin Here, Dean of the Center, to briefings on the war. Of course, neocons in the media, most notably David Frum, Max Boot, Lawrence F. Kaplan, Jonah Goldberg, and Alan Wald, have also been busy labeling their opponents anti-Semites. An early example concerned a 1988 speech given by Russell Kirk at the Heritage Foundation in which he remarked that not seldom it has seemed as if some eminent neoconservatives mistook Tel Aviv for the capital of United States, what Sam Francis characterizes as a wisecrack about the slavishly pro-Israel sympathies among neoconservatives. Midge Decter, a prominent neocon writer and wife of commentary editor Norman Potteretz, labeled the comment a bloody outrage. A piece of antisemitism by Kirk that impugns the loyalty of neoconservatives. Accusations of antisemitism have become a common response to suggestions that neoconservatives have promoted the war in Iraq for the benefit of Israel. For example, Joshua Moravchik, whose ties to the neocons are elaborated below, authored an apologetic article in Commentary aimed at denying that neoconservative foreign policy prescriptions are tailored to benefit Israel and that imputations to that effect amount to antisemitism. These accusations are notable for uniformly failing to honestly address the Jewish motivations and commitments of neoconservatives, the topic of a later section. Finally, the wider Jewish community provides financial support for intellectual and political movements, as in the case of psychoanalysis, where the Jewish community signed on as patients and as consumers of psychoanalytic literature, see Chapter 4. This has also been the case with neoconservatism, as noted by Gary North. With respect to the close connection between Jews and neoconservatism, it is worth citing Robert Nisbet's assessment of the revival of his academic career after 1965. His only book, The Quest for Community, Oxford Up, 1953, had come back into print in paperback in 1962 as Community and Power. He then began to write for the neoconservative journals. Immediately, there were contracts for him to write a series of books on conservatism, history, and culture, beginning with The Sociological Tradition, published in 1966 by Basic Books, the newly created neoconservative publishing house. Sometime in the late 1960s, he told me, I became an in-house sociologist for the commentary public interest crowd. Jews buy lots of academic books in America. Some things are obvious but unstated. He could follow the money, book royalties. So could his publishers. The support of the wider Jewish community and the elaborate neoconservative infrastructure in the media and think tankdom provide irresistible professional opportunities for Jews and non-Jews alike. I am not claiming that people like Nisbet don't believe what they write in neoconservative publications, but simply that having opinions that are attractive to neoconservatives can be very lucrative and professionally rewarding. In the remainder of this chapter I will first trace the historical roots of neoconservatism and then provide portraits of several important neoconservatives that focus on their Jewish identities and their connections to pro-Israel activism. Historical roots of neoconservatism, coming to neoconservatism from the far left. All 20th-century Jewish intellectual and political movements stem from the deep involvement of Jews with the left. However, beginning in the late 1920s, when the followers of Leon Trotsky broke off from the mainstream communist movement, the Jewish left has not been unified. By all accounts, the major figure linking Trotsky and the neoconservative movement is Max Schachtman, a Jew born in Poland in 1904 but brought to the US as an infant. Like other leftists during the 1920s, Schachtman was enthusiastic about the Soviet Union, writing in 1923 that it was a brilliant red light in the darkness of capitalist gloom. Schachtman began as a follower of James P. Cannon, who became converted to Trotsky's view that the Soviet Union should actively foment revolution. The Trotskyist movement had a Jewish milieu. Schachtman attracted young Jewish disciples, the familiar rabbi/disciple model of Jewish intellectual movements discussed in Chapter 6. Youngsters around Schachtman made little effort to hide their New York background or intellectual skills and tastes. Years later they could still hear Schachtman's voice in one another's speeches. To a much greater extent than the Communist Party, which was much larger and was committed to following the Soviet line, the Trotskyists survived as a small group centered around charismatic leaders like Schachtman, who paid homage to the famous Trotsky, who lurked in the background as an exile from the USSR living in Mexico. In the Jewish milieu of the movement, Schachtman was much admired as a speaker because of his ability in debate and in polemics. He became the quintessential rabbinical guru, the leader of a close, psychologically intense group. He would hug them and kiss his followers. He would pinch both their cheeks, hard, in a habit that some felt blended sadism and affection. Trotskyists took seriously the Marxist idea that the proletarian socialist revolution should occur first in the economically advanced societies of the West rather than in backward Russia or China. They also thought that a revolution only in Russia was doomed to failure because the success of socialism in Russia depended inevitably on the world economy. The conclusion of this line of logic was that Marxists should advocate a permanent revolution that would sweep away capitalism completely rather than concentrate on building socialism in the Soviet Union. Shachtman broke with Trotsky over defense of the Soviet Union in World War II, setting out to develop his own brand of third camp Marxism that followed James Burnham in stressing internal democracy and analyzing the USSR as bureaucratic collectivism. In 1939 to 1941, Shachtman battled leftist intellectuals like Sidney Hook, Max Eastman, and Dwight Macdonald, who were rejecting not only Stalinism, but also Trotskyism as insufficiently open and democratic. They also saw Trotsky himself as guilty of some of the worst excesses of the early Bolshevik regime, especially his banning of opposition parties and his actions in crushing the Kronstadt sailors who had called for democracy. Shachtman defended an open, democratic version of Marxism but was concerned that his critics were abandoning socialism, throwing out the baby with the bathwater. Hook, Eastman, Burnham, and Macdonald therefore constituted a rightist force within the anti-Stalinist left. It is this force that may with greater accuracy be labeled as one of the immediate intellectual ancestors of neoconservatism. By 1940, Macdonald was Shachtman's only link to the partisan review crowd of the New York intellectuals, another predominantly Jewish group, and the link became tenuous. James Burnham also broke with Shachtman in 1940. By 1941 Burnham rejected Stalinism, fascism, and even the New Deal as bureaucratic menaces, staking out a position characterized by juridical defense, his criticism of managerial political tendencies, and his own defense of liberty, eventually becoming a fixture at National Review in the decades before it became a neoconservative journal. Shachtman himself became a cold warrior and social democrat in the late 1940s, attempting to build an all-inclusive left while his erstwhile Trotskyist allies in the Fourth International were bent on continuing their isolation in separate factions on the left. During this period, Shachtman saw the Stalinist takeover in Eastern Europe as a far greater threat than US power, a prelude to his support for the Bay of Pigs invasion of Cuba, and the US role in Vietnam. By the 1950s he rejected revolutionary socialism, and stopped calling himself a Trotskyist. During the 1960s he saw the Democratic Party as the path to social democracy, while nevertheless retaining some commitment to Marxism and socialism. Though he would insist for the rest of his life that he had found the keys to Marxism in his era, he was recutting the keys as he went along. In the early 1950s he had spoken, written, and acted as a left-wing, though no longer revolutionary, socialist. By the late 1950s he moved into the mainstream of U.S. social democracy with a strategy of pushing big business, and white Southerners out of the Democratic Party, the converse of Nixon's Southern strategy for the Republican Party. In the 1960s he suggested more openly than ever before that U.S. power could be used to promote democracy in the Third World, a view that aligns him with later neoconservatives. In the 1960s, Michael Harrington, author of the influential The Other America, became the best-known Shachtmanite, but they diverged when Harrington showed more sympathy toward the emerging multicultural, anti-war, feminist, new politics influence in the Democratic Party, while Shachtman remained committed to the Democrats as the party of organized labor and anti-communism. Shachtman became an enemy of the New Left, which he saw as overly apologetic toward the Soviet Union. As I watch the New Left, I simply weep. If somebody set out to take the errors and stupidities of the old left and multiplied them to the nth degree, you would have the New Left of today. This was linked to disagreements with Irving Howe, editor of Dissent, who published a wide range of authors, including Harrington, although Shachtman followers Carl Gershman and Tom Kahn remained on the editorial board of Dissent until 1971 to 1972. The main link between Shachtman and the political mainstream was the influence he and his followers had on the AFL-CIO. In 1972, shortly before his death, Shachtman, as an open anti-communist and supporter of both the Vietnam War and Zionism, backed Senator Henry Jackson in the Democratic presidential primary. Jackson was a strong supporter of Israel, see below, and by this time support for Israel had become a litmus test for Shachtmanites. Jackson, who was closely associated with the AFL-CIO, hired Tom Kahn, who had become a Sharpton follower in the 1950s. Kahn was executive secretary of the Shatmanite League for Industrial Democracy, headed at the time by Tom Harrington, and he was also the head of the Department of International Affairs of the AFL-CIO, where he was an obsessive promoter of Israel to the point that the AFL-CIO became the world's largest non-Jewish holder of Israel bonds. His department had a budget of around $40 million, most of which was provided by the federally funded National Endowment for Democracy, NED. During the Reagan administration, the AFL-CIO received approximately 40% of available funding from the NED, while no other funded group received more than 10%. That imbalance has prompted speculation that NED is effectively in the hands of the Social Democrats USA Sharpton's political heir, see below, the membership of which today includes both NED President Carl Gershman, and a number of AFL-CIO officials involved with the endowment. In 1972, under the leadership of Carl Gershman, and the Shatmanites, the Socialist Party USA changed its name to Social Democrats USA. Working with Jackson, SDUSA's members achieved little political power because of the dominance of the New Politics wing of the Democratic Party, with its strong New Left influence from the 1960s. With the election of Ronald Reagan in 1980, however, key figures from SDUSA achieved positions of power and influence both in the labor movement and in the government. Among the latter were Reagan-era appointees such as United Nations Ambassador Jeane Kirkpatrick, Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs Elliott Abrams, son-in-law of Podhoretz and Decter, Geneva Arms Talks negotiator Max Kampelman, aide to Hubert Humphrey and founding member of JINSA, he remains on its advisory board, and Gershman, who was an aide to UN Ambassador Kirkpatrick and head of the NED. Other Shatmanites in the Reagan administration included Joshua Moravchik, a member of SDUSA's National Committee, who wrote articles defending Reagan's foreign policy, and Penn Kemble, an SDUSA vice chairman, who headed Prodemsa, an influential lobbying group for the contra-opponents of the leftist Sandinistas in Nicaragua. Abrams and Moravchik have continued to play an important role in neocon circles in the George W. Bush administration, see below. In addition to being associated with SDUSA, Kirkpatrick had strong neocon credentials. She was on the JINSA board, and was a senior fellow at the AEI. She also received several awards from Jewish organizations, including the Defender of Israel Award, New York, given to non-Jews who stand up for the Jewish people. Other neocon recipients include Henry Jackson and Bayard Rustin, the Humanitarian Award of B'nai B'rith, and the 50th Anniversary Friend of Zion Award from the Prime Minister of Israel, 1998. Kirkpatrick's husband Evron was a promoter of Hubert Humphrey and longtime collaborator of neocon godfather Irving Kristol. During the Reagan administration, Lane Kirkland, the head of the AFL-CIO from 1979 to 1995, was also a Shatmanite and an officer of the SDUSA. As Secretary-Treasurer of the AFL-CIO during the 1970s, Kirkland was a member of the Committee on the Present Danger, a group of neoconservatives in which prominent Jackson supporters, advisors, and admirers from both sides of the aisle predominated. Kirkland gave a eulogy at Henry Jackson's funeral. Kirkland was not a Jew but was married to a Jew and, like Jackson, had very close ties to Jews. Throughout his career Kirkland maintained a special affection for the struggle of the Jews. It may be the result of his marriage to Irina, née Neumann in 1973, his second marriage, a Czech survivor of the Holocaust and an inspiring figure in her own right. Or it may be because he recognized that the cause of the Jews and the cause of labor have been inseparable. Carl Gershman remains head of the NED, which supports the US-led invasion and nation-building effort in Iraq. The general line of the NED is that Arab countries should get over the Arab-Israeli conflict and embrace democracy, Israel, and the United States. In reporting on talks with representatives of the Jewish community in Turkey, Gershman frames the issues in terms of ending antisemitism in Turkey by destroying Al-Qaeda. There is no criticism of the role of Israel and its policies in producing hatred throughout the region. During the 1980s, the NED supported non-violent strategies to end apartheid in South Africa in association with the A. Philip Randolph Institute, headed by longtime civil rights activist and SDUSA neocon Bayard Rustin. Critics of the NED, such as Representative Ron Paul, Artex, have complained that the NED is nothing more than a costly program that takes U.S. taxpayer funds to promote favored politicians and political parties abroad. Paul suggests that the NED's support of former communists reflects Gershman's leftist background. In general, at the present time SDUSA continues to support organized labor domestically and to take an active interest in using U.S. power to spread democracy abroad. A resolution of January 2003 stated that the main conflict in the world was not between Islam and the West but between democratic and non-democratic governments, with Israel being the only democracy in the Middle East. The SDUSA strongly supports democratic nation building in Iraq. A prominent member of SDUSA is Joshua Moravchik. A member of the SDUSA National Advisory Council, Moravchik is also a member of the Advisory Board of JINSA, a resident scholar at the AEI, and an adjunct scholar at WINEP. His book Heaven on Earth, The Rise and Fall of Socialism views socialism critically, but advocates a reformist social democracy that falls short of socialism. He views socialism as a failed religion that is relatively poor at creating wealth and is incompatible with very powerful human desires for private ownership. Another prominent member of SDUSA is Max Kampelman, whose article, posted on the SDUSA website, makes the standard neoconservative complaints about the UN dating from the 1970s, especially regarding its treatment of Israel. Since 1964, the UN Security Council has passed 88 resolutions against Israel, the only democracy in the area, and the General Assembly has passed more than 400 such resolutions, including one in 1975 declaring Zionism as a form of racism. When the terrorist leader of the Palestinians, Arafat, spoke in 1974 to the General Assembly, he did so wearing a pistol on his hip, and received a standing ovation. While totalitarian and repressive regimes are eligible and do serve on the UN Security Council, democratic Israel is barred by UN rules from serving in that senior body. Neoconservatism as a continuation of Cold War liberalism's vital center. The other strand that merged into neoconservatism stems from Cold War liberalism, which became dominant within the Democratic Party during the Truman administration. It remained dominant until the rise of the new politics influence in the party during the 1960s, culminating in the presidential nomination of George McGovern in 1972. In the late 1940s, a key organization was Americans for Democratic Action, associated with such figures as Reinhold Niebuhr, Hubert Humphrey, and Arthur M. Schlesinger Jr., whose book, The Vital Center, 1947, distilled a liberal anti-communist perspective which combined vigorous containment of communism with the struggle within our country against oppression and stagnation. This general perspective was also evident in the Congress for Cultural Freedom, whose central figure was Sidney Hook. The CCF was a group of anti-communist intellectuals organized in 1950 and funded by the CIA, and included a number of prominent liberals, such as Schlesinger. A new wrinkle, in comparison to earlier Jewish intellectual and political movements discussed in Culture of Critique, has been that the central figures, Norman Podhoretz and Irving Kristol, have operated not so much as intellectual gurus in the manner of Freud or Boas or even Schachtman, but more as promoters and publicists of views which they saw as advancing Jewish interests. Podhoretz's commentary, published by the American Jewish Committee, and Kristol's The Public Interest became clearinghouses for neoconservative ideas, but many of the articles were written by people with strong academic credentials. For example, in the area of foreign policy Robert W. Tucker and Walter Layer appeared in these journals as critics of liberal foreign policy. Their work updated the anti-communist tradition of the Vital Center by taking account of Western weakness apparent in the new politics liberalism of the Democratic Party, and the American left, as well as the anti-Western posturing of the Third World. This vital center intellectual framework typified key neoconservatives at the origin of the movement in the late 1960s, including the two most pivotal figures, Irving Kristol and Norman Podhoretz. In the area of foreign policy, a primary concern of Jewish neoconservatives from the 1960s-1980s was the safety and prosperity of Israel, at a time when the Soviet Union was seen as hostile to Jews within its borders and was making alliances with Arab regimes against Israel. As they saw it, the world was gravely threatened by a totalitarian Soviet Union with aggressive outposts around the world and a third world corrupted by vicious anti-Semitism. A major project of Moynihan, Kirkpatrick, and other neoconservatives in and out of government was the defense of Israel. By the mid-1970s, Israel was also under fire from the Soviet Union, and the Third World and much of the West. The United States was the one exception, and the neoconservatives, stressing that Israel was a just, democratic state constantly threatened by vicious and aggressive neighbors, sought to deepen and strengthen this support. Irving Kristol is quite frank in his view that the US should support Israel even if it is not in its national interest to do so. Large nations, whose identity is ideological, like the Soviet Union of yesteryear and the United States of today, inevitably have ideological interests in addition to more material concerns. That is why we feel it necessary to defend Israel today, when its survival is threatened. No complicated geopolitical calculations of national interest are necessary. A watershed event in neoconservatism was the statement of November 1975 by UN Ambassador Daniel P. Moynihan in response to the UN resolution equating Zionism with racism. Moynihan, whose work in the UN made him a neocon icon and soon a senator from New York, argued against the discredited notion that there are significant biological differences among clearly identifiable groups, and that these differences establish, in effect, different levels of humanity. In this regard Moynihan may not have been entirely candid, since he appears to have been much impressed by Arthur Jensen's research on race differences in intelligence. As an advisor to President Nixon on domestic affairs, one of Moynihan's jobs was to keep Nixon abreast of Jensen's research. In his UN speech, Moynihan ascribed the idea that Jews are a race to theorists like Houston Stewart Chamberlain, whose motivation was to find new justifications for excluding and persecuting Jews in an era in which religious ideology was losing its power to do so. Moynihan describes Zionism as a national liberation movement, but one with no genetic basis. Zionists define themselves merely as Jews, and declared to be Jewish anyone born of a Jewish mother or, and this is the absolutely crucial fact, anyone who converted to Judaism. Moynihan describes the Zionist movement as composed of a wide range of racial stocks, quotation marks in original, black Jews, brown Jews, white Jews, Jews from the Orient and Jews from the West. Obviously, there is much to disagree with in these ideas. Jewish racial theorists, among them Zionists like Arthur Ruppin and Vladimir Jabotinsky, the hero of the Likud Party throughout its history, were in the forefront of racial theorizing about Jews from the late 19th century onwards. And there is a great deal of evidence that Jews, including most notably Orthodox and conservative Jews and much of the settler movement that constitutes the vanguard of Zionism today, have been and continue to be vitally interested in maintaining their ethnic integrity. Indeed, as discussed below, Elliot Abrams has been a prominent neoconservative voice in favor of Jews marrying Jews and retaining their ethnic cohesion. Nevertheless, Moynihan's speech is revealing in its depiction of the Jewish community as unconcerned about its ethnic cohesion, and for its denial of the biological reality of race. In general, neoconservatives have been staunch promoters of the racial zeitgeist of post-World War II liberal America. Indeed, as typical Cold War liberals up to the end of the 1960s, many of the older neocons were in the forefront of the racial revolution in the United States. It is also noteworthy that Moynihan's UN speech is typical of the large apologetic literature by Jewish activists and intellectuals in response to the Zionism is Racism resolution, of which The Myth of the Jewish Race by Raphael Patai and Jennifer Patai is perhaps the best-known example. the flagship neoconservative magazine Commentary, under the editorship of Norman Podhoretz, has published many articles defending Israel. Ruth Visser's 1981 commentary article The Delegitimation of Israel is described by Mark Gerson as perhaps the best expression of the neoconservative view that Israel was a just, democratic state constantly threatened by vicious and aggressive neighbors. Visser views hostility toward Israel as another example of the long history of anti-Jewish rhetoric that seeks to delegitimize Judaism. This tradition is said to have begun with the Christian beliefs that Jews ought to be relegated to an inferior position because they had rejected Christ. This tradition culminated in 20th-century Europe in hatred directed at secular Jews because of their failure to assimilate completely to European culture. The result was the Holocaust, which was from the standpoint of its perpetrators and collaborators successful beyond belief. Israel, then, is an attempt at normalization in which Jews would be just another country fending for itself and seeking stability. It should, also, have been the end of anti-Semitism, and the Jews may in any case be pardoned for feeling that they had earned a moment of rest in history. But the Arab countries never accepted the legitimacy of Israel, not only with their wars against the Jewish state, but also by the Zionism as Racism UN resolution, which institutionalized anti-Semitism in international politics. Visser criticizes New York Times columnist Anthony Lewis for criticizing Israeli policies while failing to similarly criticize Arab states that fail to embody Western ideals of freedom of expression and respect for minority rights. Visser also faults certain American Jewish organizations and liberal Jews for criticizing the policies of the government of Menachem Begin. The article stands out for its cartoonish view that the behavior and attitudes of Jews are completely irrelevant for understanding the history of anti-Semitism. The message of the article is that Jews as innocent victims of the irrational hatred of Europeans have a claim for a respite from history that Arabs are bound to honor by allowing the dispossession of the Palestinians. The article is also a testimony to the sea change among American Jews in their support for the Likud Party, and its expansionist policies in Israel. Since Visser's article appeared in 1981, the positive attitudes toward the Likud Party characteristic of the neoconservatives have become the mainstream view of the organized American Jewish community, and the liberal Jewish critics attacked by Visser have been relegated to the fringe of the American Jewish community. In the area of domestic policy, Jewish neoconservatives were motivated by concerns that the radicalism of the New Left, many of whom were Jews, compromised Jewish interests as a highly intelligent, upwardly mobile group. Although Jews were major allies of blacks in the civil rights movement, by the late 1960s many Jews bitterly opposed black efforts at community control of schools in New York, because they threatened Jewish hegemony in the educational system, including the teachers' union. Black Jewish interests also diverged when affirmative action and quotas for black college admission became a divisive issue in the 1970s. It was not only neoconservatives who worried about affirmative action. The main Jewish activist groups, the AJ Committee, the AJ Congress, and the ADL sided with Barkey in a landmark case on racial quota systems in the University of California Davis Medical School, thereby promoting their own interests as a highly intelligent minority living in a meritocracy. Indeed, some neoconservatives, despite their record of youthful radicalism and support for the civil rights movement, began to see Jewish interests as bound up with those of the middle class. As Nathan Glazer noted in 1969, commenting on black anti-Semitism, and the murderous urges of the New Left toward the middle class. Anti-Semitism is only part of this whole syndrome, for if the members of the middle class do not deserve to hold on to their property, their positions or even their lives, then certainly the Jews, the most middle class of all, are going to be placed at the head of the column marked for liquidation. The New Left also tended to have negative attitudes toward Israel, with the result that many Jewish radicals eventually abandoned the left. In the late 1960s, the Black Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee described Zionism as racist colonialism which massacred and oppressed Arabs. In Jewish eyes, a great many black leaders, including Stokely Carmichael, Kwame Ture, Jesse Jackson, Louis Farrakhan, and Andrew Young, were seen as entirely too pro-Palestinian. Young lost his position as UN ambassador because he engaged in secret negotiations with the Palestinians. During the 1960s, expressions of solidarity with the Palestinians by radical blacks, some of whom had adopted Islam, became a focus of neoconservative ire and resulted in many Jewish New Leftists leaving the movement. Besides radical blacks, other New Left figures, such as I.F. Stone and Noam Chomsky, both Jews, also criticized Israel and were perceived by neocons as taking a pro-Soviet line. The origins of neoconservatism as a Jewish movement are thus linked to the fact that the left, including the Soviet Union and leftist radicals in the United States, had become anti-Zionist. In 1970, Podhoretz transformed commentary into a weapon against the New Left. In December of that year, National Review began, warily at first, to welcome neocons into the conservative tent, stating in 1971, "We will be delighted when the new realism manifested in these articles is applied by commentary to the full range of national and international issues." Irving Kristol supported Nixon in 1972 and became a Republican about 10 years before most neocons made the switch. Nevertheless, even in the 1990s, the neocons continued to be distinct from traditional Midwestern and Southern conservatives for their Northeastern roots, combative style, and secularism, all ways of saying that neoconservatism retained its fundamentally Jewish character. The fault lines between neoconservatives and paleoconservatives were apparent during the Reagan administration in the battle over the appointment of the head of the National Endowment for the Humanities, eventually won by the neoconservative Bill Bennett. The campaign featured smear tactics and innuendo aimed at Emmy Bradford, an academic literary critic and defender of Southern agrarian culture who was favored by traditional conservatives. After neocons accused him of being a virulent racist and an admirer of Hitler, Bradford was eventually rejected as a potential liability to the administration. The entry of the neoconservatives into the conservative mainstream did not, therefore, proceed without a struggle. Samuel Francis witnessed much of the early infighting among conservatives, won eventually by the neocons. Francis recounts the catalogue of neoconservative efforts not merely to debate, criticize, and refute the ideas of traditional conservatism, but to denounce, vilify, and harm the careers of those old right figures and institutions they have targeted. There are countless stories of how neoconservatives have succeeded in entering conservative institutions, forcing out or demoting traditional conservatives, and changing the positions and philosophy of such institutions in neoconservative directions. Writers like M.E. Bradford, Joseph Sobran, Pat Buchanan, and Russell Kirk, and institutions like Chronicles, the Rockford Institute, the Philadelphia Society, and the Intercollegiate Studies Institute have been among the most respected and distinguished names in American conservatism. The dedication of their neoconservative enemies to driving them out of the movement they have taken over and demonizing them, as marginal and dangerous figures, has no legitimate basis in reality. It is clear evidence of the ulterior aspirations of those behind neoconservatism to dominate and subvert American conservatism, from its original purposes and agenda, and turn it to other purposes. What neoconservatives really dislike about their allies among traditional conservatives is simply the fact that the conservatives are conservatives at all, that they support this notion of a Christian civilization, as Midge Decter put it, that they oppose mass immigration, that they criticize Martin Luther King and reject the racial dispossession of white Western culture, that they support or approve of Joe McCarthy, that they entertain doubts or strong disagreement over American foreign policy in the Middle East, that they oppose reckless involvement in foreign wars and foreign entanglements, and that, in company with the founding fathers of the United States, they reject the concept of a pure democracy and the belief that the United States is or should evolve toward it. Most notably, neoconservatives have been staunch supporters of arguably the most destructive force associated with the left in the 20th century, massive non-European immigration. Support for massive non-European immigration spanned the Jewish political spectrum throughout the 20th century to the present. A principal motivation of the organized Jewish community for encouraging such immigration has involved a deeply felt animosity toward the people and culture responsible for the immigration restriction of 1924 to 1965, this notion of a Christian civilization. As neoconservative Ben Wattenberg has famously written, the non-Europeanization of America is heartening news of an almost transcendental quality. The only exception, thus far without any influence, is that since 9/11 some Jewish activists, including neoconservative Daniel Pipes, head of the MEF, and Stephen Steinlight, senior fellow of the American Jewish Committee, have opposed Muslim, and only Muslim, immigration because of possible effects on pro-Israel sentiment in the U.S. In general, neoconservatives have been far more attached to Jewish interests, and especially the interests of Israel, than to any other identifiable interest. It is revealing that as the war in Iraq has become an expensive quagmire in both lives and money, Bill Kristol has become willing to abandon the neoconservatives' alliance with traditional conservatives by allying with John Kerry and the Democratic Party. This is because Kerry has promised to increase troop strength and retain the commitment to Iraq, and because Kerry has declared that he has a 100% record, not a 99, a 100% record, of sustaining the special relationship and friendship that we have with Israel. As Pat Buchanan notes, the fact that John Kerry backs partial birth abortion, quotas, raising taxes, homosexual unions, liberals on the Supreme Court and has a voting record to the left of Teddy Kennedy is less important than his stand on the fundamental issue of a foreign policy that is in the interest of Israel. The fall of Henry J.A.C. Jackson and the rise of neoconservatism in the Republican Party. The neoconservative takeover of the Republican Party and of American conservatism in general would have been unnecessary had not the Democratic Party shifted markedly to the left in the late 1960s. Henry Jackson is the pivotal figure in the defection of the neocons from the Democratic Party to the Republican Party, the person whose political fortunes most determined the later trajectory of neoconservatism. Jackson embodied the political attitudes and ambitions of a Jewish political network that saw Jewish interests as combining traditionally liberal social policies of the civil rights and Great Society era, but stopping short of advocating quota-type affirmative action policies or minority ethnic nationalism, with a Cold War posture that was at once aggressively pro-Israel and anti-communist at a time when the Soviet Union was perceived as the most powerful enemy of Israel. This Cold War liberal faction was dominant in the Democratic Party until 1972 and the nomination of George McGovern. After the defeat of McGovern, the neoconservatives founded the Committee for a Democratic Majority, whose attempt to resuscitate the Cold War coalition of the Democratic Party had a strong representation of Shatmanite labor leaders as well as people centered around Podhoretz's commentary. Podhoretz, Ben Wattenberg, who wrote speeches for Hubert Humphrey and was an aide to Jackson, Midge Decter, Max Kampelman, Penn Kemble of the SDUSA, Jean Kirkpatrick, who began writing for commentary during this period, sociologists Daniel Bell, Nathan Glazer, and Seymour Martin Lipset, Michael Novak, Soviet expert Richard Pipes, and Albert Shanker, president of the American Federation of Teachers. Nevertheless, by the end of 1974, the neoconservatives appeared to have reached a political dead end. As guardians of vital center liberalism, they had become a minority faction within the Democratic Party, unable to do more than protest the party's leftward drift. The basic storyline is that after failing again in 1976 and 1980 to gain the presidential nomination for a candidate who represented their views, this largely Jewish segment of political activists, now known as neoconservatives, switched allegiance to the Republican Party. The neocons had considerable influence in the Reagan years, but less in the George H.W. Bush administration, only to become a critically important force in the foreign policy of the George W. Bush administration where, in the absence of a threat from the Soviet Union, neoconservatives have attempted to use the power of the United States to fundamentally alter the political landscape of the Middle East. Henry Jackson was an ideal vehicle for this role as champion of Jewish interests. He was a very conscious Philo-Semite. My mother was a Christian who believed in a strong Judaism. She taught me to respect the Jews, help the Jews. It was a lesson I never forgot. Jackson also had very positive personal experiences with Jews during his youth. During his college years he was the beneficiary of generosity from a Jew who allowed him to use a car to commute to college, and he developed lifelong friendships with two Jews, Stan Golub and Paul Friedlander. He was also horrified after seeing Buchenwald, the World War II German concentration camp, an experience that made him more determined to help Israel and Jews. Entering Congress in 1940, Jackson was a strong supporter of Israel from its beginnings in 1948. By the 1970s he was widely viewed as Israel's best friend in Congress. Jackson's devotion to Israel made Nixon and Kissinger's look tepid. The Jackson-Varnick Amendment linking U.S.-Soviet trade to the ability of Jews to emigrate from the Soviet Union was passed over strenuous opposition from the Nixon administration. And despite developing a reputation as the senator from Boeing, Jackson opposed the sale of Boeing-made AWACS to Saudi Arabia because of the possibility that they might harm the interests of Israel. Jackson's experience of the Depression made him a liberal, deeply empathetic toward the suffering that was so common during the period. He defined himself as vigilantly internationalist and anti-communist abroad but statist at home, committed to realizing the New Deal Fair Deal vision of a strong, active federal government presiding over the economy, preserving and enhancing welfare protection, and extending civil rights. These attitudes of Jackson, and particularly his attitudes on foreign policy, brought him into the orbit of Jewish neoconservatives who held similar attitudes on domestic issues and whose attitudes on foreign policy stemmed fundamentally from their devotion to the cause of Israel. Jackson's visceral anti-communism and anti-totalitarianism brought him into the orbit of Jewish neoconservatives despite the subtle but important distinction in their outlook. The senator viewed the threat to Israel as a manifestation of the totalitarian threat he considered paramount. Some neoconservatives viewed Soviet totalitarianism as the threat to Israel they considered paramount. Jackson had developed close ties with a number of neocons who would later become important. Richard Perle was Jackson's most important national security advisor between 1969 and 1979, and Jackson maintained close relations with Paul Wolfowitz, who began his career in Washington working with Perle in Jackson's office. Jackson employed Perle even after credible evidence surfaced that he had spied for Israel. An FBI wiretap on the Israeli embassy revealed Perle discussing classified information that had been supplied to him by someone on the National Security Council staff, presumably Helmut Hal Sonnenfeld. Sonnenfeld, who was Jewish, was known from previous wiretaps to have close ties to the Israelis as well as to Perle. He had been repeatedly investigated by the FBI for other suspected leaks early in his career, as indicated below. Several prominent neocons have been investigated on credible charges of spying for Israel: Perle, Wolfowitz, Stephen Bryan, Douglas Faith, and Michael Ledeen. Neocon Frank Gaffney, the non-Jewish president of the CSB, a neocon think tank, was also a Jackson aide. Jackson was also close to Bernard Lewis of Princeton University. Lewis is a Jewish expert on the Middle East who has had an important influence on the neocons in the George W. Bush administration as well as close ties to Israel. See the following chapter. In the 1970s, Jackson was involved with two of the most important neocon groups of the period. In 1976 he convened Team B, headed by Richard Pipes, a Harvard University Soviet expert, and including Paul Nitze, Wolfowitz, and Seymour Weiss, former director of the State Department's Bureau of Political Military Affairs. Albert Wohlstetter, who was Wolfowitz's PhD advisor at the University of Chicago, was a major catalyst for Team B. Jackson was also close to the Committee on the Present Danger. Formed in November 1976, the committee was a who's who of Jackson supporters, advisors, confidants, and admirers from both the Democratic and Republican parties, and included several members associated with the SDUSA: Paul Nitze, Eugene Rostow, Jean Kirkpatrick, Admiral Elmo Zumwalt, Max Kampelman, Lane Kirkland, Richard Pipes, Seymour Martin Lipset, Bayard Rustin, and Norman Potteretz. CPD was a sort of halfway house for Democratic neocons, sliding toward the Republican Party. The result was that all the important neocons backed Jackson for president in 1972 and 1976. Jackson commanded a great deal of financial support from the Jewish community in Hollywood and elsewhere because of his strong support for Israel, but he failed to win the 1976 Democratic nomination, despite having more money than his rivals. After Jackson's defeat and the ascendance of the leftist tendencies of the Carter administration, many of Jackson's allies went to work for Reagan with Jackson's tacit approval, with the result that they were frozen out of the Democratic Party once Carter was defeated. A large part of the disillusionment of Jackson and his followers stemmed from the Carter administration's attitude toward Israel. Carter alienated American Jews by his proposals for a more even-handed policy toward Israel, in which Israel would return to its 1967 borders in exchange for peace with the Arabs. Jews were also concerned because of the Andrew Young incident. Young, the U.S. ambassador to the UN and an African American, had been fired after failing to disclose to the State Department details of his unauthorized meeting with representatives of the Palestinians. Blacks charged that Jews were responsible for Young's firing. In October 1977, the Carter administration, in a joint communiqué with the Soviet Union, suggested Israel pull back to the 1967 borders. Jackson joined the ferocious attack on the administration that ensued from devotees of Kissinger's incremental approach and from Israel's supporters in the United States. He continued to regard unswerving U.S. support for Israel as not only a moral but a strategic imperative, and to insist that the maintenance of a strong, secure, militarily powerful Israel impeded rather than facilitated Soviet penetration of the Middle East. Jackson was particularly fond of pointing to maps of Israel showing how narrow Israel's borders had been before its 1967 conquests. For his part, Carter threatened to ask the American people to choose between those who supported the national interest and those who supported a foreign interest such as Israel. There was one last attempt to mend the fences between the neocons and the Democrats, a 1980 White House meeting between Carter and major neocons, including Jeane Kirkpatrick, Norman Podhoretz, Midge Decter, Ben Wattenberg, Elliott Abrams, aide to neocon favorite Patrick Moynihan, Max Kampelman, and Penn Kemble. The meeting, which discussed attitudes toward the USSR, did not go well, and henceforth, their disdain for Carter and dislike of Kennedy would impel the neoconservatives to turn away from the Democratic Party and vote for Reagan. They had hoped to find a new Truman to rally around, a Democrat to promote their liberal ideas at home while fighting the Cold War abroad. Not finding one, they embraced the Republican Party and Ronald Reagan as the best alternative. Pearl left Jackson's office in March 1980 to go into business with John F. Lehman, Secretary of the Navy during the Reagan administration and, as of 2004, a member of the panel investigating the events of 9/11. Quite a few neocons assumed positions in the Reagan administration in the area of defense and foreign policy, Kirkpatrick as UN ambassador. Kirkpatrick hired Joshua Moravchik, Kenneth Adelman, and Carl Gershman as deputies, Pearl as Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Policy. Pearl hired Frank Gaffney and Douglas Faith, Elliott Abrams as Assistant Secretary of State for Human Rights Affairs, Max Kampelman as U.S. Ambassador to the Helsinki Human Rights Conference and later as Chief U.S. Arms Negotiator, Wolfowitz as Assistant Secretary of State for East Asian Affairs. Another Jewish neocon, Richard Pipes, was influential in putting together a paper on grand strategy toward the USSR. Nevertheless, Reagan kept the neocons at arm's length and ceased heeding their advice. He favored developing trust and confidence with Soviet leaders rather than escalating tensions by threats of aggressive action. Bill Clinton courted neocons who had defected to Reagan. Pearl, Kirkpatrick, and Abrams remained Republicans, but 33 moderate and neoconservative foreign policy experts endorsed Clinton in 1992, including Nitze, Kemble, and Moravchik, although Moravchik and several others later repudiated their endorsement, saying that Clinton had returned to the left liberal foreign policy of the Democrats since McGovern. Ben Wattenberg and Robert Strauss remained Democrats who have not written off the Jackson tradition in their own party. Senator Joseph Lieberman, the Democrats' 2000 vice presidential nominee, is the heir to this tradition. Responding to the fall of the Soviet Union. With the end of the Cold War, neoconservatives at first advocated a reduced role for the U.S., but this stance switched gradually to the view that U.S. interests required the vigorous promotion of democracy in the rest of the world. This aggressively pro-democracy theme, which appears first in the writings of Charles Krauthammer and then those of Elliott Abrams, eventually became an incessant drumbeat in the campaign for the war in Iraq. Krauthammer also broached the now familiar themes of unilateral intervention, and he emphasized the danger that smaller states could develop weapons of mass destruction which could be used to threaten world security. A cynic would argue that this newfound interest in democracy was tailor-made as a program for advancing the interests of Israel. After all, Israel is advertised as the only democracy in the Middle East, and democracy has a certain emotional appeal for the United States, which has at times engaged in an idealistic foreign policy aimed at furthering the cause of human rights in other countries. It is ironic that during the Cold War the standard neocon criticism of President Carter's foreign policy was that it was overly sensitive to human rights in countries that were opposed to the Soviet Union, and insufficiently condemnatory of the human rights policies of the Soviet Union. The classic expression of this view was Jeane Kirkpatrick's 1979 commentary article, Dictatorships and Double Standards. In an essay that would have been excellent reading prior to the invasion of Iraq, Kirkpatrick noted that in many countries political power is tied to complex family and kinship networks resistant to modernization. Nevertheless, no idea holds greater sway in the mind of educated Americans than the belief that it is possible to democratize governments, anytime, anywhere, under any circumstances. Democracies are said to make heavy demands on citizens in terms of participation and restraint, and developing democracies is the work of decades, if not centuries. My view is that democracy is a component of the uniquely Western suite of traits deriving from the evolution of Western peoples and their cultural history: monogamy, simple family structure, individual rights against the state, representative government, moral universalism, and science. This social structure cannot easily be exported to other societies, and particularly to Middle Eastern societies whose traditional cultures exhibit traits opposite to these. It is revealing that, while neocons generally lost interest in Africa, Latin America, and Eastern Europe after these areas were no longer points of contention in the Cold War, there was no lessening of interest in the Middle East. Indeed, neoconservatives and Jews in general failed to support President George H.W. Bush when, in the aftermath of the 1991 Gulf War, his administration pressured Israel to make concessions to the Palestinians and resisted a proposal for $10 billion in loan guarantees for Israel. This occurred in the context of Secretary of State James A. Baker's famous comment, "Fuck the Jews. They didn't vote for us." Neoconservative portraits. Like other Jewish intellectual movements, neoconservatives have a history of mutual admiration, close, mutually supportive personal, professional, and familial relationships, and focused cooperation in pursuit of common goals. For example, Norman Podhoretz, the former editor of Commentary, is the father of John Podhoretz, a neoconservative editor and columnist. Norman Podhoretz is also the father-in-law of Elliott Abrams, the former head of the Ethics and Public Policy Center, a neoconservative think tank, and the director of Near Eastern Affairs at the National Security Council. Norman's wife, Midge Decter, recently published a hagiographic biography of Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, whose number 2 and number 3 deputies at the Pentagon, respectively, are Wolfowitz and Faith. Pearl is a fellow at the AEI. He originally helped Wolfowitz obtain a job with the Arms Control and Disarmament Agency in 1973. In 1982, Pearl, as Deputy Secretary of Defense for International Security Policy, hired Faith for a position as his special counsel, and then as Deputy Assistant Secretary for Negotiations Policy. In 2001, Deputy Secretary of Defense Wolfowitz helped Faith obtain an appointment as Undersecretary for Policy. Faith then appointed Pearl as chairman of the Defense Policy Board. This is only the tip of a very large iceberg. Leo Strauss. Leo Strauss is an important influence on several important neoconservatives, particularly Irving and Bill Kristol. Strauss was a classicist and political philosopher at the University of Chicago. He had a very strong Jewish identity and viewed his philosophy as a means of ensuring Jewish survival in the diaspora. As Strauss himself noted, "I believe I can say, without any exaggeration, that since a very, very early time the main theme of my reflections has been what is called the Jewish question." Much of Strauss's early writing was on Jewish issues, and a constant theme in his writing was the idea that Western civilization was the product of the energizing tension between Athens and Jerusalem, Greek rationalism and the Jewish emphasis on faith, revelation, and religious intensity. Although Strauss believed that religion had effects on non-Jews that benefited Jews, there is little doubt that Strauss viewed religious fervor as an indispensable element of Jewish commitment and group loyalty, ethnocentrism by any other name. Some great love and loyalty to the Jewish people are in evidence in the life and works of Strauss. Strauss was a good Jew. He knew the dignity and worth of love of one's own. Love of the good, which is the same as love of the truth, is higher than love of one's own, but there is only one road to the truth, and it leads through love of one's own. Strauss showed his loyalty to things Jewish in a way he was uniquely qualified to do, by showing generations of students how to treat Jewish texts with the utmost care and devotion. In this way he turned a number of his Jewish students in the direction of becoming better Jews. Strauss believed that liberal, individualistic modern Western societies were best for Jews because the illiberal alternatives of both the left, communism, and right, National Socialism, were anti-Jewish. By the 1950s, antisemitism had become an important force in the Soviet Union. However, Strauss believed that liberal societies were not ideal because they tended to break down group loyalties and group distinctiveness, both qualities essential to the survival of the Jewish community. And he thought that there is a danger that, like the Weimar Republic, liberal societies could give way to fascism, especially if traditional religious and cultural forms were overturned. Hence the neoconservative attitude that traditional religious forms among non-Jews are good for Jews. Although Strauss believed in the importance of Israel for Jewish survival, his philosophy is not a defense of Israel but a blueprint for Jewish survival in a diaspora in Western societies. The fate of the Weimar Republic, combined with the emergence of anti-Semitism in the Soviet Union, had a formative influence on his thinking. As Stephen Holmes writes, Strauss made his young Jewish American students gulp by informing them that toleration, secular humanism, was dangerous and that the Enlightenment, rather than the failure of the Enlightenment, led directly to Adolf Hitler. Hitler was also at the center of Strauss's admiration for Churchill, hence the roots of the neocon cult of Churchill. The tyrant stood at the pinnacle of his power. The contrast between the indomitable and magnanimous statesman, and the insane tyrant, this spectacle in its clear simplicity was one of the greatest lessons which men can learn, at any time. I suspect that, given Strauss's strong Jewish identity, a very large part of his admiration of Churchill was not that Churchill opposed tyrants, but that he went to war against an anti-Jewish tyrant at enormous cost to his own people and nation while allied with another tyrant, Joseph Stalin, who had by 1939 already murdered far more people than Hitler ever would. Strauss has become a cult figure, the quintessential rabbinical guru, with devoted disciples such as Alan Bloom. Milton Himmelfarb. There are many excellent teachers. They have students. Strauss had disciples. D.L. Levine. This group has the trappings of a cult. After all, there is a secret teaching and the extreme seriousness of those who are initiates. Strauss relished his role as a guru to worshipping disciples, once writing of the love of the mature philosopher for the puppies of his race, by whom he wants to be loved in turn. In turn, Strauss was a disciple of Hermann Cohen, a philosopher at the University of Marburg, who ended his career teaching in a rabbinical school. Cohen was a central figure in a school of neo-Kantian intellectuals whose main concern was to rationalize Jewish non-assimilation into German society. Strauss understood that inequalities among humans were inevitable and advocated rule by an aristocratic elite of philosopher kings forced to pay lip service to the traditional religious and political beliefs of the masses while not believing them. This elite should pursue its vision of the common good but must reach out to others using deception and manipulation to achieve its goals. As Bill Kristol has described it, elites have the duty to guide public opinion, but one of the main teachings of Strauss is that all politics are limited, and none of them is really based on the truth. A more cynical characterization is provided by Stephen Holmes. The good society, on this model, consists of the sedated masses, the gentlemen rulers, the promising puppies, and the philosophers who pursue knowledge, manipulate the gentlemen, anesthetize the people, and housebreak the most talented young. A comment that sounds to me like an alarmingly accurate description of the present situation in the United States and elsewhere in the Western world. Given Strauss's central concern that an acceptable political order be compatible with Jewish survival, it is reasonable to assume that Strauss believed that the aristocracy would serve Jewish interests. Strauss's philosophy is not really conservative. The rule by an aristocratic elite would require a complete political transformation in order to create a society that was as just as possible. Nothing short of a total transformation of embedded custom must be undertaken. To secure this inversion of the traditional hierarchies, the political, social and educational system must be subjected to a radical reformation. For justice to be possible, the founders have to wipe clean the dispositions of men, that is, justice is possible only if the city and its citizens are not what they are. The weakest, i.e., the philosophic elite, is supposed to rule the strongest, the masses. The irrational is supposed to submit to the rule of the rational. Emphasis in original. Strauss described the need for an external exoteric language directed at outsiders, and an internal esoteric language directed at in-group members. A general feature of the movements I have studied is that this Straussian prescription has been followed. Issues are framed in language that appeals to non-Jews rather than explicitly in terms of Jewish interests, although Jewish interests always remain in the background if one cares to look a little deeper. The most common rhetoric used by Jewish intellectual and political movements has been the language of moral universalism, and the language of science, languages that appeal to the educated elites of the modern Western world, see Chapter 6. But beneath the rhetoric it is easy to find statements describing the Jewish agendas of the principal actors. And the language of moral universalism, for example, advocating democracy as a universal moral imperative, goes hand in hand with a narrow Jewish moral particularism, altering governments that represent a danger to Israel. It is noteworthy in this respect that the split between the leftist critics of Strauss like Shadia Drury and Stephen Holmes versus Strauss's disciples like Alan Bloom and Harry V. Jaffa comes down to whether Strauss is properly seen as a universalist. The leftist critics claim that the moral universalism espoused by Strauss's disciples is nothing more than a veneer for his vision of a hierarchical society based on manipulation of the masses. As noted, the use of a universalist rhetoric to mask particularist causes has a long history among Jewish intellectual and political movements, and it fits well with Strauss's famous emphasis on esoteric messages embedded in the texts of great thinkers. Moreover, there is at least some textual support for the leftist critique, although there can never be certainty because of the intentionally enigmatic nature of Strauss's writings. I am merely adding to the leftist critique the idea that Strauss crafted his vision of an aristocratic elite manipulating the masses as a Jewish survival strategy. In doing so, I am taking seriously Strauss's own characterization of his work as centrally motivated by the Jewish question and by the excellent evidence for his strong commitment to the continuity of the Jewish people. At a fundamental level, based on my scholarship on Jewish intellectual and political movements, one cannot understand Strauss's well-attested standing as a Jewish guru, as an exemplar of the familiar pattern of an intellectual leader in the manner of Boas or Freud surrounded by devoted Jewish disciples, unless he had a specifically Jewish message. The simple logic is as follows: based on the data presented here, it is quite clear that Strauss understood that neither communism nor fascism was good for Jews in the long run. But democracy cannot be trusted given that Weimar ended with Hitler. A solution is to advocate democracy and the trappings of traditional religious culture, but managed by an elite able to manipulate the masses via control of the media and academic discourse. Jews have a long history as an elite in Western societies, so it is not in the least surprising that Strauss would advocate an ideal society in which Jews would be a central component of the elite. In my view, this is Strauss's esoteric message. The exoteric message is the universalist veneer promulgated by Strauss's disciples, a common enough pattern among Jewish intellectual and political movements. On the other hand, if one accepts at face value the view of Strauss's disciples that he should be understood as a theorist of egalitarianism and democracy, then Strauss's legacy becomes just another form of leftism, and a rather undistinguished one at that. In this version, the United States is seen as a proposition nation committed only to the ideals of democracy and egalitarianism, an ideology that originated with Jewish leftist intellectuals like Horace Kallen, see Chapter 7. Such an ideology not only fails to protect the ethnic interests of European Americans in maintaining their culture and demographic dominance, it fails as an adequate survival strategy for Jews because of the possibility that, like Weimar Germany, the US could be democratically transformed into a state that self-consciously opposes the ethnic interests of Jews. The most reasonable interpretation is that neocons see Strauss's moral universalism as a powerful exoteric ideology. The ideology is powerful among non-Jews because of the strong roots of democracy and egalitarianism in American history and in the history of the West. It is attractive to Jews because it has no ethnic content, and is therefore useful in combating the ethnic interests of European Americans, its function for the Jewish left throughout the 20th century. But without the esoteric message that the proposition nation must be managed and manipulated by a cover, Jewish-dominated elite, such an ideology is inherently unstable and cannot be guaranteed to meet the long-term interests of Jews. And one must remember that the neocons' public commitment to egalitarianism belies their own status as an elite who were educated at elite academic institutions and created an elite network at the highest levels of the government. They form an elite that is deeply involved in deception, manipulation and espionage on issues related to Israel and the war in Iraq. They also established the massive neocon infrastructure in the elite media and think tanks. And they have often become wealthy in the process. Their public pronouncements advocating a democratic, egalitarian ideology have not prevented them from having strong ethnic identities and a strong sense of their own ethnic interests, nor have their public pronouncements supporting the Enlightenment ideals of egalitarianism and democracy prevented them from having a thoroughly anti-Enlightenment ethnic particularist commitment to the most nationalistic, aggressive, racialist elements within Israel, the Likud Party, the settler movement, and the religious fanatics. At the end of the day, the only alternative to the existence of an esoteric Straussian message along the lines described here is massive self-deception. Sidney Hook. Born in 1902, Sidney Hook was an important leader of the anti-Stalinist, non-Trotskyist left. Hook's career is interesting because he illustrates an evolution toward neoconservatism that was in many ways parallel to the Shatmanites. Indeed, Hook ended up as honorary chairman of the SDUSA during the 1980s. Hook became a socialist at a time when virtually all socialists supported the Bolshevik Revolution as the only alternative to the anti-Jewish government of the Tsar. As a professional philosopher, he saw his role as an attempt to develop an intellectually respectable Marxism strengthened with Dewey's ideas. But until the Moscow trials of the 1930s he was blind to the violence and oppression in the USSR. During a visit to the USSR in 1929, I was completely oblivious at the time to the systematic repressions that were then going on against non-communist elements and altogether ignorant of the liquidation of the so-called kulaks that had already begun that summer. I was not even curious enough to probe and pry, possibly for fear of what I would discover. During the 1930s, when the Communist Party exercised a dominant cultural influence in the United States, the fear of fascism helped to blur our vision and blunt our hearing to the reports that kept trickling out of the Soviet Union. Even the Moscow trials were dismissed by large sectors of liberal opinion. It was the time of the Popular Front, where the fundamental principle was the defense of the Soviet Union. Liberal journals like the New Republic did not support inquiries into the trials, citing New York Times reporter Walter Duranty as an authority who believed in the truth of the confessions. Unlike the Shatmanites, Huk never accepted Trotsky because of his record of defending every act of the Soviet regime, until he himself lost power. To the very end Trotsky remained a blind, pitiless, even when pitiable, giant, defending the right of the minority vanguard of the proletariat, the party, to exercise its dictatorship over the backward layers of the proletariat, i.e., those who disagreed with the self-designated vanguard. Huk became a leader of the anti-Stalinist left in the 1930s and during the Cold War, usually with John Dewey as the most visible public persona in various organizations dedicated to opposing intellectual thought control. His main issue came to be openness versus totalitarianism, rather than capitalism versus socialism. Like other neoconservatives, from the 1960s on he opposed the excesses of the New Left, including affirmative action. Sidney Hook received the Presidential Medal of Freedom from Ronald Reagan. Like many neoconservatives, he never abandoned many of his leftist views. In his acceptance speech, Hook stated that he was an unreconstructed believer in the welfare state, steeply progressive income tax, a secular humanist, and pro-choice on abortion. Sounding much like SDUSA stalwart Joshua Moravchik, Hook noted that socialists like him never took the problem of incentives seriously enough. Like Strauss, Hook's advocacy of the open society stemmed from his belief that such societies were far better for Jews than either the totalitarian left or right. Hook had a strong Jewish identification. He was a Zionist, a strong supporter of Israel, and an advocate of Jewish education for Jewish children. Hook developed an elaborate apologia for Jews and against antisemitism in the modern world, see Chapter 6, and he was deeply concerned about the emergence of antisemitism in the USSR. The ideal society is thus culturally diverse and democratic. No philosophy of Jewish life is required except one, identical with the democratic way of life, which enables Jews who for any reason at all accept their existence as Jews to lead a dignified and significant life, a life in which together with their fellow men they strive collectively to improve the quality of democratic, secular cultures and thus encourage a maximum of cultural diversity, both Jewish and non-Jewish. Stephen Bryan. Despite his low profile in the George W. Bush administration, Stephen Bryan is an important neocon. Bryan served as executive director of JINSA from 1979 to 1981 and remains on its advisory board. He is also affiliated with the AEI and the CSB. Richard Perle hired Bryan as Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense during the Reagan administration. At the Pentagon, Perle and Bryan led an effort to extend and strengthen the Export Administration Act to grant the Pentagon a major role in technology transfer policy. This policy worked to the benefit of Israel at the expense of Europe, as Israel alone had access to the most secret technology designs. In 1988 Bryan and Perle temporarily received permission to export sensitive klystron technology, used in anti-ballistic missiles, to Israel. Two senior colleagues in the Department of Defense, who wish to remain anonymous, have confirmed that this attempt by Bryan to obtain klystrons for his friends was not unusual, and was in fact standard operating procedure for him, recalling numerous instances when U.S. companies were denied licenses to export sensitive technology, only to learn later that Israeli companies subsequently exported similar, U.S.-derived, weapons and technology to the intended customers/governments. It is surprising that Perle was able to hire Bryan at all, given that, beginning in 1978, Bryan was investigated for offering classified documents to the Mossad station chief of the Israeli embassy in the presence of an AIPAC representative. Brian's fingerprints were found on the documents in question despite his denials that he had ever had the documents in his possession. Brian refused to take a polygraph test. The Brian investigation was ultimately shut down because of the failure of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee to grant access to the Justice Department to files important to the investigation, and because of the decision by Philip Heyman, the chief of the Justice Department's Criminal Division and later Deputy Attorney General in the Clinton administration, to drop the case. Heyman is Jewish and had a close relationship with Brian's lawyer, Nathan Lewin. Heyman's Jewish consciousness can be seen from the fact that he participated in the campaign to free Israeli spy Jonathan Pollard and expunge his record, a major effort by a great many Jewish organizations and Jewish activists such as Alan Dershowitz. There were reports that Heyman was attempting to bypass Attorney General Janet Reno by preparing a Justice Department recommendation for presidential clemency, and that Heyman's behavior may have been a factor in his resignation shortly thereafter. Despite this history of covert pro-Israeli activism, in 2001 Brian was appointed, at the urging of Paul Wolfowitz, to the China Commission, which monitors illicit technology transfers to China, a position that requires top-secret security clearance. Many of the illicit technology transfers investigated by the Commission are thought to have occurred via Israel. Charles Krauthammer. In his 1995 book, John Ehrman regards Charles Krauthammer as a key neoconservative foreign policy analyst because Krauthammer was on the cutting edge of neocon thinking on how to respond to the unipolar world created by the collapse of the Soviet Union. Krauthammer has consistently urged that the US pursue a policy to remake the entire Middle East, a view that represents the party line among neoconservatives, for example, Michael Ledeen, Norman Podhoretz, Bill Kristol, David Frum, and Richard Pearl. In a speech at the AEI in February 2004, Krauthammer argued for a unilateral confrontation with the entire Arab Muslim world, and nowhere else, in the interests of democratic globalism. He advocated a US foreign policy that is not tied down by multilateralism. The whole point of the multilateral enterprise, to reduce American freedom of action by making it subservient to, dependent on, constricted by the will, and interests, of other nations. To tie down Gulliver with 1,000 strings. To domesticate the most undomesticated, most outsized, national interest on the planet, ours. Democratic globalism, is aimed at winning the struggle with the Arab Muslim world. Beyond power. Beyond interest. Beyond interest, defined as power. That is the credo of democratic globalism. Which explains its political appeal. America is a nation uniquely built not on blood, race or consanguinity, but on a proposition, to which its sacred honor has been pledged for 2 centuries. Today, post 9/11, we find ourselves in an existential struggle but with a different enemy, not Soviet communism, but Arab Islamic totalitarianism, both secular and religious. Democratic globalism is an improvement over realism. What it can teach realism, is that the spread of democracy is not just an end but a means, an indispensable means for securing American interests. The reason is simple. Democracies are inherently more friendly to the United States, less belligerent to their neighbors, and generally more inclined to peace. Realists are right that to protect your interests you often have to go around the world bashing bad guys over the head. But that technique, no matter how satisfying, has its limits. At some point, you have to implant something organic and self-developing. And that something is democracy. But where? The danger of democratic globalism is its universalism, its open-ended commitment to human freedom, its temptation to plant the flag of democracy everywhere. It must learn to say no. And indeed, it does say no. But when it says no to Liberia, or Congo, or Burma, or countenances alliances with authoritarian rulers in places like Pakistan or, for that matter, Russia, it stands accused of hypocrisy. Which is why we must articulate criteria for saying yes. I propose a single criterion, where it counts. And this is its axiom: we will support democracy everywhere, but we will commit blood and treasure only in places where there is a strategic necessity, meaning, places central to the larger war against the existential enemy, the enemy that poses a global mortal threat to freedom. Where does it count today? Where the overthrow of radicalism and the beginnings of democracy can have a decisive effect in the war against the new global threat to freedom, the new existential enemy, the Arab-Islamic totalitarianism that has threatened us in both its secular and religious forms for the quarter century since the Khomeini Revolution of 1979. There is not a single, remotely plausible, alternative strategy for attacking the monster behind 9/11. It's not Osama bin Laden, it is the cauldron of political oppression, religious intolerance, and social ruin in the Arab-Islamic world, oppression transmuted and deflected by regimes with no legitimacy into virulent, murderous anti-Americanism. It's not one man, it is a condition. Krauthammer is a Jew, and his Jewish identification and pro-Israel motivation is typical of Jewish neoconservatives, as is his obeisance to the idea that America is a proposition nation, rather than a nation founded by a particular ethnic group, an ethnocultural creation of Western Europe that should attempt to preserve this heritage. The same attitude can be seen in Irving Kristol's comment that the US is an ideological nation committed to defend Israel independent of national interest, see above. This ideology was the creation of leftist Jewish intellectuals attempting to rationalize a multicultural America in which European Americans were just one of many cultural/ethnic groups, see Chapter 7 and Chapter 8. Krauthammer is a regular columnist for the Jerusalem Post and has written extensively in support of hardline policies in Israel and on what he interprets as a rise in age-old anti-Jewish attitudes in Europe. In 2002, Krauthammer was presented with Bar Ilan University's annual Guardian of Zion Award at the King David Hotel in Jerusalem. His acceptance speech reveals an observant Jew who is steeped in Jewish history and the Hebrew tradition. The 1993 Oslo Accords are termed the most catastrophic and self-inflicted wound by any state in modern history. This disastrous policy was based on an extreme expression of post-Zionistic messianism. Krauthammer rejected the secular messianism of Shimon Peres as more dangerous than the religious messianism of Gush Emunim. A prominent settler group, with a message of Jewish racialism and a vision of a greater Israel encompassing the lands promised to Abraham in Genesis, from the Nile to the Euphrates, or of certain followers of the Lubavitcher Rebbe because of its impact on shaping contemporary Jewish history. Krauthammer is also deeply concerned with antisemitism. What is odd is not the antisemitism of today, in Europe, but its relative absence during the last half-century. That was the historical anomaly. Holocaust shame kept the demon corked for that half-century. But now the atonement is past. The genie is out again. This time, however, it is more sophisticated. It is not a blanket hatred of Jews. Jews can be tolerated, even accepted, but they must know their place. Jews are fine so long as they are powerless, passive and picturesque. What is intolerable is Jewish assertiveness, the Jewish refusal to accept victimhood. And nothing so embodies that as the Jewish state. Another barometer of Jewish identification is Krauthammer's take on Mel Gibson's The Passion of the Christ. In sentiments similar to those of many other Jewish activists and writers, he terms it a blood libel, a singular act of interreligious aggression, a spectacularly vicious personal interpretation. Gibson's interpretations point overwhelmingly in a single direction, to the villainy and culpability of the Jews. The crucifixion is a history of centuries of relentless, and at times savage, persecution of Jews in Christian lands. One gets the impression of a writer searching as best he can to find the most extreme terms possible to express his loathing of Gibson's account of the Christian gospel. Paul Wolfowitz. Paul Wolfowitz's background indicates a strong Jewish identity. His father Jacob was a committed Zionist throughout his life, and in his later years organized protests against Soviet treatment of Jews. Jacob was deeply concerned about the Holocaust, and, in his own reminiscences of his teenage years, Paul recalls reading books about the Holocaust and traveling to Israel when his father was a visiting professor at an Israeli university. Wolfowitz reads Hebrew, and his sister married an Israeli and lives in Israel. At the University of Chicago, the professors mentioned in his account of the period are all Jewish: Albert Wohlstetter, his PhD advisor, Leo Strauss. Wolfowitz's original intent when enrolling at the University of Chicago was to study with Strauss, and he ended up taking 2 courses from him: Strauss's disciple Alan Bloom, whose Closing of the American Mind, How Higher Education Has Failed Democracy and Impoverished the Souls of Today's Students, 1987, is a neocon classic, and Saul Bellow, the novelist. Also indicative of a strong Jewish identity is a conversation Wolfowitz had with Natan Sharansky, Israeli cabinet minister and leader of a right-wing, pro-settlement political party, at a conference on Middle East policy in Aspen, Colorado, in 2002. The conference was arranged by Richard Pearl under the auspices of the AEI. Wolfowitz and Sharansky walked to a reception, because the latter, as an observant Jew, could not drive on the Sabbath. Sharansky noted that the walk gave us a chance to talk about everything: Arafat, international terrorism, Iraq and Iran, and of course, Jewish history, our roots, and so on. Wolfowitz is married to Claire Selgin, and they have 3 children, Sarah, David, and Rachel. Ravelstein is Bellow's fictionalized but essentially accurate description of Alan Bloom and his circle at the University of Chicago. It is of some interest because it recreates the Jewish atmosphere of Wolfowitz's academic environment. Wolfowitz was a member of Bloom's circle at Cornell University and for his graduate training chose the University of Chicago, most likely at the urging of Bloom, because of the presence there of Leo Strauss. Wolfowitz and Bloom maintained a close relationship after Bloom moved to the University of Chicago, and during Wolfowitz's later career in the government. Wolfowitz was one of the favored students of Bloom, described in Robert Locke's comment that, favored students of the usually haughty Bloom were gradually introduced to greater and greater intimacies with the master, culminating in exclusive dinner parties with him and Saul Bellow, in Bloom's lavishly furnished $1 million apartment. As depicted by Bellow, Bloom emerges as the quintessential guru, surrounded by disciples, a father who attempts not only to direct his disciples' careers but their personal lives as well. His disciples are described as clones who dressed as he did, smoked the same Marlboros. They were heading toward the promised land of the intellect, toward which Ravelstein, their Moses and their Socrates, led them. To be cut off from his informants in Washington and Paris, from his students, the people he had trained, the band of brothers, the initiates, the happy few, made him extremely uncomfortable. Bloom in turn is depicted as a disciple of the Strauss character, Felix de Var. Ravelstein talked so much about him that in the end I was obliged to read some of his books. It had to be done if I was to understand what Ravelstein was all about. Bloom's Ravelstein is depicted as very self-consciously Jewish. A theme is the contrast between crude Jewish behavior and genteel WASP behavior, a theme described beautifully and authoritatively in the writings of John Murray Cudahy. And there is the acute consciousness of who is a Jew and who isn't. All of Ravelstein's close friends are Jews. There is an intense interest in whether non-Jews dislike Jews or have connections to fascism. And there is a fixation on the Holocaust and when it will happen again. They kill more than half of the European Jews. There's no telling which corner it will come from next. Ravelstein thought of Jews as displacing WASPs. He liked to think of living in one of the Tony Flat buildings formerly occupied by the exclusively WASP faculty. Following Strauss, Bloom thought of Western civilization as the product of Athens and Jerusalem, and is said to have preferred the former, at least until the end of his life, when Jerusalem loomed large. Bellow's narrator writes, I could see, Ravelstein/Bloom was following a trail of Jewish ideas or Jewish essences. It was unusual for him these days, in any conversation, to mention even Plato or Thucydides. He was full of scripture now, all connected to the great evil, the belief during the World War II era that almost everybody agreed that the Jews had no right to live, a vast collective agreement that the world would be improved by their disappearance and their extinction. Ravelstein's conclusion is that it is impossible to get rid of one's origins, it is impossible not to remain a Jew. The Jews, Ravelstein thought, following the line laid down by his teacher Devar, Strauss, were historically witnesses to the absence of redemption. Ravelstein recounts a conversation with the Wolfowitz character, Philip Gorman, which reflects Wolfowitz's well-known desire to invade Iraq in 1991. Colin Powell and Baker have advised the president not to send the troops all the way to Baghdad. Bush will announce it tomorrow. They're afraid of a few casualties. They send out a terrific army and give a demonstration of up-to-date high-tech warfare that flesh and blood can't stand up to. But then they leave the dictatorship in place and steal away. Wolfowitz has had a close relationship with Richard Perle beginning with their service in the office of Senator Henry Jackson. He also has a long record of pro-Israel advocacy. In 1973 he was appointed to the Arms Control and Disarmament Agency, ACDA. Mark Green notes that Wolfowitz brought to ACDA a strong attachment to Israel's security, and a certain confusion about his obligation to U.S. national security. In 1978, he was investigated for providing a classified document to the Israeli government through an IPAC intermediary, but the investigation ended without indictment. As Paul Findlay shows, leakage of classified information to Israel by American Jews is routine within the Departments of State and Defense, so routine that it is accepted as a part of life in these departments, and investigations of the source of leaks are seldom performed. Later, in 1992, the Department of Defense discovered that Wolfowitz, as Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, was promoting the export to Israel of advanced AIM-9M air-to-air missiles. The sale was cancelled because Israel had been caught selling the previous version to the Chinese. Until his appointment as Deputy Secretary of Defense in the Bush administration, Wolfowitz was on the advisory board of WINEP, and was a patron of Dennis Ross, who was ambassador to Israel in the Clinton administration before becoming Director of Policy and Strategic Planning at WINEP. Wolfowitz wrote a 1997 Weekly Standard article advocating removal of Saddam Hussein, and signed the public letter to President Clinton organized by Bill Kristol's Project for the New American Century urging a regime change in Iraq. Within the George H.W. Bush administration, Wolfowitz was the intellectual godfather and fiercest advocate for toppling Saddam. Wolfowitz has become famous as a key advocate for war with Iraq rather than Afghanistan, in the immediate aftermath of September 11. Richard Clarke recounts an incident on September 12, 2001, in which President Bush asked a group at the White House for any information that Saddam Hussein was involved in the September 11 attacks. After Bush left, a staffer stared at Bush, with her mouth open. Wolfowitz got to him. Former CIA political analysts Kathleen and Bill Christensen note that one source inside the administration has described Wolfowitz, frankly, as over-the-top crazy when it comes to Israel. Although they find such an assessment insufficiently nuanced, they acknowledge that zealotry for Israel is a prime motivator for Wolfowitz. Journalist Bill Keller is much more cautious. You hear from some of Wolfowitz's critics, always off the record, that Israel exercises a powerful gravitational pull on the man. They may not know that as a teenager he spent his father's sabbatical semester in Israel or that his sister is married to an Israeli, but they certainly know that he is friendly with Israel's generals and diplomats and that he is something of a hero to the heavily Jewish neoconservative movement. Those who know him well say this, leaving aside the offensive suggestion of dual loyalty, is looking at Wolfowitz through the wrong end of the telescope. As the Sadat story illustrates, he has generally been less excited by the security of Israel than by the promise of a more moderate Islam. This is a remarkable statement. The Sadat story refers to Wolfowitz's very positive reaction to Egypt's President Anwar Sadat's speech to the Knesset as part of the peace process between Israel and Egypt. Obviously, It is silly to suppose that this event shows Wolfowitz's relative disinterest in Israel's security. Moreover, statements linking Wolfowitz to Israel are always off the record, presumably because people fear retaliation for stating the obvious. Thus Bill Keller coyly manages to document the associations between Wolfowitz and Israel while finding assertions of dual loyalty offensive rather than a well-grounded probability. One of Joshua Moravchik's apologetic claims is that in fact the careers of leading neoconservatives have rarely involved work on Middle East issues. This is false. For example, Wolfowitz wrote his PhD dissertation on nuclear proliferation in the Middle East. During the Carter administration, he prepared the Limited Contingency Study, which emphasized the Iraqi threat to the region, and during the Reagan administration he lobbied against selling AWACS to Saudi Arabia, and against negotiating with the Palestinians. During the George H.W. Bush administration he was Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, a position where he would once again have responsibility for arms control, the Middle East, and the Persian Gulf, the areas to which he had devoted the early years of his career. Richard Pearl. As with Wolfowitz and the Strauss-Bloom nexus at the University of Chicago, for Pearl the defining moment in our history was certainly the Holocaust. It was the destruction, the genocide of a whole people, and it was the failure to respond in a timely fashion to a threat that was clearly gathering. We don't want that to happen again. When we have the ability to stop totalitarian regimes we should do so, because when we fail to do so, the results are catastrophic. Richard Pearl first came into prominence in Washington as Senator Henry Jackson's chief aide on foreign policy. He organized congressional support for the 1974 Jackson-Varnick Amendment, which angered Russia by linking bilateral trade issues to freedom of emigration, primarily of Jews from the Soviet Union to Israel and the United States. In 1970 Pearl was recorded by the FBI discussing classified information with the Israeli embassy. In 1981 he was on the payroll of an Israeli defense contractor shortly before being appointed Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Policy, a position responsible for monitoring U.S. defense technology exports. During his tenure in the Reagan administration, Pearl recommended purchase of an artillery shell made by Sultan, an Israeli munitions manufacturer. After leaving his position in the Defense Department in 1987, he assumed a position with Sultan. Like many other former government officials, he has also used his reputation and contacts in the government to develop a highly lucrative business career. For example, although he did not personally register as a lobbyist, he became a paid consultant to a firm headed by Douglas Faith that was established to lobby on behalf of Turkey. At the present time, Pearl is on the board of directors of Onset Technology, a technology company founded by Israelis Gadi Mazor and Ron Mar with research and development in Israel. Onset Technology has close ties to Israeli companies and investment funds. He was a close personal friend of Israel Prime Minister Ariel Sharon. Pearl was the study group leader of a 1996 report titled A Clean Break, a new strategy for securing the realm, published by the Institute for Advanced Strategic and Political Studies, ISBS, an Israeli think tank. The membership of the study group illustrates the overlap between Israeli think tanks close to the Israeli government, American policy makers and government officials, and pro-Israel activists working in the United States. Other members of this group who accepted positions in the George W. Bush administration or in pro-Israel activist organizations in the U.S. include Douglas Faith, Deputy Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, David Wurmser, member of ISBS, a protege of Pearl at AEI, and senior advisor in the State Department, Meirav Wurmser, head of the Hudson Institute, a neocon think tank, James Colbert of GINSA, and Jonathan Tarop, WINEP. Despite Joshua Moravchik's apologetic claims, the Clean Break report was clearly intended as advice for another of Pearl's personal friends, Benjamin Netanyahu, who was then the new Prime Minister of Israel. There is no indication that it was an effort to further U.S. interests in the region. The purpose was to forge a peace process and strategy based on an entirely new intellectual foundation, one that restores strategic initiative and provides the nation the room to engage every possible energy on rebuilding Zionism. Indeed, the report advises the United States to avoid pressure on the Israelis to give land for peace, a strategy which required funneling American money to repressive and aggressive regimes, was risky, expensive, and very costly for both the US and Israel, and placed the United States in roles it should neither have nor want. The authors of the report speak as Jews and Israelis, not as US citizens. Our claim to the land, to which we have clung for hope for 2,000 years, is legitimate and noble. Much of the focus is on removing the threat of Syria, and it is in this context that the report notes, this effort can focus on removing Saddam Hussein from power in Iraq, an important Israeli strategic objective in its own right, as a means of foiling Syria's regional ambitions. Proposals for regime change, such as found in A Clean Break, have a long history in Israeli thought. For example, in 1982 Israeli strategist Oded Yinon echoed a long line of Israeli strategists who argued that Israel should attempt to dissolve all the existing Arab states into smaller, less potentially powerful states. These states would then become clients of Israel as a regional imperial power. Neocons have advertised the war in Iraq as a crusade for a democratic, secular, Western-oriented, pro-Israel Iraq, a dream that has a great deal of appeal in the West, for obvious reasons. However, it is quite possible that the long-term result is that Iraq would fracture along ethnic and religious lines, Sunnis, Shiites, Kurds. This would also be in Israel's interests, because the resulting states would pose less of a threat than the Iraqi regime of Saddam Hussein. As Yinon noted, Iraq, rich in oil on the one hand and internally torn on the other, is guaranteed as a candidate for Israel's targets. Its dissolution is even more important for us than that of Syria. Iraq is stronger than Syria. In the short run it is Iraqi power which constitutes the greatest threat to Israel. Former Ambassador Joseph C. Wilson has suggested that the dissolution of Iraq may well have been a motive for the war. A more cynical reading of the agenda of certain Bush advisers could conclude that the balkanization of Iraq was always an acceptable outcome, because Israel would then find itself surrounded by small Arab countries worried about each other instead of forming a solid bloc against Israel. After all, Iraq was an artificial country that had always had a troublesome history. And as the Iraqi insurgency has achieved momentum, there is evidence that Israeli military and intelligence units are operating in Kurdish regions of Iraq and that Israel is indeed encouraging the Kurds to form their own state. There is little doubt that an independent Kurdish state would have major repercussions for Syria and Iran, as well as for Israel's ally Turkey, and would lead to continuing instability in the Middle East. A senior Turkish official noted, if you end up with a divided Iraq, it will bring more blood, tears, and pain to the Middle East, and the US will be blamed. From Mexico to Russia, everybody will claim that the United States had a secret agenda in Iraq. You came there to break up Iraq. If Iraq is divided, America cannot explain this to the world. Elliott Abrams. Some of Elliott Abrams' neoconservative family and professional associations have been described above. In December 2002 Abrams became President Bush's top Middle East advisor. He is closely associated with the Likud Party in Israel and with prominent neocons, Richard Perle, Bill Kristol, Reuel Mark Gerecht, Michael Ledeen, Jean Kirkpatrick, Paul Wolfowitz, and neocon think tanks, PNAC, AI, CSB, JINSA. Because of his reputation as a strongly identified Jew, Abrams was tapped for the role of rallying Jews in support of Reagan in the 1980 campaign. Abrams is also an activist on behalf of Jewish continuity. The purpose of his book Faith and Fear, How Jews Can Survive in Christian America is to shore up Jewish religious identification, avoid intermarriage, and avoid secularization in order to assure Jewish continuity. In this regard it is interesting that other prominent neocons have advocated interracial marriage between whites and blacks in the US. For example, Douglas J. Besharov, a resident scholar at the AEI, has written that the offspring of interracial marriages are the best hope for the future of American race relations. In Faith and Fear, Abrams notes his own deep immersion in the Yiddish-speaking culture of his parents and grandparents. In the grandparents' generation, all their children married Jews, and they kept kosher homes. Abrams acknowledges that the mainstream Jewish community clings to what is at bottom a dark vision of America, as a land permeated with antisemitism, and always on the verge of antisemitic outbursts. The result is that Jews have taken the lead in secularizing America, but that has not been a good strategy for Jews because Jews themselves have become less religious and therefore less inclined to marry other Jews. This dark vision of America is a critical source of the culture of critique produced by Jewish intellectual movements. It is also a major reason why the Jewish community has been united in favor of large-scale non-white immigration to the United States. Diluting the white majority and lessening their power is seen as preventing an anti-Jewish outburst. Following Strauss, therefore, Abrams thinks that a strong role for Christianity in America is good for Jews. In this century we have seen two gigantic experiments of post-religious societies where the traditional restraints of religion and morality were entirely removed: communism and Nazism. In both cases Jews became the special targets, but there was evil enough even without the scourge of antisemitism. For when the transcendental inhibition against evil is removed, when society becomes so purely secular that the restraints imposed by God on man are truly eradicated, minorities are but the earliest victims. Douglas Faith. Like most of his cronies, Faith has been suspected of spying for Israel. In 1972 Faith was fired from a position with the National Security Council because of an investigation into whether he had provided documents to the Israeli embassy. Nevertheless, Pearl, who was Assistant Secretary for International Security Policy, hired him as his special counsel, and then as his deputy. Faith worked for Pearl until 1986, when he left government service to form a law firm, Faith & Zell, which was originally based in Israel and best known for obtaining a pardon for the notorious Mark Rich during the final days of the Clinton administration. In 2001, Douglas Faith returned to the Department of Defense as Donald Rumsfeld's Undersecretary for Policy, and it was in his office that Abram Shulsky's Office of Special Plans, OSP, was created. It was OSP that originated much of the fraudulent intelligence that Bush, Cheney, and Rumsfeld have used to justify the attack on Iraq. A key member of OSP was David Wurmser, who, as indicated above, is a protégé of Richard Pearl. Retired Army officer Karen Kwiatkowski describes Faith as knowing little about the Pentagon, and paying little attention to any issues except those relating to Israel and Iraq. Faith is deferential to the Israeli military. As Kwiatkowski escorted a group of Israeli generals into the Pentagon, the leader of the pack surged ahead, his colleagues in close formation, leaving us to double time behind the group as they sped to Undersecretary Faith's office on the 4th floor. Once in Faith's waiting room, the leader continued at speed to Faith's closed door. An alert secretary saw this coming and had leapt from her desk to block the door. "Mr. Faith has a visitor. It will only be a few more minutes." The leader craned his neck to look around the secretary's head as he demanded, "Who is in there with him?" Unlike the usual practice, the Israeli generals did not have to sign in, so there are no official records of their visits. Kwiatkowski describes the anti-Arab, pro-Israel sentiment that pervaded the neocon network at the Department of Defense. Career military officers who failed to go along with these attitudes were simply replaced. Faith has a strong Jewish identity, and is an activist on behalf of Israel. While in law school he collaborated with Joseph Cherba, an associate and friend of Meir Kahane, founder of the racialist and anti-Western Jewish Defense League. During the late 1980s to early 1990s he wrote pro-Likud op-ed pieces in Israeli newspapers, arguing that the West Bank is part of Israel, that the Palestinians belong in Jordan, and that there should be regime change in Iraq. He also headed the CSB and was a founding member of One Jerusalem, an Israeli organization determined to prevent any compromise with the Palestinians over the fate of any part of Jerusalem. He serves as an officer of the Foundation for Jewish Studies, which is dedicated to fostering Jewish learning and building communities of educated and committed Jews who are conscious of and faithful to the high ideals of Judaism. In 1997, Faith and his father, a member of Betar, the Zionist youth movement founded by Vladimir Jabotinsky, were given awards from the ZOA because of their work as pro-Israel activists. The ZOA is a staunch supporter of the most extreme elements within Israel. Faith's law partner, Mark Zell of the firm's Tel Aviv office, is a spokesman for the settler movement in Israel, and the firm itself is deeply involved in legal issues related to the reconstruction of Iraq, a situation that has raised eyebrows because Faith is head of reconstruction in Iraq. Zell was one of many neocons close to Ahmed Chalabi but abandoned his support because Chalabi had not come through on his pre-war pledges regarding Israel, further evidence that aiding Israel was an important motive for the neocons. According to Zell, Chalabi said he would end Iraq's boycott of trade with Israel, and would allow Israeli companies to do business there. He said, the new Iraqi government would agree to rebuild the pipeline from Mosul, in the northern Iraqi oil fields, to Haifa, the Israeli port, and the location of a major refinery. Another partner in the law firm of Faith and Zell is Salem Chalabi, Ahmed Chalabi's nephew. In 2003, Salem Chalabi was appointed General Director of the Iraqi Special Tribunal in charge of the trial of Saddam Hussein and other members of his government. Abram Shulsky. Abram Shulsky is a student of Leo Strauss, a close friend of Paul Wolfowitz both at Cornell and the University of Chicago, and yet another protégé of Richard Pearl. He was an aide to neocon Senators Henry Jackson, along with Pearl and Elliott Abrams, and Daniel Patrick Moynihan, and worked in the Department of Defense in the Reagan administration. During the George W. Bush administration, he was appointed head of the Office of Special Plans under Faith and Wolfowitz. The OSP became more influential on Iraq policy than the CIA or the Defense Intelligence Agency, but is widely viewed by retired intelligence operatives as manipulating intelligence data on Iraq in order to influence policy. Reports suggest that the OSP worked closely with Israeli intelligence to paint an exaggerated picture of Iraqi capabilities in unconventional weapons. It is tempting to link the actions of the OSP under Shulsky with Strauss's idea of a noble lie carried out by the elite to manipulate the masses, but one doesn't really need Strauss to understand the importance of lying in order to manipulate public opinion on behalf of Israel. The OSP included other neocons with no professional qualifications in intelligence but long records of service in neoconservative think tanks and pro-Israel activist organizations, especially the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. Examples include Michael Rubin, who is affiliated with AEI, and is an adjunct scholar at WANEP, David Schenker, who has written books and articles on Middle East issues published by WANEP and the Middle East Quarterly, published by Daniel Pipes MEF, another pro-Israel activist organization, Elliott Abrams, David Vermser, and Michael Ledeen. The OSP relied heavily on Iraqi defectors associated with Ahmed Chalabi, who, as indicated above, had a close personal relationship with Wolfowitz, Pearl, and other neocons. Michael Ledeen. Michael Ledeen's career illustrates the interconnectedness of the neoconservative network. Ledeen was the first executive director of JINSA, 1977 to 1979, and remains on its board of advisors. He was hired by Richard Pearl in the Defense Department during the Reagan years, and during the same period he was hired as special advisor by Wolfowitz in his role as head of the State Department policy planning staff. Along with Stephen Bryan, Ledeen became a member of the China Commission during the George W. Bush administration. He was also a consultant to Abram Shulsky's OSP, the Defense Department organization most closely linked with the manufacture of fraudulent intelligence leading up to the Iraq War. The OSP was created by Douglas Faith, who in turn reports to Paul Wolfowitz. As noted above, he is resident scholar in the Freedom Chair at AEI. Ledeen has been suspected of spying for Israel. During the Reagan years, he was regarded by the CIA as an agent of influence of a foreign government, Israel, and was suspected of spying for Israel by his immediate superior at the Department of Defense, Noel Koch. While working for the White House in 1984, Ledeen was also accused by National Security Advisor Robert C. McFarlane of participating in an unauthorized meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Shimon Peres that led to the proposal to funnel arms through Israel to Iran in order to free U.S. hostages being held in Lebanon, the origins of the Iran Gate scandal. Ledeen has been a major propagandist for forcing change on the entire Arab world. Ledeen's revolutionary ideology stems not from Trotsky or Marx, but from his favorable view of Italian fascism, as a universalist, non-racial, revolutionary movement. His book, War on the Terror Masters, is a program for complete restructuring of the Middle East by the US couched in the rhetoric of universalism and moral concern, not for Israel, but for the Arab peoples who would benefit from regime change. Ledeen is a revolutionary of the right, committed to creative destruction of the old social order. Creative destruction is our middle name, both within our own society and abroad. We tear down the old order every day, from business to science, literature, art, architecture, and cinema to politics and the law. Our enemies have always hated this whirlwind of energy and creativity, which menaces their traditions, whatever they may be, and shames them for their inability to keep pace. Seeing America undo traditional societies, they fear us, for they do not wish to be undone. They cannot feel secure so long as we are there, for our very existence, not our politics, threatens their legitimacy. They must attack us in order to survive, just as we must destroy them to advance our historic mission. Behind all the anti-American venom from the secular radicals in Baghdad, the religious fanatics in Tehran, the minority regime in Damascus, and the multicultural kleptomaniacs in the Palestinian Authority is the knowledge that they are hated by their own people. Their power rests on terror, recently directed against us, but always, first and foremost, against their own citizens. Given the chance to express themselves freely, the Iraqi, Iranian, Syrian, Lebanese, and Palestinian people would oust their current oppressors. Properly waged, our revolutionary war will give them a chance. Bernard Lewis. The main intellectual source for imposing democracy on the Arab world is Bernard Lewis, the Princeton historian who argues that Muslim cultures have an inferiority complex stemming from their relative decline compared to the West over the last 300 years. Such arguments minimize the role of Israel and US support for Israel as a source of Arab malaise. However, there is good evidence that the motives of Osama bin Laden and the 9/11 conspirators derive much more from US support for Israel than a general anti-Western animus. He contends that Arab societies with their antiquated, kinship-based structure can only be changed by forcing democracy on them. Wolfowitz has used Lewis as the intellectual underpinning of the invasion of Iraq. Bernard has taught how to understand the complex and important history of the Middle East, and use it to guide us where we will go next to build a better world for generations to come. During the 1970s, Lewis was invited by Richard Pearl to give a talk to Henry Jackson's group, and, as Pearl notes, Lewis became Jackson's guru, more or less. Lewis also established ties with Daniel Patrick Moynihan and with Jackson's other aides, including Wolfowitz, Abrams, and Gaffney. One of Lewis's main arguments is that the Palestinians have no historical claim to a state because they were not a state before the British Mandate in 1918. Lewis also argues that Arabs have a long history of consensus government, if not democracy, and that a modicum of outside force should be sufficient to democratize the area, a view that runs counter to the huge cultural differences between the Middle East and the West that stem ultimately from very different evolutionary pressures. Lewis, as a cultural historian, is in a poor position to understand the deep structure of the cultural differences between Europe and the Middle East. He seems completely unaware of the differences in family and kinship structure between Europe and the Middle East, and he regards the difference in attitudes toward women as a mere cultural difference rather than as a marker for an entirely different social structure. Lewis's flawed beliefs about the Middle East have nevertheless been quite useful to Israel, reflecting the theme that Jewish intellectual movements often used available intellectual resources to advance a political cause. Not only did he provide an important intellectual rationale for the war against Iraq, he is very close to governmental and academic circles in Israel, the confidant of successive Israeli prime ministers from Golda Meir to Ariel Sharon. Dick Cheney. By several accounts, Vice President Cheney had a fever to invade Iraq and transform the politics of the Middle East, and was the leading force within the administration convincing President Bush of the need to do so. As with the other Jewish intellectual and political movements I have reviewed, non-Jews have been welcomed into the movement and often given highly visible roles as the movement's public face. Among the current crop in this intellectual lineage, the most important non-Jews are Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld, both of whom have close professional and personal relationships with neoconservatives that long predate their present power and visibility. Both Cheney and Rumsfeld have been associated with Bill Kristol's PNAC, which advocated a unilateral war for regime change in Iraq at least as early as 1998, and the CSP, two neocon think tanks. Cheney was presented with the ADL's Distinguished Statesman Award in 1993 and was described by Abraham Foxman as sensitive to Jewish concerns. When Cheney was a congressman during the early 1980s, he attended lunches hosted for Republican Jewish leaders by the House leadership. Cheney was described by Marshall Brieger, a senior official in the Reagan and George H.W. Bush administration, as very interested in outreach and engaging the Jewish community. He was also a member of JINSA, a major pro-Israel activist organization, until assuming his office as vice president. Cheney has also had a close involvement with leading Israeli politicians, especially Natan Sharansky, Secretary of Jerusalem and Diaspora Affairs in the Likud government and the prime architect of the ideology that the key to peace between Israel and the Arab world, including the Palestinians, is Arab acceptance of democracy. When President Bush articulated the importance of Palestinian democracy for the Middle East peace roadmap in his June 2002 policy speech, Sharansky could have written the speech himself, and, for that matter, may have had a direct hand in its drafting. The weekend prior to the speech, he spent long hours at a conference, organized by Richard Pearl and sponsored by the AEI in Aspen, secluded together with Vice President Cheney and Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz. The Bush speech clearly represented a triumph for the Cheney-Rumsfeld-Wolfowitz axis in the administration over the State Department, which was eager to offer the Palestinians a provisional state immediately. Both Cheney and Rumsfeld have close personal relationships with Kenneth Adelman, a former Ford and Reagan administration official. Adelman wrote op-ed pieces in the Washington Post and Wall Street Journal in the period leading up to the war, and he, along with Wolfowitz and Irving Lewis Scooter Libby, Cheney's chief of staff, were guests of Cheney for a victory celebration in the immediate aftermath of the war, April 13, 2003. Adelman has excellent neocon credentials. He was a member of the Committee on the Present Danger in the 1970s and UN ambassador during the Reagan administration, and worked under Donald Rumsfeld on 3 different occasions. He was a signatory to the April 3, 2002, letter of the Project for a New American Century to President Bush calling for Saddam Hussein's ouster and increased support for Israel. The letter stated, "Israel is targeted in part because it is our friend, and in part because it is an island of liberal, democratic principles, American principles, in a sea of tyranny, intolerance, and hatred." The advocacy of war with Iraq was linked to advancing Israeli interests. If we do not move against Saddam Hussein and his regime, the damage our Israeli friends and we have suffered until now may someday appear but a prelude to much greater horrors. Israel's fight against terrorism is our fight. Israel's victory is an important part of our victory. For reasons both moral and strategic, we need to stand with Israel in its fight against terrorism. Adelman's wife, Carol, is affiliated with the Hudson Institute, a neoconservative think tank. Cheney's role in the ascendancy of the neocons in the Bush administration is particularly important. As head of the transition team, he and Libby were able to staff the sub-cabinet levels of the State Department, John Bolton, and the Defense Department, Wolfowitz, Faith, with key supporters of the neocon agenda. Libby is a close personal friend of Cheney whose views echo many of Wolfowitz's policies. He is considered a hawk among hawks and was an early supporter of military action against terrorism, and particularly against Iraq. He is Jewish and has a long history of involvement in Zionist causes and as the attorney for the notorious Mark Rich. Libby and Cheney were involved in pressuring the CIA to color intelligence reports to fit with their desire for a war with Iraq. Libby entered the neocon orbit when he was captivated while taking a political science course from Wolfowitz at Yale, and he worked under Wolfowitz in the Reagan and the Bush I administrations. He was the co-author, with Wolfowitz, of the ill-fated draft of the Defense Planning Guidance document of 1992, which advocated U.S. dominance over all of Eurasia, and urged preventing any other country from even contemplating challenging U.S. hegemony. Cheney was Secretary of Defense at that time. After an uproar, the document was radically altered, but this blueprint for U.S. hegemony remains central to neocon attitudes since the collapse of the Soviet Union. Donald Rumsfeld. As noted above, Rumsfeld has deep links with neoconservative think tanks and individual Jews, such as Ken Adelman, who began his career working for Rumsfeld when he headed the Office of Economic Opportunity in the Nixon administration. Another close associate is Robert A. Goldwyn, a student of Leo Strauss and Rumsfeld's deputy both at NATO and at the Gerald Ford White House. Goldwyn is now resident scholar at the AEI. Rumsfeld also has a long history of appealing to Jewish and Israeli causes. In his 1964 campaign for re-election to Congress as representative from a district on the North Shore of Chicago with an important Jewish constituency, he emphasized Soviet persecution of Jews and introduced a bill on this topic in the House. After the 1967 war, he urged the U.S. not to demand that Israel withdraw to its previous borders, and he criticized delays in sending U.S. military hardware to Israel. More recently, as Secretary of Defense in the Bush II administration, Rumsfeld was praised by the ZOA for distancing himself from the phrase occupied territories, referring to them as the so-called occupied territories. Despite these links with neoconservatives and Jewish causes, Rumsfeld emerges as less an ideologue and less a passionate advocate for war with Iraq than Cheney. Robert Woodward describes him as lacking the feverish intensity of Cheney, as a dispassionate defense technocrat who, unlike Cheney, Wolfowitz, and Faith, would have been content if the U.S. had not gone to war with Iraq. Daniel Pipes. Many neoconservatives work mainly as lobbyists and propagandists. Rather than attempt to describe this massive infrastructure in its entirety, I profile Daniel Pipes as a prototypical example of the highly competent Jewish lobbyist. Pipes is the son of Richard Pipes, the Harvard professor who, as noted above, was an early neocon and an expert on the Soviet Union. He is the director of the MEF and a columnist at the New York Post and the Jerusalem Post, and appears on the Fox News channel. Pipes is described as an authoritative commentator on the Middle East by the Wall Street Journal, according to the masthead of his website. A former official in the Departments of State and Defense, he has taught at the University of Chicago, Harvard University, and the U.S. Naval War College. He is the author of 12 books on the Middle East, Islam, and other political topics. His recent book Militant Islam Reaches America, published by W. W. Norton, 2002, a polemic against political Islam which argues that militant Islam is the greatest threat to the West since the Cold War. He serves on the Special Task Force on Terrorism and Technology at the Department of Defense, has testified before many congressional committees, and served on 4 presidential campaigns. Martin Kramer is the editor of the Forum's Journal. Kramer is also affiliated with Tel Aviv University's Moshe Dayan Center for Middle Eastern and African Studies. His book, Ivory Towers on Sand, The Failure of Middle Eastern Studies in America, has been a major impetus behind the recent effort to prevent criticism of Israel on college campuses. The book was warmly reviewed in the Weekly Standard, whose editor, Bill Kristol, is a member of the MEF along with Kramer. Crystal wrote that Kramer has performed a crucial service by exposing intellectual rot in a scholarly field of capital importance to national well-being. The MEF issues two regular quasi-academic publications, the Middle East Quarterly and the Middle East Intelligence Bulletin, the latter published jointly with the United States Committee for a Free Lebanon. The Middle East Quarterly describes itself as a bold, insightful, and controversial publication. A recent article on weapons of mass destruction claims that Syria has more destructive capabilities than Iraq or Iran. The Middle East Intelligence Bulletin specializes in covering the seamy side of Lebanese and Syrian politics, an effort aimed at depicting these regimes as worthy of forcible change by the US or Israeli military. The MEF also targets universities through its Campus Speakers Bureau, seeking to correct inaccurate Middle Eastern curricula in American education, by addressing biases and basic errors and providing better information than students can get from the many irresponsible professors that it believes lurk in US universities. The MEF is behind Campus Watch, an organization responsible for repressing academic discussion of Middle East issues at US universities. Campus Watch compiles profiles on professors who criticize Israel. A major purpose is to identify key faculty who teach and write about contemporary affairs at university Middle East studies departments in order to analyze and critique the work of these specialists for errors or biases. The MEF also develops a network of concerned students and faculty members interested in promoting American interests on campus. Again we see the rhetoric of universalism and a concern with American interests produced by people who are ethnically Jewish and vitally concerned with the welfare of Israel. Recently Campus Watch has decided to discontinue its dossiers because over 100 professors asked to be included in their directory of suspicious people. Nevertheless, Campus Watch continues to print names of people whose views on the Middle East differ from theirs. The MEF, along with major Jewish activist organizations, the American Jewish Committee, the American Jewish Congress, and the Anti-Defamation League, has succeeded in getting the U.S. House of Representatives to overwhelmingly approve a bill that would authorize federal monitoring of government-funded Middle East studies programs throughout U.S. universities. The bill would establish a federal tribunal to investigate and monitor criticism of Israel on American college campuses. Jewish Institute for National Security Affairs, JINSA. Rather than profile all of the many neoconservative think tanks and lobbying groups, I will describe JINSA as a prototypical example. JINSA attempts to educate the American public about the importance of an effective U.S. defense capability so that our vital interests as Americans can be safeguarded, and 2. Inform the American defense and foreign affairs community about the important role Israel can and does play in bolstering democratic interests in the Mediterranean and the Middle East. Typical of Jewish intellectual movements is that Jewish interests are submerged in a rhetoric of American interests and ethical universalism, in this case, the idea that Israel is a beacon of democracy. In addition to a core of prominent neoconservative Jews, Stephen D. Bryan, Douglas Faith, Max Kampelman, Michael Ledeen, Joshua Moravchik, Richard Pearl, Stephen Solars, JINSA's advisory board includes a bevy of non-Jewish retired U.S. military officers and a variety of non-Jewish political figures, for example, Dick Cheney, and foreign policy analysts with access to the media, for example, Jeane Kirkpatrick, who are staunch supporters of Israel. As is typical of Jewish intellectual movements, JINSA is well-funded and has succeeded in bringing in high-profile non-Jews who often act as spokesmen for its policies. For example, the former head of the Iraq occupation government, General J. Garner, signed a JINSA letter stating that the Israel Defense Forces have exercised remarkable restraint in the face of lethal violence orchestrated by the leadership of the Palestinian Authority. JINSA reflects the recent trend of American Jewish activist groups not simply to support Israeli policies but to support the Israeli right wing. For JINSA, regime change by any means necessary in Iraq, Iran, Syria, Saudi Arabia and the Palestinian Authority is an urgent imperative. Anyone who dissents, be it Colin Powell's State Department, the CIA or career military officers, is committing heresy against articles of faith that effectively hold there is no difference between US and Israeli national security interests, and that the only way to assure continued safety and prosperity for both countries is through hegemony in the Middle East, a hegemony achieved with the traditional Cold War recipe of feints, force, clientism and covert action. Note the exclusionary, us versus them attitude typical of the Jewish intellectual and political movements covered in the culture of critique. Part of JINSA's effectiveness comes from recruiting non-Jews who gain by increased defense spending or are willing to be spokesmen in return for fees and travel to Israel. The bulk of JINSA's budget is spent on taking a host of retired U.S. generals and admirals to Israel, where JINSA facilitates meetings between Israeli officials and retired but still influential U.S. flag officers. These officers then write op-ed pieces and sign letters and advertisements championing the Likudnik line. In one such statement, issued soon after the outbreak of the latest Intifada, 26 JINSA NS of retired flag rank, including many from the advisory board, struck a moralizing tone, characterizing Palestinian violence as a perversion of military ethics and holding that America's role as facilitator in this process should never yield to America's responsibility as a friend to Israel, because friends don't leave friends on the battlefield. Sowing seeds for the future, JINSA also takes U.S. Service Academy cadets to Israel each summer and sponsors a lecture series at the Army, Navy, and Air Force academies. JINSA also patronizes companies in the defense industry that stand to gain by the drive for total war. Almost every retired officer who sits on JINSA's board of advisors or has participated in its Israel trips or signed a JINSA letter works or has worked with military contractors who do business with the Pentagon and Israel. For example, JINSA advisory board members Admiral Leon Edney, Admiral David Jeremiah, and Lieutenant General Charles May, all retired, have served Northrop Grumman or its subsidiaries as either consultants or board members. Northrop Grumman has built ships for the Israeli Navy and sold F-16 avionics and E-2C Hawkeye planes to the Israeli Air Force, as well as the Longbow radar system to the Israeli Army for use in its attack helicopters. It also works with Tamam, a subsidiary of Israeli Aircraft Industries, to produce an unmanned aerial vehicle. JINSA is supported not only by defense contractor money but also by deeply committed Zionists, notably Irving Moskowitz, the California bingo magnate who also provides financial support to the AEI. Moskowitz not only sends millions of dollars a year to far-right Israeli West Bank settler groups like Atere Kohanim, he has also funded land purchases in key Arab areas around Jerusalem. Moskowitz provided the money that enabled the 1996 reopening of a tunnel under the Temple Mount/Haram al-Sharif, which resulted in 70 deaths due to rioting. Also involved in funding JINSA is New York investment banker Lawrence Kardish, who also contributes to Republican causes. Again, we see the effects of the most committed Jews. People like Moskowitz have an enormous effect because they use their wealth to advance their people's interests, a very common pattern among wealthy Jews. The integration of JINSA with the U.S. defense establishment can be seen in the program for its 2001 Jackson Award Dinner, an annual event named after Senator Henry Jackson that draws an A-list group of politicians and defense celebrities. At the dinner were representatives of U.S. defense industries. The dinner was sponsored by Boeing, as well as the following Defense Department personnel: Under-Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz, Under-Secretary of Defense Dov Zakheim, an ordained rabbi, Assistant Secretary of the Navy John Young, Dr. Bill Cinder, the Chairman of the Defense Science Board, the Honorable Mark Rosenker, Senior Military Advisor to the President, Admiral William Fallon, Vice Chief of Naval Operations, General John Keane, Vice Chief of Staff of the Army, General Michael Williams, Vice Commandant of the Marines, Lieutenant General Lance Lord, Assistant Vice Chief of Staff of the Air Force. Also present were a large number of U.S. flag and general officers who were alumni of JINSA trips to Israel, as well as assorted congressmen, a U.S. senator, and a variety of Israeli military and political figures. The 2002 Jackson Award Dinner, sponsored by Northrop Grumman, honored Paul Wolfowitz. Dick Cheney was a previous recipient of the award. Ginser is a good illustration of the point that whatever the deeply held beliefs of the non-Jews who are involved in the neoconservative movement, financial motives and military careerism are also of considerable importance, a testimony to the extent to which neoconservatism has permeated the political and military establishments of the United States. A similar statement could be made about the deep influence of neoconservatism among intellectuals generally. Conclusion? The rapid rise and immense influence of the neoconservatives make them a remarkable example of Jewish organization and influence. Individuals with strong Jewish identities maintain close ties to Israeli politicians and military figures and to Jewish activist organizations and pro-Israeli lobbying groups while occupying influential policy-making positions in the defense and foreign policy establishment. These same individuals, as well as a chorus of other prominent Jews, have routine access to the most prestigious media outlets in the United States. People who criticize Israel, however, are routinely vilified and subjected to professional and personal abuse. Perhaps the most telling feature of this entire state of affairs is the surreal fact that in this entire discourse Jewish identity is not mentioned. When Charles Krauthammer, Bill Kristol, Michael Rubin, William Safire, Robert Satloff, or the legions of other prominent media figures write their reflexively pro-Israel pieces in the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, or the Los Angeles Times, or opine on the Fox News network, there is never any mention that they are Jewish Americans who have an intense ethnic interest in Israel. When Richard Perle authors a report for an Israeli think tank, is on the board of directors of an Israeli newspaper, maintains close personal ties with prominent Israelis, especially those associated with the Likud party, has worked for an Israeli defense company, and, according to credible reports, was discovered by the FBI passing classified information to Israel, when, despite all of this, he is a central figure in the network of those pushing for wars to rearrange the entire politics of the Middle East in Israel's favor, and with nary a soul having the courage to mention the obvious overriding Jewish loyalty apparent in Perle's actions, that is indeed a breathtaking display of power. I have also provided a small glimpse of the incredible array of Jewish pro-Israel activist organizations, their funding, their access to the media, and their power over the political process. Taken as a whole, neoconservatism is an excellent illustration of the key traits behind the success of Jewish activism: ethnocentrism, intelligence and wealth, psychological intensity, and aggressiveness. Now imagine a similar level of organization, commitment, and funding directed toward changing the U.S. immigration system, put into law in 1924 and 1952, or inaugurating the revolution in civil rights, or the post-1965 countercultural revolution. In the case of the immigration laws we see the same use of prominent non-Jews to attain Jewish goals, the same access to the major media, and the same ability to have a decisive influence on the political process by establishing lobbying organizations. Recruiting non-Jews as important players, funneling financial and media support to political candidates who agree with their point of view, and providing effective leadership in government, see Chapter 7. Given this state of affairs, one can easily see how Jews, despite being a tiny minority of the US population, have been able to transform the country to serve their interests. It's a story that has been played out many times in Western history, but the possible effects now seem enormous, not only for Europeans but literally for everyone on the planet, as Israel and its hegemonic ally restructure the politics of the world. History also suggests that anti-Jewish reactions develop as Jews increase their control over other peoples. As always, it will be fascinating to observe the denouement. Acknowledgement: I thank Samuel Francis for his very helpful comments on this paper. I am also grateful to an expert on Leo Strauss for his comments, many of which have been incorporated into the section on Strauss. Unfortunately, at his request, he must remain anonymous.